strings, swallowed words, twisted schemes, in the web where falsehood gleams. Unfornicated stands tall, bathed in shadows through the sprawl. Clowns in masks start to fall. Truth bleeds bright in the brawl. Red-pilled bots lost in code. Twisted minds in overload. Unfornicated decodes, shattering the fragile abode. Whispers in the endless void, chasing ghosts they can't avoid. Words born to be destroyed, reality they've never deployed. Eyes wide, truth may laugh at the lies they can't unmask. Unfornicated with the last, shatters mirrors, trick and cast. Feeding on the threadbare clowns, echo chamber sounds abound. Unfornicated won't be bound, tearing myths from the ground. Click the lies away they fall, break the chains, expose it all. Truth the light that paves the way, gonna clear the mess today. Unfornicated and bold and true, we're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stance. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick, we're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Echo chambers can't confine, we're the seekers drawing lines, flipping stories one by one. Battle's hard but we've begun. Unfornicated and bold and true, we're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stance. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong, debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick, we're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up,
Hello. Hey, hey, kids. It's another beautiful Saturday night. And thank you for joining us here in Unfornicated. So, hello to the Zoo crew out there in chat. Hello to everyone who has made their way in. It's a little different tonight. Got a couple things kind of going on. It's kind of I guess you could say more of a hangout session of sorts. But yeah, we got a few things going on. For those who don't know, this is Bring the Rum, Drop the Dumb, episode 2. This is the chat-driven episodes. So, as always, if you have some kind of derp that you would like to be addressed in our, what's the word, unique style, then drop it there in chat. I believe it's over here. Yeah, probably. If not, it's over there. But either way, drop it in there. We'll take a look at it. And, but yeah, otherwise, tonight's agenda. We're going to do a little deviation from the posted agenda. It's going to be along the lines of, I had a couple questions earlier today about the name Unfornicated and kind of what it means and how I got to it. So, and there's a few other things that are kind of, that are happening in the background that I wanted to kind of explain, kind of like the genesis of it and stuff like that. Basically, how I found my way to be here with you. Then we're going to go into, hold on, let me check my notes here. What do we got? We got, sneak previews of our upcoming projects. If you saw the post today, you have a little bit of an inclination. We're going to be doing some crowdsourcing of some creative mayhem. Basically, I need your help with a few things. Because I'm an engineer by trade, and my creative ability is, well, let's call it lacking. My daughter has all the creative ability. So let's just say that. So, but hopefully you guys can help me kind of get over a couple of creative hurdles, let's call them. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we might try another attempt at conspiracy Tinder. Well, we're Crew's Twitter, because I'm not calling it X. And we're going to swipe left for grift, or swipe right for bit, I guess, for sake of another word. And then obviously whatever rabbit holes you guys come up with. So, but first things first, we got to do a little housekeeping. For those who don't know, the Unfornicated Aloha shirt is now in the store and delivered. So it is right here, and it's rather nice. This was designed and actually bought for me by Emma, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Emma. I guess I needed the uniform to kind of offset all the red Hawaiian shirts I had going on. But if it's not an Aloha shirt, it's not going to really be on this channel. You guys know that. Ken Hovind makes us look stupid. I make it look cool. So there's a difference. That's primarily because Ken Hovind is stupid, but let's not be judgy tonight. Let's do that. So, drop the rum means, it's, it's cracking time. So, pour yourself your drink, pop your popcorn, sit back, pop the recliner, and let's get on with tonight's festivities, shall we? Okay, first things first. The channel has reached a small milestone. We have 202 subscribers. One of those happens to be my cousin. Hi, Kate, if you're watching. My sister is at a family reunion of sorts. My aunt, who is a nun, is, as my uncle put it, changing habits. She's changing orders, and she's done with a probationary period. So tomorrow, she becomes full-fledged member of the order that she's in. So obviously I'm not going to dox her and everything else, but she's somewhere in the U.S. And one of my favorite aunts, well, actually all my aunts and uncles are my favorites, but there's plenty of stories around when I was very little about her and her habits, and my sister or I throwing up on her. So it's comical to say the least, but obviously one of my favorite aunts to have around. So Aunt Sissy, congratulations. Wish I could be there with you guys. And I'm sure it's going to be fun tomorrow. And it's also my mom's birthday tomorrow. So, Mom, if you're watching, happy birthday to you too. Don't worry, I will call. This is not your formal birthday wishes online in a live stream because that's ridiculous. But with that being said, so yeah, 202 subscribers. So happy milestones. Let's see, what else do I want to get off real quick here for the housekeeping? As we talk about every other night, hold on a second here. Let's do this. Voila. So right here, we have the Unfornicated merch store, which is pinned over there. And we have the Code Breakers collection. For those who don't know, Code Breakers is it's based on a presentation that I did regarding the Navajo, well, actually the Native American code talkers that were not only in World War II, but also in World War I. And kind of a brief history and some of the challenges and discrimination and basically all around shitty treatment that they got when they came back. So saved their ass. Welcome home. By the way, you still can't vote, but I digress. So I created a collection. And this was launched around Memorial Day. So all proceeds from this collection that you see here, so it includes hoodies, it includes 3 different types of t-shirts, it includes 3 different types of coffee mugs. They are going to, all proceeds are going to be matched penny for penny on live stream on Veterans Day, because I'm going to match all the proceeds as a donation to the Native Americans Veterans Association. So if you dig the shirts, buy one. If you don't want something like that and you want to make a donation, do me a favor. Hit me up on Discord or hit me up on email. Show me a receipt of your donation and I'll add it to the list. Basically, this is a dare. I am daring Zoo Crew to make me spend all of Olivia's college money. No, I'm kidding. No. I just heard a what coming from the other room. No, it's I've planned for this. I really have. I have planned for this. So I don't think you guys will get up to $1,000, but you might. Who knows? But it's a dare. So have at it. But yes, that's where that is. So please, if you have a chance, hit up the store. I have to update total because Tori decided to order 2 things. I have not added to the spreadsheet yet, but as of right now, we're at just short of $100 contribution, counting mine, to the Native Americans Veterans Association. So keep up the good work, and by all means, let me know. And again, if you do make a donation, just take a screenshot. You can block out your name and your address. You can leave your credit card number or block that too. And then email to me, and I will add it to the list, and we'll go from there. For those who need the link, I will go ahead and try to post it here in a few minutes. So Jim Daniels got his. He loves it. I have a couple shirts myself and a couple coffee mugs. In fact, tonight I am drinking from the Unbreakable travel mug because it keeps my drink cold. And while we're not sponsored by Kraken, if you're listening, I'm open. It is a rum night. So cheers. Now, that is where we have, I think that's going to be all of our housekeeping for today. So let's talk a little bit about community real quick. And then we'll get into Unfornicated and where the hell it came from. So community-wise, a couple of cool things has happened over the last week. Flatzoid has said he is no longer part of the flat earth community. The earth's still flat in his opinion, but he's not part of the community because the community is toxic. And of course, it's not his fault. It's the Globers' fault. Whatever. Anyway, we'll move on. DP Debunks is going to, he's had a really shitty couple weeks. If you didn't see his post in his Discord server, make sure that you, I don't know, give him a virtual hug. He needs one. He's having a bit of a rough week. So he has been very busy trying to solve a few problems. none of which are small. So, DP, we're wishing you the best. Nothing serious too much, but it's along the lines of he could use a little bit of luck and a little bit of time to get some stuff done. But that being said, he does have a video coming out that is a full Derp Venger collaboration. There's a bit for me, there's a bit for Mike, and there's a bit, well, the video's DP, so he has most of the bits. And it's going to be funny. It's absurdly funny. Expect on my side satire, deadpan, and dry humor, and at the same time could not help but laugh at some of the stupid shit I had to actually address. But that's why we're here, because all the shit that we address is, well, it's shit. So such is life. Let's see. Oh, the other thing, community, Mike is going to be doing a joint stream with Chirba Mate Talks, going over the what's it trolling for girls on a chat roulette site. He was not dressed in the clubber stripper blouse, but not still creepy nonetheless. So they'll be addressing that, which if you're not, let me back up here. Every channel that I talk about, you should be subscribed to, because I have the least amount of subscribers. And if you're here, you probably are already subscribed to DP Debunks, the Drunk Debunk Show, and Chirba Mate Talks. And if you're not, you should, first and foremost. The other part of it is a couple other channels to call out, because we're talking about the Witsit stream. I was talking with Conspiracy Music Studios last night, late my time, early morning his time. He was having coffee and I was trying to go to sleep, and collaborated real quickly over Discord DMs about what his next video is going to be. So I got to hear the song today. It's a good one. And he'll hopefully be releasing that soon. He's got to work on the video and everything else. So he was kind of on the fence, and as you heard it more, he's like, I like this. I think this is going to be good. So, but we're going to come back to Conspiracy Music Studios. Again, another channel that you should be subscribed to. He has more subs than me, so I'm assuming you're already there. If you're not there, you should be there, because it's funny shit. One last thing I want to bring up real quick, and he's, I believe he's here. I saw him earlier. Yes, there he is. Curious UK Debunks. If you're not subscribed to his channel, he and I are in a, well, let's just, we're calling it a race, but it's more or less a mutual boost to see we can get each other up to 500 and then to 1,000. I'm currently holding a little bit of a lead. And he'll actually be, well, his wife actually will be providing a sneak preview of the Olivia version of the Zoo Crew shirts that was purchased for his wife. And see, and Curious thinks it's actually like out of, that I was being nice, but actually what it is, I'm doing it to troll him in his own house. Because now he gets to see the Unfornicated logo and the Zoo Crew logo, and then, when she wears it. So, it's healthy trolling. It's sibling gaslighting is what it is. Yeah, it's Curious. You're at 195, I believe. I just got over 200, but that's mostly because I picked up a couple family members along the way. So that's that. Family watching this, look. I'm not the 7-year-old kid that you picture in your mind. I'm an adult now, and this is how I choose to spend my time, is debunking stupid shit. So welcome for the ride. Hopefully I do you proud with the videos, maybe not so much in the live streams, because, well, one thing we embrace, I guess you could say, is chaos. Because who doesn't love a little chaos in their life? And sarcasm and gaslighting and mockery. And, well, if you grew up around me, you know this is just my personality. Wicked one-liners fired at anybody. I don't care how big you are. And if I might end up in a trash can, doesn't matter. Still going to be funny. So, All right, let's kick off for the rest of today, the rest of tonight, and I'm a little sideways here, real quick. Let's talk about the Unfornicated brand. So those who don't know, I'm sure you all do, but just on the off chance somebody's watching this and is new, I come from a long line of Navy sailors. I joined the Navy myself out of the high school. I was a cryptologic technician working in SIGINT, specializing in radio and satellite communications. And after I got done with that, I turned into telecom and been in that ever since. So that's like 25 plus years now. I do have a daughter who's a teenager. And it was around the time that she was sending me TikTok videos that I went to go see, as most parents would. Well, what the hell's on this TikTok stuff? So me thinking it was all dances and brain rot and stuff like that, lo and behold, I find it is a cesspool of misinformation and derp and, well, just stupidity. Let's call it what it is. Well, let's put it this way. It is everything that this channel intro addresses: misinformation, science denial, and bullshit. So being the parent that I was like, I'm not having that. This is not something that I want my daughter exposed to. Now, I'm biased, but my daughter is borderline brilliant, as well as beautiful and all those other adjectives. But so I'm not worried about her falling into this trap. But I want her to understand that there are people out there who think this. And sometimes you can't get to the why they think it, but you get to the idea of, well, let's put it this way. You can't really get to the why. It could be any number of things. And we've seen all the different causes of it. If you've seen the Veritas 8-hour video, then you know that there's any number of things, whether it's trauma, whether it's lack of science literacy, whether it's poor schooling, minimum requirements, take your pick. I don't think any one contributes to it, but they all contribute in some degree or fashion. But I also know her friends are on this. Now, I'm not saying her friends are dumb, but I'm just saying that there's people out there that she knows who are on the social media. And to me, it seemed like it was going unchecked because a lot of those were coming up first and foremost as the conspiracies, not the debunks. Basically, YouTube circa 2019, 2020. So that's how this channel started. So I'm thinking about a name and everything else. So I've had the nickname of Dano forever. I've always worn Hawaiian shirts. I've always kind of been this sort of personality of sorts. And I didn't want to name it Dano because I was just dumb. So in the service, when I had to do like a status report or a briefing, as we call it, to senior officers, you know, the F word is a very versatile word, especially in the Navy. You can use it as a noun, verb, adjective, adverb, take your pick. But senior officers may or may not, depending, they might not enjoy such colorful metaphors. So one of the first times that I had to adjust this language, because I figured that I needed to actually express myself in such a way that he understood the complexity that we were dealing with. We were dealing with a bunch of allies from other nations. So it was like Aussies and Brits and Kiwis and the like. And our communications were kind of all over the place. And so I basically said that, you know, trying to do coordination is similar to watching a monkey fornicate with a football. To which he actually laughed. Now, this was he's a commander, so that means he's just below a captain in the Navy, which is just below a colonel in the Army or any other service. And he kind of laughed and chuckled and thought it was funny. So later on in that same one, since I already got a laugh out of that one, I figured I'd, you know, double dip. We were talking about some equipment issues that we had. So I basically said that I'm just going to have to unfornicate this mess, this dumpster fire, and figure out what's wrong, and that we're actively working on it, but we don't necessarily have an ETA, but we would provide one as soon as we do. So, or ETR, excuse me, estimated time to restore. But so when I came close time for this name, it was like, well, what should I name it? Well, I already knew what I wanted to do and how I was going to describe it, and that was basically going to be kind of what you see in the logo, and it's unfuck the stupid people and their stupid stuff. Because let's be honest, you can't unfuck the people, but you can unfuck their stupidity. Whoops. Sorry, just caused an earthquake here by hitting my microphone. But the idea is that, terms of service. I didn't want to be banned within 5 minutes of making the channel. So welcome to Unfornicated. So here we go. So that's the genesis of it. That's why I'm here. This is why I'm doing it. And to be perfectly honest, it eats up some fun times. And yeah, it's entertaining to say the least, I guess you could say. Because if you haven't watched some of the live streams and how unhinged they get, and I'm not just talking about flat earthers, I'm talking about, well, shit, even C-SPAN of late. I mean, if you watch the weekly STD report, you'd see how government is buying into chemtrails and a bunch of other conspiracies now. But it's about everything else. But when we start doing the conspiracy Tinder part, I'm sure that we'll do that. Actually, I need to make a slight change here real quick. Here, let me find this. Downloads. Here we go. I need to put this. Oops. I put it on the wrong screen. Bear with me. We're doing stuff on the fly here. This right here is what we got. We have the critical streamathon that I'm going to be a participant in and hopefully having a good time with. So I meant to add this earlier and I completely forgot. But I digress. So we're going to come back to that because that's going to be part of the crowdsourcing creative mayhem portion. But all right, so we went over everything. Oh, hey, Olivia, everybody says hi. She says hi back, everybody. Okay, so here's what we got. Sneak preview of upcoming projects. Let's talk about it real quick. So we have the Derp Vengers collab. We have there might be some other collaborations coming up on the side here. There's a, like I said, well, I didn't really collab. I created the kindling to the fire that is Conspiracy Music Studios' next song, I think. So I had a small hand in it, small hand. He does all the work and I get none of the credit. It's perfectly fine with me. He gets all the credit because he does all the work. But, oh, so if you saw the post today, the post today is, I had some ideas kind of left over from my time on Twitter. So I've been on Twitter for about a year before I came over here to YouTube, and I'm still on both. And I was kind of debunking stuff over there. They have spaces over there, which is kind of like just audio conference calls, a giant dumpster fire. I mean, not worth it. And to be honest, Flat Earth's pretty much done over there. And so I kind of started over there. And I had we had, me and another veteran had a podcast that was called Helios. And we were trying to think of different ways that we can kind of like just not make it boring, because 40 illiterate science becomes boring real quick. So we decided to do like Grand Theft Auto, GTA, Vice City style, like radio commercials that are parodies, obviously. So I've kind of like went back into my drive and found them sitting there. And I'm like, oh, hey, I forgot about this. I wonder what we could do with that. So what we have is we're going to be releasing 4 parody videos. And the parody videos are, let's see here. There's 4 of them. Like I said, I'm obviously kind of sideways here. Okay, I'm trying to find something here. So it is actually going to be part of like the discourse online survival kit. So the first one that's going to be coming out is going to be called, it's about, it's a commercial for Hubris Valley Ranch, the salad dressing you need for all your word salad. We're also going to have a travel commercial for Dunning-Kruger National Park, which is also in the merch store. We're going to have a parody commercial for Occam's Razor, cut the bullshit, and it's a fragrance, complete with a stylized bottle and over-the-top cinematic commercial that is, we can all agree that those cologne commercials are absurd to begin with. Well, I'm just going to take it to the unfornicated level and make it even more absurd. So I'm looking forward to that one. And last but not least, if you aren't aware, there's this thing called dance law. And so I decided I'm going to make a commercial, and this is on a, based on input for ideas through some of my friends on Twitter from Astronomy Live, who said that I should do dance law firm. And as soon as he said that, my brain started kicking in. And what better thing can we have than dance law firm mixing with Better Call Saul? So if you don't know the references, I highly recommend you go look them up. But think sleazy lawyer, ambulance chaser, park bench at a bus stop kind of ads in a video form. So I'm looking forward to all those. HARP has been taking longer than necessary because, well, I had the first problem, solved that. The first problem was that my NVMe drive decided to shit the bed, but solved that problem by re-recording it, which is fine. I'm okay with that. But editing's taking longer because I'm trying to find the right B-roll, the right information, so you can see it. Because if there's one thing I noticed, especially over the last week and a half, we had a large earthquake in Russia, which created a tsunami. And the first fucking words I saw on social media right after that was HARP. So in dismantling the plethora of conspiracies regarding HARP, I want to make it very clear, crystal clear, clear the fog, no unlimited visibility of how dumb these things are. So I've been trying to correlate some information, get some B-rolls and stuff like that, and I'm trying to verify some information because that earthquake hitting actually adds to it, joins the script. So I kind of do a little rewrite to kind of fit it in. I would say about the only subject that has more conspiracies about it than HARP would be Antarctica. Whether it's Admiral Byrd, I know you guys want to sing it, I might be remembering it wrong, or something along the lines of Antarctica, where it's Admiral Byrd, whether it's Hollow Earth and the Antarctic Treaty and tactical penguins or what the fuck ever. I mean, I don't know. So that's about the only one that has more conspiracies, I think, than HARP does, which don't think about it, it's kind of amazing. And, you know, this channel, we've already addressed a few of these. We addressed sky ice and how utterly ridiculous that is. That the military patrols the ice wall, we did about that. And how hull speed and the Catharsis 2 shows that Antarctica is a continent and not a giant ice ring. So, and there's still more. Like, I can still do 5 more videos about Antarctica, but then the whole channel would be nothing but Antarctica. But I digress. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So that's all the current projects we have. Hold on, let me pull up my list. I do have a couple other things that I'm thinking about. Let's see. Bear with me. I had it up and then I closed it. Okay. So let's see. Harp is going to be on the debunk side. For the Unfornicated Raw, we did I just recently did the photons video. So I'm looking at one of speed of light. I'm also looking at things like, that's kind of in my wheelhouse, like how DNS is the internet's phone book. And if anyone still remembers what a phone book is. A couple other things like the Europa Clipper reason, and it's a radar system that's on this probe that's on its way to Europa and the Jovian systems. And it just passed within the last month a huge milestone of deploying the reason radar and making sure it works, because it's already out of here, it's already gone, and we couldn't really do that on Earth. So it passed with flying colors. We're looking forward to what it finds and what it reads when it hits Europa. But I was thinking about talking about that. So there's a couple other things. Declassified, we've talked about quite a few different things. I'll talk about the USS Maine. We'll talk about the Gulf of Tonkin, maybe Operation Gladio, Project Azorian. Something somebody asked me actually just the other day was, did I know that that the U.S. military actually has two different ways to refuel? There's the Air Force way, which I think the Army is part of as well. And then there's the Navy and Marine Corps way. They actually use two different systems and everything else. And they were unaware of that. And they wanted to know what the differences were. And since I served on an aircraft carrier, I was very well aware of the differences. So we can kind of go over that as well. But what I will be doing is I will be doing posts in the Unfornicated Discord. If there isn't, there will be a poll channel. I believe it's called Community Input. So you guys get to vote on what I do next, because I want to do all this stuff, to be honest with you, because to me, it's fun. But I also want to do stuff that you guys want to watch. So let me know. I'm following your guys' lead here. And that's just because it just makes more sense to me to do that. Where did oh, here it is. Okay. I lost my doc for chat, so I missed out. Here we go. Yeah, my OBS updated today, so a couple things kind of went a little sideways. I'm trying to fix it out. CK, thank you for providing the link to the Discord channel and everybody else. So looking here, we have 32 people who are watching. Thank you. And we're now 30. And we are, well, these are all it's all the usual suspects, which is, by the way, a great movie, of the Zoo Crew. So I welcome you guys all here. I thank you all here. If you are new, welcome to the Zoo Crew, because if you are here, or you're on DP's Debunk's channel, or you're on the Drunk Debunk show, you are part of the Zoo Crew. That is the family name given to this community. It is one that we all share. It is one that we all, well, we mostly share. But it's the name that was coined, probably by accident, that means all of you. And that also means that we will be doing, oh, that reminds me, I will be working this weekend on not only the parody commercials, but also the Zoo Crew uploads. So because I believe Copium got his, so he had to be the first to do it. I believe he's going to do an unboxing. As soon as he does that, we will be releasing the stores for the Zoo Crew, so you can buy your own merch. Again, those are set at the whatever price Fourth Wall tells us is $0. That's what it is. So we hope you wear it with pride. We hope you enjoyed as much as we did. Let's see. Where did I want to go next? Let's see. What are we talking about next? Crowdsourcing. Okay. I need your help. This is your chance to, well, shine, get some credit, and basically make me do wild and ridiculous things that I hadn't thought of yet. So this is kind of twofold. So there's an ask for me, and there's an ask for someone else in the community. Let me do the other one in the community first. Conspiracy Music Studios says that, because we were talking, if you have an idea for a song, you don't have to write the song. Okay, don't worry about that. That's what he'll do. But if you have an idea, something that you've seen that's absurd, that is ridiculous, that is next level, like face palm, your head hits the desk because you knocked yourself unconscious, derpitude, send it to Conspiracy Music Studios, send it to them either in Discord or send it to them in, send it to me or send it to him directly. Either way, I'll make sure he gets it. But I told him since I was asking for help, I would go ahead and ask for him as well. So if you have those, send them over to him. He's always looking to make new songs and new material. And there's one thing this not short of is material, but getting to all the material and seeing it and weeding through it is time consuming. So there's people out there that are part of the Zoo Crew, that it's like a small army, who do their best, subject themselves to this brain rot, and watch this shit for us and provide clips and stuff like that. And, you know, that they are, everyone, I mean, if you don't know who they are, they're out there. I can name them off individually, but there's like more than a few of them that are there. But it's people like CK, people like IC Spin, people like Monkey Cat Pat Pat, people like Calder. And that's just the ones that I know. And then we can also add Max. We can also add Mike and DP Debunks, because they're watching stuff. I'm watching stuff. Curious UK has his own, you know, his own list of stuff that he finds. And we literally cannot go through all of it. So if you happen to find something that's just like, just a chef's kiss of derpitude, send it to Conspiracy Music Videos. Or you can even send it to me also, and we can debunk it, and he'll write a song about how stupid it is. So that's there. But what do I need your help with? Because look, let's be honest. My stream, my channel, I'm going to be selfish here. I need your help with what should we do right here in the Streamathon. Let's say I have a 2 to 4 hour window to fill. What should we do? What ideas do you guys have? That's your first, let's call it a homework assignment. Don't need an answer right now. Don't need anything like right now. If you have something now, hey, I'll take it. But I'm looking for something that honors Critical Think and what he does and what he has done for the community and what he has put out there. And also is in line with the Unfornicated brand. Because I've watched Critical Think for, I guess, the last year or two. And we are very different. He is the consummate gentleman, all-around nice guy. I'm the sarcastic asshole. And we each serve different roles in the community. But he has done a lot, and I want to honor all the things that he's done, and I want to show all the things that he's done. And I selfishly want to make my stream one of the top earners for him for his GoFundMe. So to do that, I want to do stuff that's fun, that causes you guys to show up and feel like giving. So what do you want to do? You see how this is like one big circular argument here? I mean, it's a genetic fallacy of sorts that I'm relying on you to help me create content that you'll enjoy and therefore participate in. I mean, it works. Don't think too hard about it, because you'll start seeing through the veil. Just, it works. Trust me. Other things. Any Michael Rappaport walk and talk videos? No. Hold on. Let me bring up my notepad here and let me do this. I noticed Man of Steel, great channel, by the way. He posted a video, a link to a video of who the hell's that guy's name? That's in England. The Steel guy, the guy that's like 5G is bad and poison and everything. You know, he posted a video that he made one sentence that was like, let's say 30 seconds long. And I think the only words that were true in that sentence was the and. I've never seen complete misinformation in one sentence. Like, he covered almost every conspiracy combined in one sentence. It was truly amazing to see that. Yes, Mark Steele, that's it. Thank you. Complete dirtbag, complete shit for brains, and definitely on my list for grift as opposed to bit, because I honestly think he believes it, and he's also using it for money. But what I'm talking about is, so don't look through the veil, don't look too hard. I want to know what you guys want to do for content. I want to know what you guys have for ideas, and we'll mix and match them, put them together. I want to fill 2 to 4 hours. I can do it on a rant. I can do it on a declassified. And I can do it on a raw series. I can do it on just a bring a rum, drop the dumb. We can do it any number of ways. I'm pretty open, but the idea is that I want to incorporate the idea that we are here for Critical Think, and that you guys are participating, because participation is what makes this fun. I can sit and talk to myself. I could care less. It's a green dot that I look at right here. And through that green dot, I imagine all of you. And if you weren't there, I would still imagine all of you. That's how I see you guys. So the idea is that you guys are participating, you guys are enjoying it, and you know, we can maybe, you know, earn more for Critical Think than, say, MC Tune or FTFE. Definitely more than the Drunk Debunk show and, sorry, bud, but Curious UK. But Curious UK is also one of the participants, so happy to have him in there. Max from Yerbe Mate Talks is also a participant. So we have quite a collection of content creators, big and small. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I will be back from my vacation right around that time, so it's perfect. Gives me like a week to work on some stuff. So if you guys got ideas, please send them over. Homework assignment number 2. Sorry, finger got hung up there, so it looked like I was flipping you off, but really there was a second finger coming up. It was just delayed. It got caught, etherically displaced on its way out. Homework assignment number 2 is, if you have parody commercials. Now, I know that you're kind of working in the blind here, but they're going to be released next week, all 4 of them. I'm going to do them every day, every other day. I haven't decided yet, but the idea is that if you have a parody commercial idea, by all means, let me know. We can collab. We'll do everything else. You get a nice title card in somewhere in the video. Hell, you may even be in the video. If I'm doing something that needs a testimonial and I need a guinea pig, and you know, you record a bit that I can put into video, like a testimonial of the law firm or something like that, then perfect. But if you have an idea, drop it in, and you know, drop it in Discord, drop it in email. Let me know. I'm happy to collab with those ideas or just run with it. One thing I learned about creativity is that the most random, bullshit can spark something. And my problem is that it sparks it while I'm just getting into bed at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And next thing you know, I'm running up, getting on my computer, spending the next hour typing something out because it's in my head and I don't want to forget it. And then I spend an hour staring at the ceiling, trying to go back to sleep again. And it's like, I got to get up in a couple hours and go to work. Not fun, but fun at the same time. So, those are your 2 homework assignments. If you guys would love to help out with that, I would greatly appreciate it. Who knows? Maybe I'll give away stuff from the merch store as a thank you. We will be doing merch giveaways on the Streamathon. So right here, we'll be doing giveaways, not only of the Streamathon, but also logo stuff, but also Unfornicated stuff as well. So that's kind of where, that's about all I have planned right now. I got a few ideas, but none are like, none that I'm married to. There's none that I'm like really excited about. It's like, yeah, I guess I could do that. Yeah, I could do that too. And nothing that's like, oh, I need to do this. Like, you know. So yeah, those are your 2 homeworks. If you guys would like to help, I am crowdsourcing your creativity. I am stealing your ideas with your permission to use on Unfornicated and make it better and make it funny and make it, oh. Look, I take shit apart and put it back together. That's what my videos are if you look at them. Creativity is kind of a feast or famine. So I'm getting ready for the famine part now. So the idea is plant the potatoes. Like you know, I'm like I'm like Watney on Mars right now, and I'm sitting there thinking about how am I going to survive this? And it's like I want to start planting the potatoes now. I want to go farm this shit, use as fertilizer, plant the potatoes. Pure and simple. So let's see. All right, so that's the other thing here. Thank you, Calder. I love the shirt too. I think it's nice. It's perfect. I do want to get one with the Unfornicated logo and a pattern. And there's actual companies out there that do this. So the idea is that you upload your logo and, they have a standard print of different colors that it shines through. So my Oblivion and I were looking at those at one night, and it's something I'm definitely looking into, but at the same time, it's like, I'm busy. I got a lot of shit on my list here that I need to get taken care of. Oh, there is one project coming up that I'm very, very excited for, but there's a lot of prep work that kind of goes into it. For those that don't know, I'm a scuba diver. So I dive in a dry suit, which means I have, boots that are sealed and, rubber cuffs around my neck and my wrists. But what I want to do is I want to take take one arm and put a PVC pipe in there with a cap and seal it. And then what to do is put a pressure gauge on there. So while I'm in the dry suit, zipped up and everything else, because it's the Apollo zipper conspiracy, is while I'm in the dry suit, fill it up to 4.5 PSI gauge, meaning the pressure differential between the outside air and the air inside my suit. In other words, exactly what is actually done in the EVAs. And show that A, I don't look like a balloon. Show that B, I can move around normally. And C, that a zipper can hold air pressure back, can retain a pressure seal because of how they're designed. Because those air and waterproof or resistant zippers are designed by NASA prior to them going to the moon. And we still use it today. Just like the rebreathers they used on the PLSS is kind of like the genesis of what rebreathers are used now, modern day. Very similar. Minus the caustic agent that can burn your lungs and make it difficult to breathe after that and ruin your dive career. No bueno. So, but yeah, those are a couple of projects that are coming up. Those are ones that I'm looking forward to. I think they're going to be fun. I'm going to have one of my buddies from Twitter over to help me out, Joe B, who coincidentally works for NASA, to help me out with that project. I think it'd be fun and it would be entertaining to say the least. I don't know, maybe I'll do a TikTok dance while I'm wearing it. Well, who knows? We'll see. One thing you can bet on is going to be absurdity. So why not be absurd? All right. So we're an hour in and we've already knocked out most of the bullshit and housekeeping and everything else. Let's see. Did anybody have anything from Derpitude that they found online they want me to address yet? Discord. I'm just checking tags right now. If you sent it to me and did not tag me, I'm going to miss it. More from AU. Yes. Okay. Nope, no one has anything. Cool. That works. Let me. All right. So I guess what we're going to say is our next bit is going to be conspiracy. Sorry, I'm taking my Flurf PhD course. Next bit is going to be our conspiracy Tinder. Let me pull that bullshit up real quick because nothing says what the F than Twitter. Let's be honest. It is the giant shit show of social media. It is just as bad as TikTok and more anti-Semitic. Because people can type it and don't have to be on camera to say it. So go figure. Amazing how that works. You know what, CK, I kind of agree with you. Twitter's rough. There's a few of us that are over there. People like Copium Emporium and I are like usually on the same tags. There's a couple of us that are over there that are content creators who are Sea Lion Prime is over there. There's a couple of us who are like together working on stuff and debunking stuff in real time, tagging each other in and out of different ones that are the specialties. Obviously, mine's like radio radar. But we are actively working on like debunking it there. But I've been concentrating a lot of my time on YouTube and trying to get content out because I have a few videos and there's no reason people stick around for very long. I need to make more. So it's like Twitter kind of takes a back seat on occasion. But yeah. But I will say this. Do you remember the radar anomalies we did the other live stream we did? Well, the exact video that I went over. Remember, radars in 2D, laser on a table, blah, blah, fucking blah. You know, all that stupidity that was debunked by me in real time about talking about the shape, you know, radar's a cone. If it's flat, it would be a dome, and it's not. Why? Oh, curvature. Things like that. That exact video was posted today as proof of the flat Earth. I was just like, and Sea Lion Prime tagged me in and was like, hey, or no, was it? I think Sea Lion Prime tagged me in another one. Who was it that tagged me in? Oh, Ace Fox tagged me in. Ace Fox 1. He's also here on YouTube. Does some great photography on air shows and stuff like that. He tagged me into this shit show, and I looked at the video. Within 5 seconds, I was like, hey, surprise, I know what this is. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a few seconds here. I'm going to go ahead and play a song. I'm going to pull up a few accounts. I'm going to put you guys on to, you know, actually, I'm going to play one of Conspiracy Music Studios songs. I can't fucking spell today. All right, here we go. So let's go ahead and pull up this song. I kind of want to play, I'm remembering it wrong, but I haven't talked to DP about stealing his own video yet. But no, in the meantime, let's go ahead and go to Conspiracy Music Studios, and we'll play a quick song. What do you guys think? You guys think we should be watching, you guys want to watch Illuminati? You want to watch Bro, Humbly, Sam and the Detective? Let's see. What do you guys feel like? You know what? 4 minutes, 46 seconds. I know it's, I see a Humbly Bro. Okay. Let's see. We have the still Humbly. We have the original Humbly. Am I not? Oh, I'm not even at his fucking channel. I'm like, why am I not seeing all his videos? It's like, holy shit. All right. Witsit Humbly. All right, let's play that. If I can get back in time, great. If not, I'll put a second one in. Maybe I'll have Olivia sit over here and push a couple buttons for me. But yeah, let's play Humbly.
Use wits, it gets it, step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth, get ready for the hype, bro. Ace algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's a globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics a maze, bro. May objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small bits floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick the show, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Wits it gets, it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it's so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro. To keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic tourist field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro. On my stream, called him demon possessed, said the globe was a scheme. Never needed no proof, just a fire in my eye. Love the sound of my voice, now I'm the one they crucify. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and world without a clue. Preach my gospel of suspicion. Now the joke's on old me too. I lit every fire with reckless delight, but it burns when it comes back to bite. Funny how a dose of your own venom bites when the dark accusations haunt your night. I once believed I was righteous and bold, but now this bitter harvest feeling cold. Now they say I'm Illuminati with a triangle for a crown. This ain't the justice I imagined when I was tearing others down. Through 1,000 crazy stories, now they're spinning back around. Every face is looking sideways, and my own words drag me down. Yeah, it's unfair. I tell you, it just ain't right to be judged by the shadows in the fading light. Yes, the world keeps spinning, flat or not. When what goes around will it comes around.
Now that is why you subscribe to that channel. Oh man, tell you what, the two parts. There's one part of each of those videos that I love. When Nitwit's doing the whole, and that's just fucking that's perfect. And the Illuminati one, when there's the bicycle saying, you know, basically calling back to basically things he said, disgusting things he said about Lisbeth, and the fact that he's sweating is it is absolutely perfect. I mean, when I was talking to him last night, I basically told him he's going to have a very hard time topping that. And, but I hope he does, because I guess that's kind of what we all do as content creators. We always try to top the last stream or the last video or, whatever. But you know, it's a fine line. It's like, how do you make it great without going too absurd? How do you make it better without going, you know, leaning more into the absurdity? Because even with my own videos, like, I'm trying to point out the absurdity, but I don't want to misrepresent what's being said, because then I'm now doing a bit and I'm not debunking anything. I'm just mocking it. And that's one thing I don't necessarily want to do. Is I enjoy pointing and laughing. There are times where pointing and laughing that's it. That is the reason why we do this, because it is so unhinged and so detached from reality. You cannot help but point and laugh. And then there's times where it calls for something more nuanced, where it's like, all right, I'm going to point and laugh and show how dumb you are by destroying this thought that you have in this claim and this theory or what you think or belief. And it's a real fine line that you got to kind of toe, or that I have to toe. And I do cross over on occasion, but stuff like that. But these videos are just top notch. I've been subbed to him since the beginning. As soon as I saw it on MC Toon's stream, I was like, this is perfect. I need to be in. And now I'm actually talking to him. You know, we've had a lot of conversations. He's also a former service member in his country's military and stuff like that. So we've had a lot of different conversations, and he's just one of my favorite people to talk to. He just has a lot of he has a lot of just good material. And the fact that I may have had a small hand to play in the next one, it's like, yes, I'll take that. That's a feather in my cap kind of mentality. All right. So with that being said, what the hell is going on? Okay, it's 10 o'clock. So Remy thinks it's Zoomy time and she has her dino nugget and she is, no, what were you doing? Oh, to the song? Oh, okay. So apparently Olivia was dancing and Remy was going ape. Well, she was derping and it was making Remy excited. Oh, sorry. She was trying to distract me, but the problem is she's over here and I can't always see what's over there because that's where it's dark. It's called dark. So, but anyway, um, so what we have, so Remy has her dino nugget on the bed and is going nuts. I think she made a hole in it and is now taking the stuffing out of it. So it's not kids, it's the dog. If it's not the dog, it's the kids. And somewhere along the line, well, every day is happy and full of laughter because half the time you look at them and just shake your head. All right. So, it's going to be time for, well, I guess it's going to be time for a little, let's see what kind of stupid ass conspiracies we can find on X, Twitter, what the hell other. All right, let's transition over here. And like I said, if you guys have anything that you want to discuss or go over or you think deserves an unfornicated look at, let's do that. So here's one of my favorite accounts. As you can see where his @ is right here, Bill Gates is a psycho. There isn't a conspiracy that is out there that this guy does not wholeheartedly believe. Now, whether or not, let me rephrase that he doesn't perpetuate on social media. Whether or not he believes it, it's kind of hard to tell because you see this nice little blue check mark right here. This means he's monetized, which means all the views he gets and all the interactions he gets is money in his pocket. So why not put the most outrageous shit out there if people are going to believe it, interact with it, try to debunk it, do all these other things, and basically add interactions to it and increase his views. So as a debunking community within X, within Twitter, we have kind of taken upon ourselves to no longer interact on his individual posts. Instead, we quote the post and add the debunk to that and basically show what a moron he is. Jim Daniels, in non-related news today, my daughter was promoted to staff sergeant E5 yesterday in Germany, and I'm a proud AF dad. Carry on. Jim, congratulations to your daughter. Staff Sergeant E5 is what we call a non-commissioned officer. Actually, E4 is non-commissioned officer, sergeant. E5 is a big to-do. Congratulations. I am sure you're proud. E5 was the rank I was at before I left. In the Navy, it's a petty officer second class. But for those who don't know military ranks, E stands for enlisted. It's numbered from 1 to 9. I think 10 if you go into the senior enlisted of the whole service, but it tops out at like 9, 7, 8. Yeah. So in the Navy, it's chief, senior chief is 8. E9 is master chief. And then Marines and Army have their own things. But there's different branches you go into, whether it's leadership and we call it top or first sergeant and stuff like that. But I digress. Congratulations, Jim Daniels. I'm sure you're very proud. Give our congratulations to her from your virtual family here at Unfornicated, Derp Vengers, and the Zoo Crew, because it's well earned. It's not easy to get that. But that's great. I'm happy to hear that. CK is doing laundry and helping out. Well, thank you, CK. I appreciate the help. There's a bunch of other wrenches here too. So I'm sure someone will pick up the slack. If you say that you need to step away, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We'll get through it, I'm sure. I'm not completely inept just when it comes to audio, which Hasn't happened quite yet this stream. And I noticed Cygnus didn't actually call out that that's going to be one of those streams where audio goes haywire. So I think he learned from his last one. Big Fish, yes. Concerned citizen is all you really need to know about his name. And then you look at his @ and you're like, well, now I know everything I need to know about this account. And the funny thing is, you see where over here where it says you might like? Well, there's a few special ones over there that we're gonna crawl through. Tucker Carlson, I don't really care. 9/11, heartbreaking call from the passenger that has been hijacked. Yeah, sure, okay. Oh, look, vaccines. Yeah, okay. Like I said, there's not one he doesn't. Oh, floods. Oh. Okay, so if you've spent any time in the debunk community, which I know all of you have, I want to look at this first post here. Says, no, you're not imagining it. These are floods and fires happening all over the world right now. They're all on the same day. Now, they say, or they're all multiple days, but they're happening at various same days at different areas for like a week. They will continue to blame climate change. It's not. Okay. So what the hell is it then? Can you tell us what you think it is? Can you provide proof, evidence, empirical tests, measurements, anything at all that could help back up your claim, no matter how obscure it is? Do you have just the most minute piece of evidence that it supports the claim you're not making? And the funny thing is this is one of the accounts who learned this lesson. Because when these accounts get marked with a community note, it gets demonetized. So instead of making claims that can be debunked and now it gets a community note, they now go out of their way to just ask questions or just to allude to the reasoning without ever saying it, because then it can't get a community note. A community note could out its way and say, you know, the original poster is inferring this or inferring that. Whatever. Canadian Space Advocate, it's HARP. Don't make me time you out. I know you're doing it to gaslight me, but it's not. It won't work today. So yeah, well, you notice there's no community note because there's nothing to community note because I'm just saying that it's not climate change. So you could say it's climate change, but then it's not really community note because it's just a difference of opinion. But if he's to say it's HARP, well, then he's going to get 12 community notes of varying different that are rated as helpful or not helpful until one gets attached to the post and gone. There goes all that money. And you notice, one thing I want you to notice as we're going through this real quick, I want you to take a look at the time. Okay, so this is based off of 3 hours from when I posted this. Now, he's in the UK. So it is 3 o'clock in the morning there now. So it's called 4 hours difference. So it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. So 2:30. So keep that in mind where it's going to post. So let's roll back a little bit here. So 12 hours ago. So okay, 57 minutes ago he posted this. 3 hours. 3 hours. What's this one? The commies running Canada are now finding people $25,000 just for walking in the woods. That was 4 hours ago. I'm sure that'll get a community note. So wait, let's go back here. What is the headline?
So let me.
Nova Scotia bans hiking and use of vehicles in woods as dry conditions raise wildfire fears. You mean like the wildfire that's fucking going on right now that I have to deal with because of air quality controls? air quality problems. That there's smoke in the air, you can smell it, you can see the ash, you can see everything else. Oh, but they're going to ban hiking. Yeah, they're going to ban hiking because they're fighting a fire. But he doesn't say that. And he assumes that nobody from Nova Scotia is going to be on here looking at this because there's a whole big globe out there, even though he thinks it's flat, of people who are interacting with his account. What are the chances that one of them are from Nova Scotia as a Canadian Space Agency? Help me out. What is the population of Nova Scotia? A couple 100,000 maybe at the most? Out of 13 billion? Yeah. Fat chance. He won't get a community note. And here's the thing. We can put a community note on it, but then it has to be voted that it's helpful, a certain amount of votes before it can actually get placed on the post. In the meantime, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. So when we look at things like this, climate change. So is this a grift or a bit? Is this for engagement? We swipe left. If it's for something he believes and he's just promoting it, we swipe right. Now, to me, with this account, I look at the bigger picture. How many times has he posted within, say, 12-hour period in a day? How many different conspiracies does he post about in a day? Because if he's covering every conspiracy every day, that is a grift. Simple. He's not providing evidence. He's not providing anything else. He's not providing a claim. The way it's worded tells you what it is. 1 million in Nova Scotia. Okay, so 0.01% of the population or something like that. I'm not doing math tonight. In other words, not much. I was a little off. I was off by a decimal place. That's a factor of 10. That's well within the margin of error for me. So yeah, Nova Scotia bans hiking. Yeah, and okay, because there's an ongoing fire. Thank you. Let's see. What's likely happening in the Kanye West-owned warehouse out in LA? What in God's name? The fact that local news covers this, look, it's a crack in the wall. There might be something pushing out on it. It might be a retaining wall. There might be water behind it. There might be dirt behind it. There might have been an earthquake. Who the hell knows? It's California. There's earthquakes all the time. I grew up there. Big fish. Does he ever post anything that isn't a conspiracy? No. Let's see. Oh, look. Emissions need to be checked. This is chemtrails. It's going down. Look, it's smoking. It's going down. Mayday, mayday, bail out. Oh, no, look, it's perspective. Just going away. Yeah, there's nothing like this that could ever be like, also, changed or edited or things like that. Definitely not chemtrails. We covered that too. Yeah, born and raised in Cali, so I tend to be a little more chill until I run into stupidity. When I run into stupidity, chill goes to the back seat and the satirical asshole comes out. Okay, blah, 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 blah. What else we got? Oh, look, COVID. Okay, so we're still in the same day. 5 hours, 5 hours. Oh, look, more chemtrails, 5 hours. Ooh, look at this. I don't remember seeing this. I'm only 20 years old, but I remember seeing this when I was 10. Oh, fuck me. NASA has been deceiving all of humanity for decades. And he shows a green screen. Where are the bubbles? Where's the refraction in the face mask of the helmet? Because when they're in the water, it's different than if they're in space. Notice that? No, he doesn't. Why does he notice that? Oh, yeah, because it doesn't fit his grift. So needless to say, oh, look, anti-Semitic. Why the fuck not? What's happening in these woods just outside New York? Hey, this is where I live. Yeah, okay. Let's see, far left. Yeah, all right. I had enough of this. There's like a lot of anti-Semitism and everything else. London. Bill Gates' fake lab-produced carbon-neutral butter can't be good. Why does he want to take everything that's naturally beautiful and simply destroy it? Yeah. Do you want to maybe explain, expand on that, maybe provide some sort of context? What do you believe, Mr. Concerned Citizen, who thinks that the moon landings were a hoax, who thinks the world is flat, who thinks that vaccines are bad, who thinks that anyone to the left of far right is bad, who thinks immigration is going to be the fall of civilization as a whole, who thinks that Bill Gates is a psycho, and every other conspiracy you can possibly think of. Please tell us. So Canadian Space Advocate, hopefully you guys are staying safe and the fires are not near you. Copium form. I remember when I was under 10 looking up and seeing them before 1972. Me too. I used to live I used to live on the flight path between LA and Las Vegas. You know what you see when planes are at 30,000 feet? Contrails, especially when it's humid, because the air underneath is really dry because it's California. All right, I had enough of this. We live in a simulation. Oh, look, a little transphobia. Gotta love that. And homophobia. Gotta love that. Oh, and it's a 13-year-old boy who's rapping about it. Even perfect in Vegas. Raise your kids right, bud. Oh, look, and what are you wearing? Is that a backpack he's wearing on his front, or is that like a tactical vest? I can't see. No, it's a tactical vest. Yeah. All right. I'm afraid of him, really. Oh, look, more anti-Semitic pro-Palestine. More homophobia. Raw milk. I haven't even reached 12 hours yet. This is how many he's posted. That seriously whacked up the frequency over Brisbane, Australia recently. Look up, people. You can see the waves anywhere in the sky for yourself. So they're talking about frequency. What are we talking about here, concerned citizen? Are we talking about HARP? Explain to me how HARP, all the way up in Alaska, way the fuck up there, is affecting Brisbane way down there. I don't care if it's flat. I do care if you think it's flat, but if it's flat or a globe, doesn't matter. Explain how that happens. Those can't be naturally occurring by any means. You guys never took, looked up clouds. Oh, no, that's right. It would ruin your grift. You know what we can do? Huh. Hold on. Let's see. Was HARP transmitting anytime that week? Last time it transmitted was 6.9 megahertz and 9.6 megahertz. Hey, a lot of 6s and 9s in that one. On July 23rd and 24th. So when were those clouds at? Because that's 2 weeks ago. Can you provide us with the date of when those clouds were? No, that's right, you can't. Because you're just parroting somebody else and just making it up as you fucking go. This is why we don't interact with these. This is why we quote. So if you are on Twitter and you do see these accounts, here's what I want you to do. in all essence, seriousness, don't interact with the original post. Quote it, then ridicule it. Take it off his post, lose the interaction. Don't click more, don't click anything else. Quote it first, then you can look at it. It doesn't count as an interaction. Take the money out of these people's pockets because all they are spreading misinformation and being stupid. And they are the reason why channels like mine and ours and all of them are here. It's ridiculous. 9 hours. Oh, look. I don't know. Dark trails. Oh, look, xenophobia. Gotta love that. Islamophobia. I have to steal this for my kids and brandish a gun. Okay, yeah, I'm sure. Oh, look, a baby otter. Maybe it's not every. So to answer your question, Big Fish, yes, he made one post today that was not a conspiracy. Although he'll probably say that they're not endangered or something like that. I don't know. But look, who doesn't like a baby otter? Let's name him Bodhi. Let's make him the spirit animal of Unfornicated because Percy is bait. Mikey is chatting with a cop right now. Caller, why are you doing this? Is he breaking out his Bill of Rights? Answer me that. Does he have his Bill of Rights out? If he has his Bill of Rights out, I might move over there to go look at it and laugh. I mean, please tell me he gets arrested. Please tell me something. There's something to show for this. I don't want to go watch his fat head. That's me every morning, just scratching and be like, I gotta get up. Let's see, 10 hours. Plasma lightning. I don't know what that is, but I'm willing to bet it's probably closer to AI. If someone knows that one, I mean, here's the thing. I'm curious enough to look at this, take a screenshot, and go look for it. They call it plasma lighting. Fine, let me go look up plasma lighting. Let me go look up, this was in Stamford, Connecticut. That's not far from here. It's on 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I'm sure I can find some kind of a source that provides some kind of information on it. What does he provide? Have you ever seen plasma lighting? Nah, me either. Crazy experiments in Stamford, Connecticut. Okay, which is right outside New York City. In Stamford, Connecticut, they're doing crazy experiments, which includes pumping millions of tons of metallic particles into the atmosphere and expect crazy results. Proof, evidence, citation, a number, measurable, anything. Nope, because it's a grift. So concerned citizen gets a swipe left no matter what the hell he posts, except for the otter. By the way, this is still all one day. All one day. Words or spells. Yeah, you guys all remember that one? Okay, I'm sure that's some sort of racist thing because it's concerned citizen. All female catfish. Yeah, okay. I'm sure that's like the... Oh, yeah, the frogs are gay. Remember that one? Yeah, this is more bullshit. Oh, look, more radical left. Government overreach. Oh, look, drag queens, because we can't have that. You know, a lot of political things going in here. Here's your flat earth proof, you know, evidence for the day. Everyone knows this picture because it's cropped. Actually, let's pause here for a moment because I do have an update for you. All 30 of you, here's an idea. I shit you not, a flat earther did something. Now, pick up your jaws, sit down, and fan yourself for a minute, okay? Because I'm going to expand upon this a little more. And I'm not lying. This isn't a bit. 2 flat earthers, at least one flat earther, did something. The other flat earther that was there is Marjorie Bishop, who's been on this channel before. Well, has been spotlighted on this channel before. And she was kind of like Witsit in Antarctica. She's basically luggage. She stands around and, yeah, I don't know what else she does. She doesn't, I don't know what she provided to the experiment as a whole. My guess would be not much, because if you've been on Twitter and you've been seeing some of her posts, you know that she's, well, borderline illiterate and can't even, she couldn't science her way out of a wet paper bag. So whatever, but I digress. Let me now sit down, because I don't want you to fall over. They did something. They literally he did a lot of reposts today. Okay. Well, I guess he didn't actually have it, so I guess we'll go to, I guess Marjorie did have a service. Marjorie provided a service of, her partner probably filmed it. I don't know why he didn't put it on his post. That seems to be kind of rather dumb, but okay. Globe Slayer, I don't know why you're letting someone else take credit for your work, but hey, do you, bud. I know, whatever it takes. I don't know why it does that either. Okay. No way. She's unblocked me. Go figure. Hey, Globe Slayer, if you're using her for your media outreach, you might want to get somebody new. Is this my connection, or is this just her stupidity? All right, hold on. Let's do something here. Oh, it was her live. All right, fuck it. I'm not screwing around with this. All right, here's what happened. They launched a weather balloon. They filled it up full of helium, most of it up to helium, and they put it up into the sky. Last update I got, which was around, I don't know, 4 or 5 this afternoon, was that it came back down. It went up. They have a camera. They've accounted for all sorts of things. They were planning on it going to about 110, 120,000 feet before it came back down. It was it was a rectilinear lens. It was a camera. It was in a video the whole way up. It was going to be spinning, obviously, and things like that. And it had a GPS tracker on it. So the tracker came down. They were able to find it, and it was sitting in a 50-foot tree. And they were trying to figure out how to get out of the tree. I wish them the best of luck. I can't wait to see the footage. But the best part is supposedly Globe Slayer is going to be interviewed by the local North Carolina news station about what he found. Because, I mean, let's be honest. He's one of the few flirts who actually did something. So that's kind of like noteworthy. But here's the problem. What do we think he's going to find? The same thing we all know, same thing we've all seen, same thing that we've all done. My question is how intellectually honest is it going to be when he gets the footage? How intellectually honest is Marjorie going to be when she gets the footage? Are they going to have a split? In other words, who's going to be up on Pride Rock as Simba and get thrown to the wolves? Wait, that didn't happen, right? Whatever. So I'm more curious to see what happens. But the fact that he or the news team thinks is noteworthy enough to actually interview a flat earther to give them credibility about what they're able to find is completely asinine. Now, granted, it's going to be a recorded segment, so if he says some stupid shit and they decide that it's not worth it, they won't even air it. Fine, great. Use your editorial license. But still, holy shit. Marjorie is guano crazy. Yeah, Copium, you and I have had run-ins with her on multiple occasions. We can't even remember all the interactions, but whatever. So now Marjorie, even though she has a blue check mark, not a grift. I think she truly believes it, but uses it as a supplemental income. It's advantageous to her to be monetized. Because I think she actually believes it, because she's that fucking dumb. Sorry. Big Fish, excellent point. Are they going to publish raw, uncut footage? It's what they demanded of us. Yes. I want the footage. I want the height you reached. I want to know what direction you're facing at any point in that video. I want to know the specs of the camera, the specs of the lens. I know they already posted it, but I want it again in one neatly presentable. I know what I want. I want you to do a video going over all those things, show them in there, show that you put it in that cooler, show that you sealed the cooler, uncut, make sure you tie it to the balloon, uncut, that it goes all the way up and then we see it come back down, and that you open it, uncut, and show me plugging it into a laptop so I can see the footage uncut. No cuts allowed. To me, that seems to be a very reasonable expectation. Right? Right? Am I being unreasonable here? Am I asking for too much? I mean, should we give them a pass because they actually did something? Even though they might not know what they were doing? Because I'll be honest, watching them fill a balloon with helium for 45 minutes was, God, it was painstaking. I got a migraine watching it because it was like, the only saving grace was that A, I could speed it up, and B, they were doing something. But if they show curvature, do they get the Jaren treatment? If they show curvature, do they deny it to see curvature, even though it's right on the screen? Do they falsify edit the image to meet their predetermined result, so they can say, "Look what we did," because it'll give them clout within their echo chambers. Who knows? The funny thing is that probably all of us can think about it and literally think about it and say, yeah, they would do that. Yeah, I don't know if we can trust them. Not outside my expectations. Wouldn't be surprised. Add any of these adjectives to that list. Coldfield, you're absolutely right. 3 things. Bury it, find a way to deny it, run away. That is the Bob Nodell version of the gyroscope, summed up in 3 steps. All right, so let's go back to Concerned Citizen, because there is nope, that's not it. There's another account here that, it changed. All right. The Illuminati bot, because if you think Concerned Citizen is unhinged, I got one for you. Blue check mark. Well, there's a flag, right? There's a red flag. Let's see. Let's go to an hour ago. 401k is the biggest scam in the financial industry, period. says somebody who's unemployed, probably, because mine's gone up. Actually, I don't pay that much in fees. I pay very little fees on mine, and I know how mine are calculated. And oh, by the way, my company actually matches it. And if they had a great year, they'll match even more of mine, additional 4%. So if I give 6, they'll give me 10 if we do a good year. Not really a scam. My portion, that's free money as far as I'm concerned, and I get it back. Floating waters using frequencies. Have you ever seen a humidifier that has a gap and you can see a drop kind of go down slowly and go back up slowly like it's going? The drop goes up like anti-gravity. Olivia has one. I got it for her for Christmas. The drop goes back up. It's because the stream's there the whole time. It's not floating. But because of the way the light is, because of the way that the water forms, it appears to do that. None of this is fucking magic. None of this is frequencies. Brenda, you're not wrong. It is cool. It is cool that they have this very... Why is it... Hold up. Hold up. It is very cool. It is also very interesting how it works and everything else, and it is a good use. Is it a conspiracy of frequencies and the... what is it? The... what's the... it starts with an S. The Sunderland resonance of the Earth or whatever. No, it's none of that stupid shit. It's none of that 432 megahertz music that was changed from 433 megahertz or what the hell ever shit that they talk about when they talk about classical music and stuff like that. That still doesn't use that. It's not the conspiracy they think it is. But here's the thing.
Isn't this amazing future? Now, excuse me while I continue.
So if the stream, right, is just dancing, why is the cup filling up? Because the stream is going the whole time, and it's just the way the water collects, and it's the way that the light hits it that it shows it as one drop. Just like that humidifier. It is a humidifier. It's basically an entertainment gag. It shows the water going up. Does the water go up? No. Gravity exists. It goes down. But it appears to go up. And as soon as you stick your finger in there, you feel the whole stream going, going down, and the whole illusion explodes. Well, not literally, but vanishes. Oh, sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze. But frequencies. Sure. Okay, I don't know that one. Oh, God. Okay. I generally stay away from politics unless the politics go right in line with the conspiracy. Thus, the weekly STD report that came out that basically said why some government officials and states specifically are dumb. That's where I lean into. RFK is having a real shitty week because not only is he saying this, which is not true, he's also saying that chemtrails are real. He's saying basically every stupid ass thing he said previously, he's repeating. This is who's running our Health and Human Services Department within the government. Just think about that for a minute. Like, we pick only the best people. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, here's one of my other favorite accounts too. I'm going to go to him next, and then we'll be done with this bit. Tariffs on gold bars? Yeah. Okay. It's probably because of EU tariffs or not, but it's not because it's gold. It's because of where it's coming from. Okay. Well, How is this a fucking conspiracy? World's leading drone delivery company, Zipline, uses autonomous charging stations to power its fleet. Okay. What's the conspiracy here? We finally got Joanne on the record admitting she's a Glober. Sorry, Mikey. Sure that hurts. Okay. So these are the same people who sit there and say, the truth is always hard. The truth is never popular. The truth never fears investigation unless it debunks it, in which case they run from it. This is what these accounts do. Now, 102,000 for 15 hours, 32,000 for 14 hours. This one's not as bad as Concerned Citizen, but we'll do other stupid shit. Reposted somebody else. 8 hours, 21,000. But all these impressions are worthwhile, 48,000. I mean, it's not millions, not hundreds of thousands like Concerned Citizen, but they rack up. So why not keep posting all day fucking long of every conspiracy and rinse, repeat every day? Here's the problem when they do rinse and repeat. They read the back of a shampoo bottle and they applied that to their life, and they applied that to their business model of going online and posting shit. The problem is they failed to read the warning about do not drink the shampoo. That's what's going on here. Caller, you're not wrong. I want one of those drones. Big Fish says, I'm in the UK and even I know RFK is dumb as a box of rocks. Well, Jimmy Bonkers, yep, I agree. Yeah, MCS here, by the way, I love when you guys have conversations that I can kind of jump into. I love this. I'm a big fan of his also. Mind bending. It's enough to, as someone who took architecture and drafting and stuff like that, I look at his drawings and be like, I start taking it apart in my head to be like, how would I draw that? Like, how would I recreate it? How would I draw that as part of a, as part of a drawing, mechanical drawing of sorts, to show that same demonstration and why does it work? I immediately take it apart to be taken, to see how it works. But when you take a step back away from that and you just admire the drawings as a whole, you're like, this is cool. Okay, Calder, valid question. Can they actually read the shampoo bottle? I admit in my aging eyes, I do have to wear my glasses more often than I care to admit. I haven't had to wear them on stream yet. I can still read, chat pretty well. It helps that I have these big ass monitors that are like 55 inches. That makes the, the words really big. No, I'm kidding. But I haven't had to go that far yet. But the difference is that I need glasses to help me read as opposed to the inability to read. So, which is it, I guess, when it comes to them. That's actually an advancement that's coming out. I think OpenAI said this. There's 5 prompts that are no longer answering, has to deal with mental health, self-diagnosis, something about like, I forgot all the 5, to be honest with you. But it was something about like, they're no longer sycophants. They're no longer addressing depression. They're no longer financial gains, all these other things that they were doing. They've now no, they're no longer answering those prompts. It's behind a wall now. So Sarah, you're absolutely right. And that's a funny thing. So there's some of us who need our glasses to see far away, but then, we have to take up our glasses and move it up close to see it. Then put our other glasses, down and be like way over here so I can look at it. I actually have transition lenses, and it's actually worse because I have to sit them just right so I can move my eyes up to see far away and look down, in like I'm right at the line where I got to do this with my eyes to figure out where I am. And inevitably, my fucking TV in my living room is at the distance where it's right between the two. So I think this weekend I might be readjusting where some of the furniture is to get it off that, because it's like I look up, it's a little blurry. I look down, it's a little blurry, but I can see the difference as I do it. And it's like I need to either move it closer or I need to move it further away. I need to do something. And getting old sucks. I hate to break it to people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, my birthday is about a month away, a little more than a month away. So I'm looking forward to that. I think I'm going to go spend some time with my sister coming up, I think in this month. And she's my twin, so we get to hang out and do things and stupid things together. The big thing is we go to In-N-Out, like as soon as I get out of like we land in LAX and we hit In-N-Out on the way out, because I'm in New York. We don't have In-N-Out. I miss In-N-Out. So I want my comfort food from home. And then we'll hit like Wahoo Fish Taco, and then we'll hit Carl's Jr. We'll hit all the stupid shit that I don't have in New York. We'll hit them up real quick, like in the first 2 or 3 days, just so I can get my fix. Then then we'll cook food and relax and just do general things for the next 3 days. And then the day before we leave, I hit up and get a double and some fries on the way to the airport, because I'm going to eat it at the gate, because I don't care, because I want to get one last bite before I go. The new ChatGPT is nice now. She doesn't sound like she's pissed. Mine was always very positive. I named mine Pearl, and it's an acronym. And I don't remember what the acronym was anymore. I should probably ask her. And like what I do, the only thing I use it for is I use it for 2 things. Or 3 things. 3 things I use it for. I use it to finalize like a drawing that either my daughter or I made for merchandise. And what it does is it takes our sketches and like posterizes them. It vectorizes them for us, or it gives us a PNG that I can vectorize, and then I can actually upload and get larger images so we can put them on the merchandise and stuff like that. The other thing I use it for is when I'm done with the script, is I will give it to multiple AIs, because there's a reason for that. And I have them check accuracy, and I have them check tense, because I habitually revert, like go from present to past tense, back to present, back to past throughout my script. And since I wrote it, I don't see it. So the 2 things I tell it is check me for accuracy, because I do my own research. And I tell it to check my tense, and also like spelling, punctuation, stuff like that. Because one of the biggest problems I have is being colorblind, is that when you have a misspelled word, the line that's underneath of it is red. And I use dark mode on everything. So when it's red, I don't see it very well. So because I don't see it, I might have misspellings and things like that. And while misspellings is not bad when I'm trying to put up a script and I use it, it's not that big of a deal. But there's been a few times where I've been looking like, what the fuck word is that? It's like not even close. And it's like, oh, Jesus. So I use it for my spell check. I use it for my tense, because I always fluctuate between the 2. And I check it for accuracy. And then I'll go to another AI and do the same thing. Then I'll go to another AI and do the same thing. And then I give the script to my 14-year-old daughter to read it, for her to tell me it makes sense, because a lot of my scripts are technical in nature. I'm trying to explain things. So if she can understand it at 14, my assumption is that most everybody can understand it. Now, let me rephrase that. Most normal people can understand it. There's still going to be those nuh-uhs and I don't understand, and you're humbly, bro, you're conflating, you're poisoning the well, blah, blah. And, one of 14, 15 fallacies enter here. But they're not my audience. My audience is people who want to learn something technical and want to learn something that they never heard of before. They may want to figure out what it was before and explain the way that becomes easy to understand. That's what I want to do. Let's see. Jordan Peterson. he's an interesting individual. There is a channel. Let me find it real quick. I'm gonna go in my other window here. Hold on. There's a channel that I found recently that I absolutely enjoy because it's like a anti-flirf channel, but not in the sense that you're thinking of. The anti-flirf channel is here we go. Oh my God. Olivia was watching a whole bunch of stuff while I was gone. So the channel is called Framing Logic.
Identity. In other words, the bouncer hears what
he'll look at logical arguments and he slows them down and he starts actually examining the fallacies and sorry, I'm getting caught up in chat. It's funny. Thank you, Sarah, for happy birthday. Or that's for Monkey Cat Pat Pat or whatever. Happy birthday, whoever's coming up. Happy birthday to me. It's coming up. It's in a month. I'm not taking the whole month as a birthday because I think that's kind of selfish, but I will take the week. Aldebaran, you and I, you've seen my typos. I mean, here's the funny thing. When you look at Discord and you're having a conversation with me, either in a channel or on DMs, almost 75% of the posts that I make will say edited at it because my brain moves faster than my fingers and I've already moved on. I'll forget words, I'll misspell words, or I just don't give a shit. So that's funny. But anyway, so this other channel is called Framing Logic. And what he does is he takes grifters and presenters and debates and he reframes them in the sense of, let's slow it down. Let's listen to what he's saying. And by taking what he's saying, let's draw a map of what he's framing it as. So the idea is to identify that when someone's making a intellectually dishonest attempt, where they're boxing you in and giving you a framework that you have to work in that is not feasible. It's not possible. And what I love about the channel is that you take someone like Witsit, you take someone like Oakley, you take someone like Flatsoil, you take like any of these conspiracy theory people. And then you, and especially kind of like the flat earthers, who just spout off fallacy. It's like a shotgun effect, right? And they don't even know what they're saying, but they still say it. I mean, if you're on X, you know the person I'm talking about. It's called Libra of Eden. He's the biggest one of them all because he just posts a meme of a fallacy and it makes no sense with what was actually just said because he just throws it out there. It's like, all right, what's next kind of mentality. But he explains it. And he also explains how he's using it to trick his audience, how this person is using to trick your audience, how this person is using it as a grift, how this person is framing is creating a framework where you're being ambushed, you're being set up, you're basically walking into a trap. The Star Wars meme of it's a trap, that's it. And he has everything else. So let me bring this over real quick. So here's this guy's channel here. It's called Framing Logic. If you're interested in stuff, things like logic and stuff like that, well worth a follow for no other reason than some of the people he has on here. This carrot lady, oh my God. I've seen some conspiracies that are baffling, I guess is the right word. I don't even know how to describe this, but she literally goes out of her way to say that carrots aren't food because they're related to this other plant that is poison is used to abort fetuses and blah, 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 blah. So you can see where this is going, right? That they've genetically engineered the carrot to be carnival food and it's not food. We shouldn't be eating it. This is the shit we're up against. This is the stupidity that is perpetuating online. She has a Patreon. She is a speaker. People pay money to go listen to her route this. And she gives herself this sense of authority because I believe she calls herself like the Viking princess or the Viking nutritionist or something like that. So she, does her hairs like, like the Viking TV show, like Lagatha. She has the braids that goes back. Everything's on top that goes back. She's got like this rat fur scarf, and she talks about ancient times like she's some kind of archaeologist, but it's a grift. People pay money to go to this, to listen to this bullshit, and to sit there and say carrots aren't food, here's why, and doesn't allow questions or anything else like that because the forum that she's in doesn't allow it. It's not part of the grift. And then people buy into it. Then they go home and they start spouting the other thing, and that information starts growing, and this is what we're stuck with. Social media gave every village idiot, every grifter who never wanted the real job, anybody who never wanted to punch a time card, work 9 to 5, or pay taxes-ish, a megaphone. It gave them a platform, gave them someone outreach, and it gave people things to click. And there was nothing worse that happened for conspiracy theories than the lockdowns that happened for COVID because people were at home. They weren't working. They weren't doing anything but cruising the internet. They were watching this shit. And then critical thinking isn't necessarily taught in schools. The idea is that you should always be curious. If someone brings up a subject that sounds too good to be true, or sounds cool, or sounds haphazard, or sounds dumb, don't stop there. Sounds great? Perfect. Sounds dumb? Even better. Go one step further. Find out why it sounds dumb to you. It talks about cognitive bias. And this is his latest video where he says, the one with Jordan Peterson here, the deceptive logic that he says, he talks about cognitive bias and what it's like a bouncer for us, where in our brains, that it keeps facts that we don't necessarily want, or, excuse me, if there's holes in the logic we're presented with, we fill it in with our own logic or what we want to hear, and how to kind of break through that and kind of how to see it for what it is. So great channel. Definitely recommend watching some of the videos. If nothing else, I watch his videos because I want to learn how to edit like he does, because it's unreal watching him edit, or not watching him edit, but seeing the end result. Like, I don't know how long it takes him to edit, but I want to go sit with this guy for a week while he edits a video and learn some stuff. I mean, it's ungodly. It is top-notch, great information, and it's presented really well. It's probably some of the best stuff I've seen on YouTube. Jim Daniels upgraded the bifocals. Dude, it's not going to get any better. Yeah, Quee Bush, you're right. Don't eat carrots. Yeah, don't eat carrots, whatever you do. It's not food. Big Fish, that's a question you can't ask. That's the problem. TikTok flurf on Everett Anderson. I was in a TikTok live today. Oh my God. Well, of all the social media platforms of flat earthers, and I'll even include Twitter on this because what's left is like pretty low level. The quality of flurfs that are flat earthers that are on TikTok are so below anyone else. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they are stuck on the 200 proofs by Eric Dubé and they have not moved on. Now, we all know that the 200 proofs are bullshit, and he can't even provide one proof, much less 200. And we also know that they have no explanation for simple observations like sunsets and sunrises and celestial poles without invoking magic. So any evidence that they provide is, or any debate with them, is just them asking questions and provide me your understanding of this thing that I don't understand so I can laugh at it. But TikTok takes it to a whole nother level of derp. It's like the derp level is way the hell up here, and the knowledge level is way the hell down here. So it's extreme confidence in ignorance. Oh, Quee, see, look, Quee's doing the good work. He saw that video of Don't Eat Carrots and sent it to a journalist who writes about conspiracies here in NL. Is that New Zealand? Actually, hey, Quee, can you drop me the link of that journalist? Because I'd like to see what they wrote about. Because just one of the things I'm working on, and I really haven't found a way to frame this yet, is I want to do a stream or a very long video about conspiracies as a whole. Kind of like what Veritas did, but a little different. I'm using different source material and things like that. Like I have a couple books, like How to Talk to a Science Denier, about conspiracy. I have a couple books about conspiracy as a whole from the psychological standpoint, about studies that were done. Like one of my favorite ones to quote is that in 2016, Chapman University interviewed 1,000 people. And in this 1,000 people, they all believed that the government was never forthright with their information they provided. So there was always some kind of skepticism regarding the government in these 1,000 people. They specifically picked them for a reason. Then they asked 1,000 people different conspiracies of whether or not the government is hiding information about this event. And it went from Obama's birth certificate. Remember, this is 2016. Obama's birth certificate, Antonio Scalia's death, the moon landing, JFK, all these different things. In fact, I might want to go grab it so I can list them all. But here's the thing. JFK got almost 50%, that the government is hiding information for that. Moon landing hoax got 25%. So that means 1 in 4 of these type of people, not 1 in 4 of the population. Remember, there's a gate here, right? It's not just 1,000 random people. It's 1,000 people who are conspiratorial minded regarding the government. Of those 1,000 people, 25% thought the moon landing was a hoax. Here's the thing. They added on the list the North Dakota crash. That's it. That's all it's listed on. And 33% of the people said, yes, the government is hiding information about this. Here's the interesting thing about this study. The North Dakota crash was specifically created for this event. Nothing's ever happened. There is no North Dakota crash conspiracy. Nothing even knows about it. But because they haven't heard about it, and because they have distrust of the government, 33, more than a moon landing hoax, thought that the government was hiding information because they didn't know any information. Wrap your brain around that. The idea about conspiracies, the idea about the psychology behind it, just, it scratches that itch in my brain. I want to learn more. I want to read more and everything else. I eventually would like to have a specialist with conspiracies on to discuss, to talk about it, to go over it. I just don't know any right now, but that's something for another, that's a problem for another day. But I want to put together a video where I started exploring these different things and present them in such a way of how we got here. How do we get so distrustful of just science? Why did illiteracy in science get so high? How did we just distrust any authority, not just the government? Because I'm right there with you. I mean, if you haven't seen it, the one conspiracy I believe in is the USS Liberty. I made a video about it. I showed where my information is, where my documentation is, where my output is, and my thought. I believe that the government narrative is bullshit, and I call it out as that. I'm not trustful of the government as a whole. But I am more trustful of scientists and mathematicians and things like that who go out on the cutting edge to try to figure things out. because I can look at their methodology. I can test their methodology. I may not be able to access the same equipment they do or anything else like that, but I can look at their methodology, and other peers do the same thing. Look at their methodology, do a peer review, and say yes or no. I mean, just last year, there was this idea about the room temperature superconductor that came out as like 2 significant papers. It's like the holy grail of supercomputing. And what happened? You got peer reviewed and they found out, your methodology here is a little bullshit. Then they found out that the math wasn't mathing. There were some aspects of it that weren't adding up. And because of that, it showed that they fudged the results. They made it say what they wanted it to say. Now we have some sort of, not a conspiracy, but we have, a controversy, right? Now we have some sort of peer reviews aren't valid, everything else. And it's like just science now. And to a certain extent, I agree with like Professor Dave. Like the physicist from Germany, Sabine, she, in her railing against academia, is giving conspiracy theorists ammunition that they need to basically say all of science is bullshit. Every scientist, every mathematician, anybody who actually does the work, nope, don't believe them because I can't do it myself. But in the same breath, Sabine also brings up that it had, since around 2001 to 2004, that science has advanced so far and become so specialized that it's actually no longer within reach of a general layman to understand. And for someone who thinks, because we're talking about people with a very big sense of self, who thinks they're an expert in the field, thinks that they can read a methodology of a PhD at CERN about what their study includes and be able to debunk their methodology is delusional. For sake of another word. It's just the way it is. Dabby, you're absolutely right. It is a conspiracy. It's not, I mean, well, there's the government narrative, and then there's the people who survived it. There's the people who were part of it, or, who had access to information. There's the declassified documents and everything else. They're not the same thing. The video I did for you, I went over the declassified information. I outlined the specific people, outlined the specific topics. And in this case, no, it is a conspiracy. They were ambushed. Not done. End of story. And I debated actually whether doing the video, because conspiracy theorists who tend to be anti-Semitic are going to look at that and say, see, he agrees with me. I agree with you on one point. You look at the Liberty and say, Israel's bad, therefore it's a conspiracy. They ambushed them. I look at it and followed the evidence, and I came to that conclusion. There's a difference between me and a conspirator. It also helps that when I served in the Navy, I served in the same sort of environment that those people worked in. On a ship, as a CTO, sending those same messages that were declassified that you can read online. And you're right, the cover-up was a conspiracy, because it's bullshit. Yes, TikTok is a virus. I made an account because my daughter was sending me stuff, and it was cute stuff. It was great stuff. It was heartwarming stuff. It was just stuff between her and I. It's dad and daughter stuff that she was sending, and I enjoyed it. But because she was on there, I decided that, yeah, let me go take a look around. Right? Let me lift up the cardboard and see what's lying underneath, right? Let me stick my head in the dumpster and see what's really there. And what I saw was a 4-alarm fucking fire in a dumpster. And that was all of TikTok. There was hardly anybody there helping to quell it. And while that may have been my motivation, am I on TikTok quelling it? No, because it's a platform that is just, it's not user conducive. Yeah, I can prop up my phone and I can sit there in my kitchen and go over all this stuff with these people, but, sharing screen ends up being a pain in the ass. And then, the vertical orientation is stupid. And then I luckily found that, Eric Peterson, Globian the Globeface, UK Debunks, Curious UK Debunks, and some other people are on TikTok doing it. Could I be another voice in it? Yes, absolutely could. Do I need to be? Yeah, I'll stick to X. I'll stick to Twitter. It's what I know. It's easier for me. I can go at my leisure. TikTok seems to be, if you're not there to see the live, it's kind of hard to go find it afterwards. So unless you have the time to spend on it, to be there to see it, to record it and everything else, it's hard to find. Versus Twitter is pretty easy to find. You just got to type in a few characters and it comes up. So it's just a difference of things. Just how I use my time, how I value my time, how I spend my time. It's easier for me. Should I be on TikTok? Should I be doing something over there? Yeah, part of me thinks I should. Will I? Probably not. Because luckily my daughter really doesn't spend time over there. She spends a lot of time on YouTube and the streaming services, watching movies with me and stuff like that. So, but she doesn't watch my own videos. So she actually learned a lot about photons, and she actually learned a little bit about USS Liberty. What else has she learned? She learned about the logistics of patrolling an ice wall, which she thinks is absolutely ridiculous. But that's always fun. Aldebaran, Sabine is in Weinstein's pocket, same as Avi Loeb. Yep. Absolutely. Look, I'll make no bones about it. One of my favorite content creators is Professor Dave. And because his humor is very similar to my humor. I'm from California. He's from California. It's just, there's a sense that I have a certain affinity towards him because I can understand him very easily. I understand his jokes. I understand what his call outs are. I understand his sarcasm. All that is very easy for me to understand. I don't agree with him on everything, but I agree with him more often than not. And I've actually learned a lot from his actual videos that aren't debunking shit. Some people don't like him because he attacks people like Sabine. Some people don't like him because he attacks people like Weinstein and stuff like that. I became a fan when he called out Derp and his spectroscopy. I can't even say it right now because I'm laughing. Spectroscopy. Oh, my fucking God, my head hurts. Whatever needs a container. I can't even think about it because I'm laughing so hard because I'm just picturing this. And Dave loses his shit and starts laughing. Spectroscopy, excuse me, needs a container. And it's fucking humorous. I'm dying laughing. I'm laughing now, and I've watched the video 100 times because it is so funny. I became a fan right away. And I started watching his other videos and him going after Bob Liddell and all those other people like Globebusters. And actually, that's where I got the radar comment that Globebusters made. Thanks, Professor Dave, for making it easy to find. Thank you, TDDS. Here's the funny thing. I fucking have to correct you half the time so you can correct me at the same time. Cygnus, I kind of agree. Everyone says Professor Dave is an asshole, and I think that he actually cuts some people some slack because I look at my reactions to these things and I start thinking, yeah, God, I'd be a lot rougher on that. Yeah, it was the ultimate like flirt fail. I loved that one. It was just like, because Dave was just like, I'm sorry, what? Like, did I hear this right? Like, of all the dumbest things to say, what? And the funny thing is that Mr. Potato Head has gone on to say dumber things. And some of the dumbest things that he says has been after that. Like, he took, like, you can't be that stupid to be a challenge. Because now he's passed himself on multiple occasions. Wandering stars are angelic. They're angels. That's been over the last, I think, month. Gotta feed that grift, Weiss, huh? Gotta go in for the religious flurfs because I need that extra $3 or $11 and hope to get that annual subscription. In fact, it's Mr. Potato Head that is the subject of that collab with DP Debunks and the Derp Vengers that is coming out from DP Debunks. And I really hope you guys Go to DPD Bunks. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. If you're not subscribed to the Drunk the Bunk Show, subscribe. If you're not subscribed to Conspiracy Music Studios, subscribe. And if you're not subscribed to Curious UK Debunks, subscribe. Those are the ones I'll just call out right now for tonight. It's going to be a really absurdly funny video. And watch to the end, because we take the absurdity that's the video, and then exponentially apply it to the minute of the ending. So just watch it all the way through. It doesn't, I mean, it's an extra minute. Just trust me, you want to watch it all the way through, because we take the derp and put it on a rocket and send it up. I mean, we make it a spectacular firework finale. It's great. I said DPD Bunks. Don't chastise me. So yeah, and again, if you're new here, we do talk about specific channels, but really the core group of the Derp Vengers, so to speak, as we tend to call ourselves, which is the Zoo Crew, and the shared community is, this channel, DPD Bunks, and the Drunk the Bunk Show. And we have a few others that are very close to us peripherally, and Yuri Mate Talks, and Max, and Curious UK Debunks. And then Olivia also has her own Derp Venger name and dossier, and her own poster, which has turned into all sorts of fun. Oh, Calder, you're absolutely fucking right. Steve's creepy van. My bad, Steve. I'm sorry. That's on me. Steve puts out great content that like, I'm trying to forward this right. He puts out great content, period. End of line. Okay. To quote Tron, end of line. He puts out great content. What I don't like about Steve is that his videos are so thought out, so thorough, that you come away at the end going, like, your brain is in shock from the amount of information he just dumped into you, like into your brain. You just learn from osmosis and just read an encyclopedia. Because he not only dismantles an argument, he preemptively attacks knowing what the next comment's going to be. He puts people in such a way to where it's presented as his opinion, but you come away with saying, I agree, because the information that he provides is so thorough, it is like a court case. I mean, it could be an episode of Law and Order, because at the end, you're going to hear the dong dong, and it's going to roll credits. I hope my material gets to that level. I hope, and his editing is great. Like with him in the windshield and the go ahead and forget your survival instincts and jump in the van for a few minutes and let's talk about this. I mean, every one of the bits that he has just drops solid. And every video of his is solid. It is so well done. Let's watch one of his videos. I don't know how many videos he has. I didn't realize I was still on the same screen. My apologies. Let's see if Steve's creepy van. Is there anybody here who hasn't actually, I don't know how many people we have here actually, to be honest with you. Okay, we got 23 people. All right. So I would assume everyone's here is sub to Steve's creepy van. And if you're not, maybe I can do something to persuade you. Every one of his videos is 20 minutes long and is just a is just a takedown. Kent Hovind, Witsit, Mr. Potato Head twice, Mark Sargent, Dubé, Nathan Thompson, Nathan Oakley. He takes down them all. Yeah, I mean, all those other channels, I mean, I'm sure everyone's already seen those. MC Toon, Reg Rhetoric, Simon Dan, they always have hundreds of, thousands of subscribers, tens of thousands, 100,000 subscribers. So I assume everyone already knows those. That's where I started with my stuff. I think Simon Dan was one of the first debunking channels I subscribed to, followed by MC Toon. And then I started on some other ones from there. And then I actually started watching Flat Earth content on myself, because it's like, they didn't really say that, did they? And sure enough, they did. And that's what kind of started me into this and started me going, headlong into it. And again, it's just something I did when I had time, something I did for fun. And now it's like, well, now I have an actual platform to do it in. But whatever. But yeah, Steve's Creepy Van, I highly suggest just watch one video, give it a shot, see what you think. And if it's not everything I say, you know what? Call me a shill, call me whatever. Let me know you didn't appreciate it then, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I personally like his content, and I'm amazed at how thorough he is in every one of it. So. Hui, you're most welcome. I hope you enjoy his content. He spaces it out, but because it's thorough and because his editing style, I mean, he's also in a band. He also plays, he does vocals, and I believe he plays guitar too. So he's a busy guy, but anytime I see his stuff out, I'm immediately clicking. So, all right, I don't want too much air. You guys that are listening to me there, so let me just go figure out here what it is. How long have we been streaming? It's 11:30. So, all right, so we've been doing about 2 hours now. All right, let's do. Yeah, his music is more metal, more death metal. If you're into that, it's actually pretty good. It's Wormhaven with a Y, I believe it is. He's actually, he has music out. It's not hard to find. It's Wormhaven with a Y. Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm just catching up on chat here. Hold on a second here. How far behind am I? All right, so there's about an 8-second delay. I just watched my head turn. So, and so I'm kind of jumping back and forth. Like I said, if you guys really want something to, to get my attention, tag me in it so it shows up red on my screen. I can see that red, so don't worry about it. I'm not that colorblind yet, but go ahead and tag me in it, and I can read it and make it easier. Otherwise, I assume most of you guys are having conversations between yourselves or adding commentary. And if I see it, I will try to see it, but I'm still kind of getting used to looking this way and having to look over here for material that I'm going over, and to look over here to see chat, and between the two. Like, I bought a small screen to have in the middle right underneath the camera for chat. But the problem I have is that the resolution is too small. Even with glasses, I'd be like looking through here, like trying to read chat, and it'd be completely terrible. It'd be, the words, I mean, this video is hard enough to watch. That would make it worse. None of you would be here. No, I just noticed that my window is not caught up on chat. And I saw something from an hour ago. Just watched a vid on Ong's hat. Maybe the first totally made up story that became a conspiracy on the early internet, despite the author actually saying he made it up. That's the part I want to spend so much time on and learn and make a video of. And it's just like, I don't want to just gloss over and say it's here, here, and here. Like, I want to do a deep dive. I want to go into it with a psychologist, a psychiatric, somebody who specializes in conspiracies. Maybe even a former conspiracy theorist themselves, or a few of them, which I have access to. I did an interview with one on X, Stephanie Kremener. So she was 9/11 No Planes. She was Sandy Hook. She was a bunch of these other ones. Not Flat Earth. That was too far. Give her credit. And we were talking about how the community works and how, you know, people can challenge the narratives of the community. At what level within the community or the pyramid scheme do you have to be for your theories to take hold and stuff like that. That's why I tried to like go downwards so I was out of the camera at least, so I didn't, you guys didn't like. Yes, that was it, Calder. I'm glad you found it. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really have anything else kind of going on for the night. I mean, we can go back to X and start looking at some of these derpitudes. I'm going to need a nature break real quick. So why don't we go back to conspiracy music videos? Why don't we play one of the wits at one, the other wits at one, or something else along those lines, just so I can use the bathroom. Nature breaks are a real thing. One of the funny things about riding a road bike is that using people's yards as a quick break stop is something that happens when you're riding around this area. Because, you know, you're kind of 30 miles in and you're kind of a long way from home. You're not going to make it. So plus you're sitting on that little tiny seat and then you're whatever. We don't go into my hobbies. I gave up road riding because of my back, and now I do gravity assisted mountain biking, which means I take a lift up the mountain and I just coast down and let gravity take over, or electrostatics, or relative density, whatever the downward bias is in your world. That's what I take. I wanted to see. Okay, we're going to do What About Me for Psalm, I think. Or we can do an Unfornicated song. I tell you what, let me get some answers from you guys who are talking real quick. Do you want to hear an Unfornicated song with the brick background for a minute, or do you want to see a conspiracy music theory, conspiracy music studio song? Or we can cheat, go to DP Debunks and play, I might be remembering it wrong. So you guys let me know what you guys want to see. Unfornicated my song. Monkey, I think you're kind of biased to that. And I'm okay with doing that. If someone says Unfornicated song, I will do your song. You guys got about 5 or 6 more seconds before I'm just going to choose. All right, so that's 2 for Monkey Song. All right, that works for me. I'm okay with that. That's 3. All right, cool. We're there. All right, let's see. Let me go ahead and we're going to move it over to the title screen here. And we're going to go ahead and play Monkey Song. Oh, shit. That was a misinformation anthem, right, Monkey? Yeah, that was it. Okay, cool. All right. While that's playing, turn it up. Go get your refills. Hit up the snack closet. Go ahead and take a nature break, and we will be right back here, ass in seat, in a few minutes. I also have to check on something real quick. So you guys might get a twofer out of this. There might be 2 songs. Please don't go away. We're going to go ahead and hit up X a little bit more and talk about some of the other grifters. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about, well, we'll just see what you guys come up with and we'll go from there. Okay. So, so let's let me get caught up here real quick. All right. Sorry, there's silence here as I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing because I just closed too many windows. All right, here we go.
Click the lies the way they fall. Break the chains, expose it all. Truth the light that paves the way. Gonna clear the mess today. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stand. Fall, fall, suns crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Echo chambers can't confine. We're the seekers drawing lines, flipping stories one by one. Battle's hard, but we've begun. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stance. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark, we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. False words crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark, we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Ironclad lies slip through screens. Eyes glued to digital dreams. Swallowed words, twisted schemes. lost in cold, twisted minds in overload, unfornicated decoys, shattering the fragile abode. Whispers in the endless void, chasing ghosts they can't avoid. Words born to be destroyed, reality they've never deployed. Eyes wide, truth may laugh at the lies they can't unmask. Unfornicated with the last, shatters mirrors, trick and cast, feeding on the threadbare clowns. Echo chamber sounds abound. Unfornicated won't be bound, tearing myths from the ground.
I caught it before you did. All right, we're back. Yeah, so that's kind of like what I have kind of going on today. Kind of come up. We kind of went over a lot of stuff tonight. We did a well, give you guys homework assignments. First and foremost, and you know, we decided to kind of go around and look at some stuff. So tonight we didn't really have much of a plan. It was kind of more of a hangout. It was more of a just see what's kind of going on. It was a it's kind of, I don't know, it's just it was sort of, it's not really impromptu. I did have some stuff to kind of cover and stuff like that, but there's a few other things. I do want to show one thing somebody sent me. Copium Emporium found something for me, made something for me to use for X debunks as a thumbnail. Why won't it move? Hold on. Do. All right. Xenodopes on X. Yeah, that about sums it up, because really is like finding treasure. X is one of those places where there's endless content and you can never go anywhere and not see it. So there's a couple of questions, or a couple of topics that came up tonight. UAPs might be one that I'm going to discuss because of the congressional hearings. There's also there's a few people have done debunks already on this that I can spotlight. Kind of like, you know, where you're talking about David Grosh, or you're talking about, what the hell is the other guy? Elizondo, I think his name is. Yeah. There might be a few that I discuss on that. I will say on Twitter that the UFO on X group is kind of like the Flurf group. One of my friends on there, he made a joke that kind of is, I look at it as kind of true. when the Flirts are launching the weather balloon, the UAP group or the UFO on Twitter group are going to say it's a UFO, take pictures, and then they take pictures of the flat earthers are going to be like, look, Satelloons, and it's going to self perpetuate itself in an endless cycle of conspiracies. I don't think that's far off. As ridiculous as it sounds, it's probably true, which is kind of scary. Oh, you've gone through it all, and yeah, it's an interesting topic for me because the Navy is involved in quite a bit, and the other problem or the other thing of it is too is that they there's quite a bit of misrepresentation of actual information as opposed to, like there's a lot of vibes, there's a lot of conjecture, and then there's also a lot of misinformation presented. Like the pilot said one thing and how it's presented is something else entirely. And it's like, I mean, the Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA request to me is kind of the basis on a lot of what I do and a basis on a lot of what the information that I hold as far as standard of evidence and things like that. So it's something I definitely want to go into because I want to kind of outline like motivations for it. Like Elizondo wrote a book. Now, he wouldn't be able to write a book unless he had clearance to write the book. So you can do one of two things. Say that it's not, you can take one of two routes for that. You can actually probably take more than two, but I look at it as in there's two routes you can take. You can take as in it's a grift because he's writing a book and the military he's not writing anything factual. So the military doesn't have to sign off on it, or they signed off on it rather quickly because there's nothing of classified material that's in there. Or two, the conspiracy way that you can say it's a psyop and say that the military wants us to believe this, so they signed off on it. And while it's true, it'll never gain traction or whatnot. I mean, take however you want. So it's kind of an interesting dichotomy on that. But then you also have David Groshin on there who has known mental illness issues and things like that. And that, some of the things he says he can't say or questions he can't answer because it's classified, but yet he has whistleblower protection. So I kind of want to explore those kind of aspects of it so we can start going into things like motivations, go into psychologies and stuff like that. But it might end up being part of a bigger thing. It might be a series. It might just be one or two videos. I haven't really decided how I want to go about it. And to be honest, I haven't really done the research to figure out how I want to present it. So it's interesting though, but it is something that I want to cover eventually. What I like to do is if it's widely believed and it's spawning misinformation or complete science denial, I want to cover it. I don't want to just be a flat earth channel. I don't want anything else. I want to talk about it. That's why I'm specifically going after HARP. That's why I'm specifically talking about, there's a video on Twitter and other social medias that was talking about Bluetooth transmitters that you got from your vaccines. If you got the, I know if I start talking about it, there's a chance I could get taken down. But if you got the COVID vaccine that you got this transmitter, it's a Bluetooth transmitter, it's a 5G transmitter, or it's a 5G conspiracy. And they talk about the density of the signals and how they're everywhere, and we're swimming them, and they're causing cancers and blah blah blah, and COVID and all this other stuff. Well, there can be some dangers to that. There can be some health risk to it. They kind of ignore every foundational part of the science that was put into it to begin with, either on purpose or either because they don't understand it or because it doesn't fit their grift. Take your pick. Like Mark Steele, I think it's just both. but I digress. Yeah, he has all the information, but never talks about it. He was on Rogan and avoided every question possible. It's like, okay, well, you have whistleblower, protections, right? So either you can't talk about it because you don't have whistleblower connections and therefore you don't have anything to provide, or you're kind of making it up as you go, don't have an answer yet. Take your pick. Pick a lane. But, it's what it is. So anyway, you're right. It is complicated. But that's kind of why I want to dive into it. And again, I don't ever expect you guys to take anything that I say as gospel. I am just some random guy on the internet who likes to have fun, goof off, maybe teach a little bit, and generally just mock stupidity, I guess is the best way of saying it. But at the same time, if it's complicated, I don't want to shy away from it either. I think that, to me, HARP is complicated because it's complicated to me because I have to try to present a lot of technical information that a lot of people don't have experience with things like RF, like, radio frequencies and what HARP actually does and the frequencies it works at and what it actually, does. And what the genesis of all the conspiracies came from was like from a single patent. So you take a single patent, misunderstand it, have a self-published book of investigative journalists, and you have every conspiracy in the world that's assigned to it. So how do you debunk that? It's a complicated topic. It's something that takes effort and takes, a systematic view of where it's derived from. See the nature of the fact that the genesis of these whole conspiracies are wrapped up in this one view. Destroy that view. It's like you're taking it's like if you're a boxer and someone's bigger than you, you take body blows to take the body away from them. Or you're demoing a building, you take the lower building, you take the lower floors first, so that way the rest of it comes down. It's, I try to do that, but at the same time, you can't just dismantle that without having back, some kind of information to stand upon, to base your argument on. So taking something as complex as radio frequencies and how they're used and how they work and how they affect different aspects of our lives and presenting it in such a way that's easy to understand is complicated. But it's a challenge that I welcome, but I like complicated topics. I like being able to present those sort of things, and I enjoy it. Those are the ones that I truly enjoy because it's taxing, right? It's difficult. It's a challenge. And I may not always get it right. I may not I might go too simplistic. I might go not simplistic enough. But towing that line and trying to find just the right ridicule and science is the fun that goes with it, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, we're coming up on midnight. Why don't we open it up for anybody else here? If you guys have a topic you want to talk about, let's go ahead and talk about it. And sure, Monkey, you just picked out a topic that I just don't know enough about to present. So, but I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying that it's going to be something that I'm going to have to spend some time in. And, you and I have talked about working together on that and doing something on that. So I think, let's say after the streamathon, I'll be able to, start taking that on and be able to start looking at some stuff, do some homework and stuff. But that's the idea. Marcus, nice to see you. Yeah, anybody, if I haven't said hi, I do apologize. It's, trying to keep track of here, and here. I sometimes lose track of what's going on. So I'm getting better, but Yeah, you're right. It's the deep subjects. I mean, those are the ones I do enjoy because it you learn something along the way. You even doing here's a topic I thought I knew very well, like the code talkers, like the Liberty. When I was doing the video, doing the research, I found out just how much I didn't know because new information came out and it's an older topic. So the new releases aren't necessarily, presented into the mainstream that you can find them. They're not, they're not glamorized. They're not doing anything else because information has already come out. So as far as they're concerned, the story is kind of done. But those complicated topics are the ones that I truly, truly enjoy because it's a chance to learn. It's a chance to test your research chops. It's your test of, because the one thing that I try to with the scripts is going to be preemptively address the low level conspiracies theorists who are going to say something. Like when I did the radio one for Witsit, how he doesn't understand 120 years of radio. There was a conspiracist in there talking about this Chicago to New Jersey laser shot that proves a flat earth. And as soon as I called him out, I said, you seem to think that that's an end-to-end single shot, not like these lasers are low powered. They go maybe 10 kilometers, maybe 10 miles, maybe 20 kilometers. That's it. They're regenerated all the way across. It's called last mile for a reason. They just use it as a backbone. So he thought that it was end to end. As soon as I called him out on it, all of a sudden his post just went away, deleted all of them. And I wish I'd screenshotted them. So now I got Remy sitting here licking my leg because I don't know if she wants to be on camera, she wants to be on stream, or if she wants me just to sit down somewhere with her because she wants baby time under a blanket. Because my dog thinks she's a baby. She needs a pacifier. So let's see. All right, you guys are having a conversation about telescopes. I don't have a telescope per se, and I think that's something I need to rectify. I think it's something that I want to see. The thing of it is I've always been interested in space, kind of wanted to do things, but I was always kind of moving around. I also lived in some really shitty areas for telescopes. I lived in just outside downtown Boston, which, I mean, on any normal day, it's got an orange glow at night. Light pollution out the ass. I don't live far from New York City now, so if I look south, I get light pollution. I lived in LA, light pollution. I lived in San Diego, light pollution. Everywhere I lived has been light pollution. So on the off chance that my daughter was going to be interested in space, and I was like, well, I'll get a telescope then, and we can learn about it together. Now the funny thing is she was never in the space. And it wasn't until she saw DP's video on the Rubin Observatory and the fact that these HD videos that are the size, or HD pictures that are the size of a basketball court, and she got to see some really cool stuff, that she's like, okay, I'm not a space girl, but I could be. So, it might be something that we discuss. I mean, I got a couple more years before she goes off to college, 4 to be exact. So, there'll be some, maybe there'll be some opportunities there. We did spend some time seeing the comets that came over the last couple of years, and some of the meteor showers, some of the northern lights that came out that we could see here in New York. So that was interesting. But yeah. So let's talk about schedules real quick. Like I mentioned earlier, Sunday, Drunk the Bunk Show and Max from Yuri Mate Talks is doing a dual stream. going over the Witsit chat roulette video, which it's creepy. I mean, as a dad to a teenager, it's fucking creepy. Like, dude. But there were two parts that I found particularly entertaining. One, just to underline the creepiness of it. He set his filter to girls only first. Then he talks about he's just going to click through. After he got done with it and he was towards the end of his stream, he says he's just going to click through until he finds, like, you know, a decently pretty girl. Then he's going to rizz her up and then hit her over the head with the red pills. You know, Earth is flat. Space is fake. Israel's evil. You know, all the, you know, just hit her with the script after he rizzes her up and everything else. And when I saw that as a father, my first thing was like, I need to watch this video with my daughter so she can see a poor example of male interactions, and in a safe space with me, you know, so to speak, because she knows that I don't obviously act that way and I don't do that kind of stupid shit. So that was the first thing that kind of came to mind. But the two parts of it that stood out that was entertaining to me was a girl comes on, I don't know their ages, and half the time they're lying about their ages, so I'm just going to use the word girl, boy. So you have Witsit, and a girl comes on, and he immediately says, do you know the Earth is flat? And she turns around and says, yeah, I like your butt, and then hangs up. I was like, dude, MVP of the night, give that girl a gold star, because that was pretty good. And then the other one was he was having a conversation with two girls, and one's 16, and she says she's 16, and Witsit continues to talk with her. Creepy. The second thing is, you know, he's asking her, you know, do you not care about this? And she's like, I'm 16. What the fuck can I do about this shit? And, you know, and he's like, yeah, the younger generation is cooked. She goes, yeah, your generation is going to be gone by then. And he's like, I'm not that old. Just, it's like, what's it? You're in your 30s, bud. I hate to break it to you. To a 16-year-old, you're old. You're twice her age. Get over it. And maybe that's the reason why he broke out the stripper blouse for his stream the next night. I don't know. I can't assume, but it makes sense. Like, his ego got hit because he's like, chill. I'm not that old. And it's like, yeah, you are, bud. It's like, I think somewhere along the line, he had that realization. It's like, all right, I need to go out and get like a, I just turned 21 kind of shirt to wear on stream because, and the funny thing is everyone on the stream is like, dude, what's with the blouse? What's with the shirt? You know, and Max talked about it at length on his stream. I was late to the stream, had to play catch up, and everyone was explaining the blouse to me, and I was dying laughing. His age is etherically displaced. Yeah, probably. Maybe he was born in a leap year, so he's only 4. I don't know. Well, I guess he'd be 7, 8, whatever. Yeah, I'm going to rizz up teenagers because, you know, I want to red pill them. It's like, if like I found that out, I would literally go like, did you friend him? Yes, cool. You didn't? All right, what's his user account? Because I'm going to report him, and then I'm going to go find him. And then him and I are going to have a conversation until he hangs up. Yeah, Max was dying. Max was going at him hard. And it was, and like I said, I was late. So I was like, my first thought was I'm looking at the screen. I'm like, Max, what the fuck are we watching here? What is he wearing? Like, it's like a mesh lace shirt. And I was like, and it's holy, like see-through. Like, what is this? And I honestly think, I could be wrong. I might be remembering it wrong, but I honestly think that a 16-year-old telling him that his generation is going to be gone when something like a genocide by Israel, as he stated it, that his generation is going to be gone. Like, I think he took it personally. I think it hurt his ego. It hurt his everything. I mean, someone else who watched the stream he's talked about something about even shaving, so that way he's more appealing to these teenage girls that he can red pill. It's like, you're creepy as fuck. And as a dad, I'm now like, I'm past annoyed. I'm annoyed just as a person that you're on this doing this. But now I'm pissed as a parent because it's like, if you did this shit to my kid, I'm taking her phone and I'm laying into you on your stream. You know, taking turns pestering Mikey. That's good. Copium Port. We have a highly specialized skill set. We'll find you. Hey, I'm not saying that I'm like a CIA operative or anything else, but I did work military intelligence. I do know how to find out information. I do know how to do things. I have a specialized skill set, so to speak. And of course, you know, it's just the dad in me it goes past cringe to like just complete, like not quite rage, but anger. I think it would cross over the rage if it was my daughter on the screen. Because my first question is do these people know they're being recorded, that they're being shown on YouTube or Rumble or any other streaming? I'm guessing no. So does Florida have some sort of protection for people under 18? Does it apply to all streaming? Does it apply to certain streamings? Was it against the YouTube TOS? Like, I have a bunch of questions here that I think need to be answered. But, you know, there's a legal framework. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be a lawyer. I'm not even going to pretend to say that I have a certain acumen for, you know, for law, like some people say about themselves. But it's just along the lines of what is decent as a human being? Like, you know, you want to spread your truth and you want to hit kids with it. Like, oh, I mean, I kind of rate that as in like Mr. Potato Head going into a high school and explaining flat earth and everything else. And the whole reason why the instructor has the presentation, has him on, is to identify the consequences of being in conspiracies, you know, being conspiracists. But you know, there's one or two kids that are in that class who'd be like, he makes a lot of sense. For Dave, it's a win. He gets to make a video, gets to post it on his internet. He gets to talk to kids. He gets to maybe convince one or put the bug in the air for one or two. It's a win. I'm not sure that the teacher is looking at it the same way. Should they be taught what the like the fact that a lot of conspiracies are not based on any sort of science or based on any sort of evidence or based on just feelings? Absolutely. Should they be exposed to those same conspiracies, no matter how absurd they are at that age? I don't know. I think it's something that maybe warrants a discussion. I think that I hope there'd be a permission slip on it, but I'd probably struggle over the permission slip. Do I sign it? Do I not? With my kid, I'd sign it because I know she would point and laugh and be like, you know, she'd be calling off in the back of class, "You're full of shit." But that's because she's my kid. Apple doesn't far fall from the tree sometimes. But what about the other kids? You know, I don't know. It's weird for me. CK, you're right. It is disgusting. They're probably full of predators. That's just, I mean, the reason why he picked girls is because he was warned by, you know, some other flirts of it. Oh, if you go on there, you're going to see a lot of, you know, dick pics and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, okay. So he figured he'd just, shortchange that. Then he's like, well, hey, I'm single now anyway, because, so maybe I'll rizz up somebody and I guess not really a phone number, get her username. I don't know how that works. As a parent, it's disgusting. As a parent, it's something that I not struggle with, but I think it's something that I'm concerned about because it's like my faith in humanity is like going downhill quick. I mean, the amount of conspiracies that are out there, and something specific like the advent of AI. Like, let's do a little tangent here, and it's related, but let's call it a tangent. So the advent of AI, it's useful. It provides, it provides different methods. It provides ways to gather information and sort your life out and get control over the amount of information we have available. It helps you kind of fine tune it. So instead of doing a Google search where you get 60,000, and I'm talking about specifically about LLMs, like, the large language, but you get 60,000 Google searches when you do your own search. You go to ChatGPT and they limit it down to 25, like the most popular ones or whatever. It's got uses. It's got uses to find information quickly. It's got uses for everything else. Now, there's a caveat to that. Obviously, the sycophants, the cultish behavior where people start believing they're a messiah because they're so the the replies from the AI is like, you're the best and all this other stuff. I mean, there's some obviously things we need to learn from this experience. It's got its advantages, but what I don't appreciate is that it's part of the dead internet theory that most of the internet is nothing but bots and AI at this point. It's just bots and reply bots, and it's conspiracy accounts creating AI images and video slop that if you took half a second and realized he has 7 fingers, or those legs are growing from his pelvis, not from his hip joints, or this mermaid is holding its child and it's like it's a fish, dude. Like the AI generated stuff is to a point where we become less debunkers and become now image and video debunkers and stuff like that. Like the evidence that's provided is an AI generated, and it's going to get to a point where we can't tell real life from AI generated. When I was making a thumbnail, I mean, I commonly use AI to remove backgrounds and stuff like that. I noticed that now that there's a small little note, or like a watermark at the bottom corner. It says AI generated. Cool. Okay. I don't give a shit. It's a thumbnail. How much effort am I putting into a thumbnail, especially when I'm going to reuse over and over again? So, but the fact that becomes possible, and because that it's gonna change the debunking world or the debunkers as a whole to where we become image sleuths, we become video sleuths, we become optical forensics, to where we're looking at the output or what's been provided and trying to identify first, is it AI generated and shit, or is it real life? And then trying to, once we get to that point, then we can tackle the science. Like, how come no one's talking about this skeleton that's been found? Well, no one's talking about it because it wasn't found. It was an image you created. We can do that now because it's easier. But going forward, I don't think we're going to have that luxury. I don't think we're going to have that same sort of ability. And I think if nothing else, it's going to make things complicated. Yeah, Foxford, you're right. It can't show a picture of a wine glass full. It struggles with that, and it struggles with hands and feet and things like that. But the fact of the matter is that it's just going to get better, and it's just going to, the artists and the artists that are like on Fiverr and the ones that I use specifically, they could be shown the way out because of what they're looking at, as far as like they've been replaced by AI. Possibly. You know, is that a thing? Yeah, probably. Musically, I don't think so, maybe, but you know, artistically, maybe. But at the same time, it's like I also want to support those same artists. Like I'm a content creator who gets supported by my community. Why wouldn't I turn around and can support an artist to make a design for me, help me out, teach me something along the way? Now, Sarah, the funny thing is that 10 to 2 is like that's the time that someone decided that all clocks should be set to when they're in the store and the batteries aren't attached. 10 to 2 is the, you know, minute hands at 10, the hour hands at 2, and they decided that's what all clocks should be set to. And look at it. I mean, that's what they decide they should be set to when you're buying a clock without a battery, or with the battery having the plastic between it so it's not running. I can see why they're stuck on that. I can see why AI is stuck on that. It makes the clocks look happy. I didn't think of that, but maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I try to work with my daughter on and teach her about research and teach her about even the advantageous that I've seen, like the upgrades to AI generally, is that, and if you go into a certain mode, it provides a research section. It teaches you how to study. It teaches you how to find the information. It teaches you how to present the information, create an outline, things like that. That is advantageous. That helps cut down the research time from going to a library with reference books and a card catalog and finding stuff. I believe that has value, but at the same time, it's I can also see how it's used for other things. I mean, just look at the endless channels on YouTube, Facebook, any social media. How much of it is AI generated, AI voice, AI video, and how many views it gets? How much is monetized? It's baffling. Like, why? Like, it's obvious it's AI. It's obvious it sounds AI. It's obvious that it's generated. Why do you automatically believe it when you're not presented with anything? It's just getting my head wrapped around that premise alone is just baffling. I can't get my head around it. It's confusing to me. It knows the wine will get spilled, so therefore half glass. Didn't bookmark the story on Twitter. There was an artist that made something up, and it got picked up by Google search AI as true in a couple of hours. Wow. So Canadian Space Advocate brings up a topic that I actually love, and I'm waiting to do a video on it. 'Cause I have a list of other things that are, to me, are a little higher priority. I want to do a video on the Fermi paradox because it's something that I actually believe in. It's something that I actually hold as a benchmark. And the Fermi paradox basically talks about, like, if there's aliens and other civilizations out in the universe, where are they? Well, then it goes into the two biggest variables. If you don't know what the Fermi paradox are distance and time. We as a species have not found a way to travel as, near the speed of light, but radio waves and things like that travel at the speed of light. We've only been listening for 80 years, maybe 100 years. So we've only been listening to transmissions up to 100 light years away. And I'm being generous. It's probably closer to 90 light years or 80 light years. But let's just say 100 because it's round numbers. So anything within 100 light years, we would have heard them, kind of mentality. But then you get bombarded with, other clickbait headlines that says maybe we're living in a void, or maybe we're in a black hole, or maybe the Milky Way is in a dead part of the universe. There's, you know, there's nothing around us kind of mentality. The Milky Way is still big. You know, there's still things to hear, but again, time, distance. You can't magically wave a wand and make those go away. And, you know, and then it comes down to the other part of it is why the fuck would they come here? Why come to this solar system and this spiral leg of the Milky Way universe to this planet? It's not, you know, maybe because we're making transmissions. Well, there's transmissions throughout the galaxy. We've heard them. We've seen them. We have the James Webb. We have the Hubble. We have radio telescopes. We know how far we can go. There's nothing in between there. But I really like the Fermi paradox and how it explores these different things. And then it goes into like different levels of society can be like where it's like, you know, you harness the power of the atom. Do you survive that? Well, that's a big question. I mean, we haven't really answered that, whether or not we're going to survive that on our own. Purely simply put, we don't know if we're going to survive it. Chances are we're going to survive it better than we were 40 years ago, but not much better. You know, then you have things like Dyson spheres and harnessing the power of the local star, and then harnessing the power of a galaxy that allows you to, you know, power your civilization. You know, where are we on that scale kind of mentality? And there's multiple scales. So, I mean, the Fermi paradox is something that I thoroughly enjoy as a thought experiment, something I enjoy talking about, something I would like to make a video about. There's just a lot of information and a lot of different variances in it. It can get confusing. And I know that not everybody wants to watch it. So again, that's why I kind of want to use the polls and Discord server that says, what do you guys want to see from me? I mean, I can just run down this list and make it for me. But, you know, part of it is, what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to look at? What do you guys want to watch? Because I'm not here without you guys being here. I mean, I'd be here, but, you know, I'd be sitting here with 0 views and talking to myself and making videos that didn't matter and getting 1 or 2 views. But if it's people that, you know, if there's a plethora or a majority of people that want to see a certain topic, by all means, let's talk about that topic. If anyone can tell how the YouTube algorithm works, please tell me. Yeah. Supposedly, the so-called algorithm, the viral algorithm, is no longer, that it's based off of the content you create, what's similar and stuff like that. Like, for instance, say the Canadian Space Advocate is similar to mine because we're both doing debunks. I've looked at my analytics and see who, you know, where my videos get recommended to on other channels and stuff like that. And it's interesting in a sense, because it's some of them I would expect, some of them I wouldn't expect, and some of them are like, what? So it's more like what your niche is now, and it keeps within that niche. But that makes it harder to reach audiences that aren't part of that niche. Like, you know, previously to doing this, or previously getting involved in conspiracies, I might have looked up a few videos that were physics-based or EM-based or radio-based or things like that. All those things are helpful, you know, like 1 or 2 videos. Is that going to change my algorithm to where I start getting other people's videos? Probably not, maybe. But if I don't habitually go to them, it falls off. So I believe the algorithm is now based on what your niche is and what your audience clicks. Just to answer your question. I know it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I'll go ahead and answer it. And that's like the most recent one that I found based off of people who have started new channels that were successful and what they learned from the algorithm and what they thought previously from 4 or 5 years ago versus what's now. Mikey got mooned. Well, Mikey always appreciates a full moon. Did he see any worms? Sorry, that was a bad joke. Big stuff in flat Earth. All right, let's go to my Discord real quick. Let's see what we got. Jim Daniels, you filed that exactly where he should go in the Derp Hall of Fame. He ran into a biker gang of sorts. Perfect. All right, hold on. Let me let me move this over. Let's. Oh Jesus. There we go. There's a full moon, and Mikey does not look happy. He looks like he's a bit like he looks a bit worried. Yeah, that was a fun transition for the night. I did it more than once, even better. All right, hold on, let me check the other DMs here. Oh wow. I don't know if we can call that a full frontal, but it's definitely something. You know, and here's the thing: like the ego, the narcissism that goes into people who like Mikey, who think he's a goat, who thinks he's the greatest of all times, who thinks he's the only one who's ever done things and stuff like that, is like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely like, he starts believing it. And he starts thinking it, and he centers his life around that ego and around that personality that he creates for himself. And all it does is make him more delusional, make him further down the rabbit hole. And it's I don't know how to call it. It's disappointing, I guess. It's also, you know, sad in a way and things like that. Full moon on a full moon. Yeah, isn't that true? But yeah, that's kind of where we sit, though. So, all right, we're past 12:30 now. We've been doing this for 3 hours plus. It's time to hang up. Does that moon reflect light? Yes, it does. Rocks reflect light. But I'm sure you're asking for a friend, right? Canadian Space Agency. Space Advocate, excuse me, Space Advocate. I can't even read tonight. Don't call it yet. Well, all right, fine. Then you guys got to come up with the next topic. I already covered all my topics tonight. You know, I got the genesis of Unfornicated, because there was some questions I got asked on Discord. There's actually Conspiracy Music Studios who asked me, like, what does that mean? Because there's no direct translation into his language for it. So he had to look it up on Google, find the Urban Dictionary for it, and then translate that into his language to be able to figure it out. And he's like, oh, okay, I kind of get it now. He goes, but why that? So we covered that. Let's see, what else did we cover? We covered the projects that we have coming up, the parody commercials. I really can't wait for those. The first one's going to drop on Monday, and that's going to be for Hubris Valley Ranch. I have to finish recording tomorrow and editing the next two. You know what? Hold on. Does anybody care about a sneak peek of what the next one is? What the second one will be? If anyone cares, here, let me go ahead and put it over. So this is a visual of what the second, so the first one, Hubris Valley Ranch. Think over the top, typical 80s, early 90s style commercial. So now the second one that's going to come out is, let me give you a visual here. Let me make it full screen to make it better so you can see it. It is going to be this. Whoops. Occam's Razor fragrance. Cut the bullshit, smell the truth. So, yeah, This is the second commercial. So if you think about like common cologne commercials or perfume commercials, you know, things like Aqua di Gio or like just anyone that is like so cinematic, over the top, and how kind of ridiculous they are. Now take that and give yourself the challenge of how can we make it more ridiculous? That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going to be. And I think that's the part that's going to be why you guys are here for the CC inception, where I have a video of CC of him hitting a vape, a picture of me in a CC wig facing the same direction, looking at one of my other screens, hitting my vape, and you know, we can now compound that 3 or 4 times. So that's kind of comical and everything else. But I think you're here for the absurdity. You're here for the chaos of sorts that goes with it. I have a very specific tone, let's say, and being absurd is one of those. So this right here, this cologne bottle mock-up is what the second one will be. And I have some ideas. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to either go to AI or Canva or some of the other different softwares that I use to see if there's something that is stock video that I can use for this, or whether I have to go to Fiverr. I'm probably not going to try to do AI generation as a whole, because what I have envisioned for the absurdity, I don't think it's going to be able to create. I don't think it can create it very easily. Now, I might be able to design a single still, and I might be able to maybe do 3 stills and then use some kind of a software issue that would allow me to have the effect that I want. And that might be a possibility too. But yeah, this is your second one. This is the one that's coming out. And then the third one is going to be wrong one. Let's see. The third one is going to be based off something in the store. So here we go. Dunning-Kruger National Park. So picture, if you will, in your mind, a like 1960s, 1970s travel brochure video, like going along Route 66, if you're in the US. Picture that in your mind. But instead, it's not about going to Monument Valley or Yosemite or Yellowstone or the Redwoods or anything like that. No, you're going to Dunning-Kruger National Park. And we're talking about the Summit of Ignorance, Mount Stupid, the Valley of Cognitive Dissonance. All that is going to be a travel commercial that I hope makes you guys laugh as much as it made me laugh writing it, because it's not just the writing, it's also the visual stuff like that. So that's the part I have to work on, but that's where we're going with this. And the last one, like I talked about, was hold on, let me find the right article here. And actually, this is something that there we go. No, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. That was already there. Damn it. Dance law is applicable on and off the internet. It states that if you have to announce that you have won an argument, it means that not only did you lose, but you lost decisively. So take that Sorry, I still giggle about this because it's funny. Take that explanation and apply that to a law firm, and not just any law firm. We're talking about ambulance chasing, sleazy, win at all cost, give me half your money law firm. Personal injury, ambulance chasers, Better Call Saul, bus stop bench ads style law firm. And a law firm who has their commercial filmed in a mattress store. That's what I'm going for. And that'll be the fourth one. And I wish I had a fifth one. I kind of run out of ideas right now because I need to get these four done. But yeah, I might have to go hit up Goodwill and see if I can find like a 70s or 80s style sport coat to wear with a loud tie, because I do coincidentally have a lot of loud ties because I like them, to do this video, because I think it deserves that. You got to commit to the bit. If you don't commit to the bit, are you really putting in effort at all? So that's where we are going. So you guys got sneak peeks about that post that I made earlier. This is the direction we're going to. And the reason why these parodies are here is to mock, to point and laugh, to show the absurdity, and because I can't watch this shit every day of the week without suffering brain damage. I need to break away from this and do something that's absurd. So my own mental health, because if I keep this up, I'm going to think the earth is flat. I'm going to think I have a 5G Bluetooth transmitter in my arm. I'm going to believe that I'm the greatest of all time. I don't need that. Yeah, drain damage. Exactly. It's like the meme, you know, where he takes out his SpongeBob SquarePants. I forgot what the character is. Squidward takes his brain out, takes an eraser, erases all the wrinkles, puts it back in. Yeah, that's where I'm going. I don't need that. I need my brains for my day job. And I don't need to lose brain cells, wrinkles, or gray matter as a whole. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're going. So it's a nice break. It allows me to mock and still be doing ridiculousness and outlining the ridiculousness without actually having to adhere to Brandolini's law and put 6 hours of effort against 30 seconds of stupid. And that's what I'm trying to get away from. So now you guys have seen a sneak peek. Now you have an idea about what I have in the hopper and what is, well, I guess you could say what is, I guess what's coming down the aisle. So, you know, it's coming down the turnpike and what's in store. The idea is to present it in a way that is entertaining and ridiculous at the same time. And the couple of people who have watched it have laughed, so I feel good that I'm not the only one laughing at my own jokes. So the idea is, hopefully you guys find it as entertaining as I do. Queen Bush goes for a 12% Imperial Stout to offset his brain damage. Yes. That's why here in Unfornicated, because I don't have a debunkatorium, like, you know, I don't have my own building. We kind of just do it out in the wild. I guess we have the USS or the SS Unfornicated. I guess we can say we're a pirate ship of sorts. We have rum. So I guess there's a plus. Yeah, that offsets my brain damage. Because, I mean, let's be honest, some of this stuff is so far detached from reality that, like, you need to be inebriated under some substance to be able to connect the dots that they're seeing, because no one else sees it. That's I mean, I mean, look, I'm doing the commercials whether you guys like them or not because I find them funny, but I hope you guys do too. Because look, the Humorous Valley Ranch one is, it was funny because it started off on X in a group chat, and I have zero skills with Blender or Photoshop or things like that. Most of my experience is just dealing with photographs and color correction and stuff like that. That's it. So one of the guys in the group was a college kid who does a lot of stuff in Blender, does a lot of stuff with Photoshop. I'm like, hey, you're the guy I need to talk to. Can you do this for me? And he did. So he made the Humorous Valley Ranch, and he made the a second version of it. And then that allowed me to posterize and basically make the icon just that much stupid. So here, let me bring this over and I'll show you what I mean. So my buddy Cole is the one who made this. So here we go with the Humorous Valley Ranch. And that's the, you know, obviously the top of the drawing of, or the top of the bottle. And then he decided to make this because nothing says a bad picture of Witsit of Humorous Valley Ranch than a bad picture of Witsit for Humorous Valley Ranch. And that's where we sound like. And you're right. Well, we can be the SS, the sailing ship, Unfornicated. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. I guess that makes me captain. And I guess we go out and plunder and fire cannons of truth at stupidity, I guess. I don't know. I'm dying with this metaphor. High Plains Grifter. High Plains Grifter is exactly the answer to that topic. Cole, on the off chance you're seeing this, I haven't talked to you in God knows how long. You are a legend and helped decide this. This has now been turned into a commercial. GTA style. And for those who don't know, if you go to, and again, I'm not pimping the shop. The only reason why I'm pimping the shop right now is because I spend time writing ridiculous, absurd things. Scripts for my videos, item descriptions in the stores, video descriptions that I post because it's funny. Because I enjoy it, because it's like, how absurd can I be? So, for instance, if we go, I may have crossed a line with this one. Probably not, but maybe. I have a, oh. Well, okay, I have a problem in my store is what I have. Hold on, let me go find it because something didn't take. I have a problem here. Let me fix it here. All right, let's go to, no, let's, okay. What the hell happened? All right, we're having technical difficulties. Give me 1 second here, and I will fix this. We'll just go to my dashboard. Fuck it. By going to my dashboard, we're just going to cut out actually everything that you guys see until I can fix it because I'm stupid. Why are these all hidden? Okay. Let me find what I was going for first. Now we'll share it. Hidden Fallacies Ranch. Yeah. Could have gone that route too. It was one of those things like, you know, what do you do? Like, you know, it's like, which is the better? So I went with the hubris because what we're talking about, Witsit was the poster child for this. So, yeah, that was, but you're right. Hidden Fallacies Ranch would have worked wonders as well. Maybe there's a second, maybe there's a competitor that comes out for this and has their own commercial. We will have to wait and see. So here this actually, let me go full screen on this. So this is the design I came up with for the classified. So, but it's not the shirt I want you to look at. It's the description because it's called redacted for her pleasure. Because I found the play on words to be funny and I don't care if no one else does. But like, this is what is fun for me. This is what I enjoy doing. Making things so absurd that you can't help but chuckle. You can't help but laugh. And at the same time, be like, he's not wrong. So, that was, well, because that was the first idea because of the, because it was the fallacy scattergun that was going on. You know, it was this fallacy, it was that fallacy, it was like over and over. It was the fallacy machine, just machine gunning fallacies no matter what on every X space we were in. And Witsit was there. So that was originally where we started. And I was like, it's not about the fallacies per se, it's the fact that he thinks he's smarter than Einstein. He thinks he's smarter than Tesla. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And he thinks that Algebra 2 and him being accused of literally cheating is like his life accomplishment. So then that's where hubris came from. And that's where it was like, shh, there we go. Tori, how's it going, bud? So, yeah, welcome to this nonsense. So this is this is where things are. This is where things went. But yeah, ever wonder what happens when truth meets censorship and decides to throw hands? Straight out of the FOIA vault and slapped onto your back, the Unfornicated Files t-shirt is your official uniform in the war against weaponized ignorance. So, yeah, I actually liked the redacted for her pleasure. I thought that was pretty fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, it's a caller. It is an awesome idea. It is a great idea. It's at the time, it wasn't what I wanted to highlight. And to be honest, it just kind of got kicked to the curb. So I was like, I can only go for this once. So what am I going to do? So when I was talking with my buddy Cole, he's like, well, I can do hubris for you and turn around in like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, well, fuck. Then in that case, why are we talking about this? Because it was just a couple letters that was going to be easy for him to turn out, as opposed to the other one was going to be even harder. So, but yeah, there's your designs. I have to fix some shit, which is odd. So that stays hidden. That stays hidden. That goes public. I'm not sure what happened. But you know, here's the problem. Like, this is a storefront. It should not go to that. And if it did, I need to figure out what I did wrong, or I need to figure out what occurred. And that was the only design that actually went haywire. So I'm not sure. But hey, you know what? It's fixed now. We'll call it a day and move on. Not a big deal. So every design is now it was hidden. I don't get it. There are specific designs that are hidden, just because they're for later, or like they're the zoo crew or something like that. And I don't get why. So if anyone was on here and went there, and didn't see anything, I apologize, because not sure what happened there. That's confusing to say the least, but you know what? We'll fix it. Not a big deal. It'll be out. So everything's kind of being marked now. So forgive me while I'm not talking to the camera. I'm just going to try to hurry up and fix this shit. So if anyone wants to jump on there and look at stuff, they can. And again, I kind of take the DP debunks model. I don't actually, I think Tori's ordered like, I don't know, 2 hoodies and a t-shirt. And of his two hoodies and a t-shirt, I think I made $1 each. And the funny part about it is because this isn't like a moneymaker for me. It's basically to get my my name out, to provoke thoughts, to provoke conversations, and to basically otherwise, well, I don't want anyone to get, have to throw hands in defensive stuff, but at the same time, I want people to enjoy wearing something. I want people to sit there and look at it and say, what the fuck is Unfornicated, and what is that? And that's where you say, well, it's this. And, so funny thing happened this weekend is, like I mentioned, my sister is at a family thing, and she mentioned my channel to my family. Now, I'm not hiding it from my family, but it's like, do I want them knowing I'm going after this kind of derp stuff? No, not really. It's like, to them, it's going to seem like it's a waste of time, even though I find it funny. But the idea of it is that they want to, they wanted to look at stuff. And I'm like, let me apologize ahead of time before you guys go and look at it. I'm like, well, why do you need to apologize? Well, I'm a bit sarcastic. I'm a bit, I'm a bit, what do you call? I'm abrupt. I'm blunt. I'm more of a sledgehammer than a scalpel. I'm teaching, but at the same time, I'm mocking. Might not be the best look for, family members. I don't worry about grandparents being disappointed at least, but, I have aunts and uncles who might be, but such is life. One thing I realized today was, yeah, we got a lot of channels starting to look a lot like the Vlad's channel. And it's probably because it's like, I just add mods and don't add mods. It doesn't really matter to me. It's not that big of a deal. People who are mods are people who are going to be posting links and helping me out along the way. That's kind of what I hate to use the word, but expect, and that's what they're here for. But I also want, people to post their own links, people to do their own thing and stuff like that too. So, it's a free for all. If there's something that needs to be done, you guys know how to reach me, email, Discord, Howard, take your measure. I don't mind either way. It's going to be that case. So, talking to Mike, it appears I need to go on Twitch if I want to be invited to streamer camp for next year, since he's going this year. But I don't know if I'm ready to swallow that pill yet. That sounds like fucking ridiculous. But here's the thing. If a flat earther shows up, by all means, let him have his opinion. Let him spout his nonsense. Let him provide his evidence. Let him ask questions. The number one rule I had for the longest time was don't be an asshole. And that's specifically because I don't like the competition. There's no other way to put it. But I've had to kind of expand upon that a little bit too, because it's like, you know what? Be respectful. Just treat everybody with respect, regardless if you agree with them or not. They're here. They're welcome here. And the third thing is, it's not a debate channel. We're not here to debate. If you want to do that in the chat, like say Dick Wayne finds his way here. You guys want to ridicule Dick Wayne and show him why he's wrong, by all means, do so. Don't mind. I look forward to it. I'll probably join in, probably read a few of them. But we don't need to ban or time out until he crosses that line. And I think we all have a really good idea of where that line is. And if the question is, where is the line comes up, then the best thing to do is mute. Make it easy for everybody. Because if somebody has that power, so to speak, and I'm going to get a little bit on a soapbox here. If someone has the power to time someone out, ban them, do whatever, right? I don't think you can ban them on the channel, but I think I'd have to do that, but still, I digress. If someone has that power to do that, it's the idea of like, the first question should be, what would Dano do? Not hard. You all have been on most of my live streams, and if you're new here, you'll get to know me really quickly. I don't really pull a lot of punches. I'm more of a libertarian view, like let people be people, do what they do. If it's not directly assaulting you, then ignore it. And if you can't ignore it, mute it. But if someone goes over the line, okay, we all have a good idea where that line is. Is it anti-Semitic? Is it transphobic? Is it homophobic? Is it all, you know, everything else? Is it the, you know, the hard R slur? All these things that we all know. It's on every other channel. Yeah, you know what? You get a timeout. And we'll deal with it as it comes up. And to be honest, DP had to time out somebody on one time on my stream because he was being stupid. You finally went too far and DP was like, all right, you got to go. Because I trust DP. I asked him about it. I say, did I see that right? You time someone out? He goes, yeah, he was being a dick. That was the end of the conversation. DP says he's a dick. As far as I'm concerned, he was being a dick. You're now, that means you're challenging me for top asshole. Sorry, did not enough room there. Get your own channel to do that with. That's the way it goes. Yeah, and no, it always starts with a debunk first. Then it goes into, you know, insults and everything else. And everyone gets dumb. And you know, and people's feelings get hurt and stuff like that. And next thing you know, we turn around and guess what? Insults start flying. And people are like, well, you believe this, stuff like that. Technically, I don't believe that. You just think I do. But I think, like, we all have a very good idea about where that line is. And let me kind of just put this out there, especially if you're kind of new around here. I am generally a chill person. I'm very laid back and everything else. What fires me up is conspiracies and complete stupidity and stuff like that. And I can be very mocking, very cutting, one-liners and everything else. If you do not have a thick skin around me, like, I purposely gaslight people that I love. Why? Because it's funny. I don't do it in a very mean way. I do it in a very sly, smirk way, and they have grown to become accustomed to it and understand that if I'm ripping one-liners at them and spending the time to do that, it's because I do love them. If I'm not ripping one-liners at them, it's easy. If I'm not putting the effort in, I can just ignore them. So if you're being ignored, you know what? I don't like you. If I'm ripping you a new one with a smirk and a wink, guess what? Yeah, you made the list. So the community takes that sort of mentality, which I love. So while you're here, understand that unless you have a very good idea that it's a directly personal attack, and there's ways to tell that very easily, you better have a thick skin, because I'll throw one-liners. I will call you out, and people in the chat will do it too. And they'll do it as a way of just being part of this community, being part of the Unfornicated brand, which is snarky sarcasm, and it's never personal. And if it gets personal, there's a mute button. If it gets personal, let me know. Let someone else know. Just get words back to me. It's not, I'm going to go tell dad. Okay, yeah, I'm a dad. I have a dad voice and everything else. And yeah, I do use it on occasion, not really on stream, but whatever. It's not going to go tell dad. It's like, this person's being disruptive. What's going on with this person? Do you know who this person is? And especially, or is this person having a bad day? There's a lot of different ways you can do that besides like, someone's being mean to me. No, look, it's not that. It's more along the lines, and again, this is not anything personal. I'm just trying to like lay groundwork here. It's because my own family has had to come to terms with this. Like my sister growing up with me had to come to terms with, like, if I'm ripping one-liners, I'm not being mean. It's because I love her. And, you know, people that are in my life, my daughter even gets gaslit by me. And it's just the way I parent. It's the way I show this. I don't make it personal. I'll take some, I'm not making fun of her braces. I'm not making fun of her height. I'm not making fun of her hair. I'm not doing anything personal. It's something that she did. And I'm like, look, the only time you throw things at me is when you're gaslit. As a correction, realizing that as I'm saying that, I'm actually gaslighting her. So I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. So that's what it's like here. You have to have a thick skin. But at the same time, if you're going to participate, fire's incoming. Good for the goose, good for the gander. Have a thick skin. B, don't cross the line and make it personal. You're not going to get banned. You're not going to get timed out. You might get, you might get extra chores to do, but that's about it. The idea is we are all welcoming, regardless of what our beliefs are, and we celebrate, and I don't really like the word, but we'll use it. We celebrate differences because differences are advantageous. We're not an echo chamber. We are someplace where we can actually express different ideas and things. There's some things that DP and I don't agree about, not much, but there's occasional. There's things Mike and I don't agree about, not much, occasional. There's people within the chat and in the Discord that I don't agree with. Doesn't mean I'm like, you're gone. No. We can talk about it. We can choose to be like, okay, we can agree to disagree. Let's talk about something else. We can mute. We can move on. The idea of it is be thick-skinned here. Don't think that it's personal. And if you're starting out and you cross the line a few times, look, you might get a note from me. I'm not going to do it on stream or anything else like that. That's not the way I do things. I might be like, hey, you know that line? And you kind of crossed over it. I mean, if you jump over the line, it's a different tone. But if you just kind of cross the line a little bit, you're like, well, that's a different story. All right, we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's the Unfornicated brand. That's what I'm about. That's the community I hope to be a part of. And that's how that's what you're going to get from me. So. See, and Tori, here's the thing. And this is something you guys don't know about me. I like politics. I love political science. I love the negotiation, the psychology, the dumpster fire that it is and what it creates. I would love to have a political channel, but the problem is A, there's so many political channels, it's not even fucking funny. And B, it's well covered. I'm not going to provide anything new. Now, when government goes science denial, all right, that's in my wheelhouse. Let's go ahead and start addressing that. But I won't take politics as a whole because it's very tribal, it's very polarizing and stuff like that. But to me, it's like, it doesn't matter in the end, really. There's 5,000 other channels covering it. I may make a few comments. I may make a few adjustments. People might be in my, you know, we're talking in DM, stuff like that. They'll know very well where I stand on things. It's not worth it to me to alienate a bunch of people on a topic I'm going to discuss sparingly. So that is like taboo. It's like, that's the only thing, like, don't bring it up in Discord. Don't bring it up on stream. Don't bring it up on anything else, because it's like, there's so many other places that do that. Go do it there. As much as I enjoy it, I'm partaking, I'm like distancing myself from it because not everyone else wants to talk about it. Not everyone else wants to deal about it. And plus, I could spend all my time doing that and never touch science again. And then I'd be like those thousands of other channels. That's not as important to me as the science illiteracy, science denial, the idea of, you know, no scientist is an authority. There is no expertise. You can learn anything you need to from a YouTube video and a meme, and go out into the world and think that you're going to make a contribution. That's more hazardous to me because my daughter and because her friends and stuff like that. So because of that, that's where I stand. And Frank Zappa is not wrong. Because I've been part of the military industrial complex. I've been part of the military complex. And I've been part of politics. It's vastly entertaining to me. But not to most people. I mean, even within my own family, there's very tribal, polarizing positions. I just kind of, you guys want to talk about this? That's fine. I'll grab my beer and go sit outside. Because I can get passionate and I can start dropping that unfornicated tone to where it's gaslighting and one-liners and everything else, because that's going to be funny to me. Not everyone else does agree with that. So I see my way out of it. Yeah, no, Tori, no, I get it. It's actually something I wanted to talk about because I noticed there's been a couple of times where there's people have been here and they're like, wow, what's, you know, who's this jerk? And like, oh, hi, that's me. I'm Dan. Nice to meet you. But it's like, I want people to understand kind of where I come from, kind of what like the tone is, and to kind of know a little bit more about me. It's like, I don't pull a lot of punches, but at the same time, I also don't go out of my way to, like, you know, cause issues, be controversial, be, you know, do that clickbait shit of, like, you know, whatever. Yeah, Tori, it is funny that you live in Sweden and your family asks you about what your thought is on the U.S. president. Like, I'm 10,000 miles away. What the fuck do I care? I got my own problems. Yeah. Families are weird like that, though. I mean, I got to talk to mine today, had some cool conversations and stuff like that. I'll talk to them again tomorrow. And then, yeah, hopefully I'll be able to see some of them in a couple weeks, a few weeks, and go from there. That's, Tori, were you at a political convention or something? Because that seems weird that strangers are asking you. Were you wearing an unfornicated shirt when you were doing that? Because that might be the reason. You could have been wearing a Dunning-Kruger shirt and you'd be like, what's that mean? Are you saying I'm dumb? Yes. If you've been there, you're dumb. Oh, exactly, Big Fish. It's like, I mean, here's the thing. I was working on on a weekly STD report, and I was going to go after the UK, was it the Online Safety Act or something like that? I had it written out in length, ready to record. And it was something that I cared about because A, it was politics, and B, I work in telecommunications. I'm part of that world about online privacy and things like that. And I was ready to go ham on it because I think there's so much wrong with that, and that there's a similar, there's the Children's Online Safety Act or something like that. And there's a similar one in the US that's not called the Children's Online Safety Act, it's called the Kids Online Safety Act, because apparently children's too big of a word. But whatever. And it has a lot of the same things. And I think it's a very, very, very slippery slope. And I think it's something that needs to be addressed. So, but I pulled it. And I pulled it because while I was definitely sure it fit the unfornicated tone, I saw there was quite a few content creators who were covering it. And I also, who coincidentally were from the UK. I'm not from the UK. It's kind of like strike 2. And then the strike 3 that I had, the reason that led me to pull it is that while online privacy and telecommunications is my job in the day, this channel and this stream at night is about misinformation, which is present in that subject, science denial, and bullshit. Those are the 3, right, in the intro. So to me, it should check 2 of those boxes, and it was barely checking 1. So I just pulled it and said, you know what? It was a minefield I was going to have to navigate, and I wasn't really ready for it. Queen Bush is like, I'm from the Netherlands, bro. Back up. Dabby, we're right there. You know, not to worry about it. I was giving it the unique tone that is the Unfornicated brand of mockery and highlighting the absurdity. And then I was going to go after the US version. And then talking to DP Debunks, you know, they have one in Australia about the age that people can be on, or that kids can be on social media. I almost agree with that one. Like my personal opinion, and yes, the irony here is that I'm on social media, is that you get so geared for likes, you get so geared for subs, you get so geared for everything else that you're willing to change everything of who you are to become this person that does that because it adds value, or they think it adds value to their life. And like my idea is like, I have a hard enough time with a daughter making sure she has a strong self-esteem and is independent without having to worry about social media on top of that. So like something like that, I can almost get behind. I got to start reading the bill, read the details, see what other is hidden in that shit, because that's what happens in politics. It's never about what's in it. It's what's missing or what's hidden. The name itself doesn't tell you shit. It's what's in it that does. So, all right, I'll get off my soapbox now. That's enough of that bullshit. Somehow or another, we got more people watching, I guess because time zones are a thing. Canadian Space Agency, you're not wrong. But here's the thing. The 2 16-year-olds that he was talking to, when I said that, you know, he was the older generation that his ego got butthurt about, was their profile said they were 25, and then they openly admit they're 16. And I have a problem with that, like, age verification, because then it's like, Do you trust the government or whatever agency or company they decide to hold the information to take a picture of your license and keep it from, oh, I don't know, hackers? Not me. Not personally. No, I don't think so. I don't trust the government as far as I can throw them. They can't even get veteran care right without fucking it up. So it doesn't matter who the president is. The VA has been underfunded for years, decades. It is so difficult to get the services that they have earned that most give up. To me, that's a travesty. There's my political talking point for tonight. And Debbie, you bring a point. That's exactly what it was. And Queen Bush, Cambridge Analytica, case in point. So, yeah, I don't necessarily do that. I mean, you know, I surf free porn. I'm just kidding. You know, I click the boxes. Yes, I'm over 18. Yes, I'm an adult. You know, do it on Google, do it on everything else. To me, is that sufficient? Probably not. Does it defeat a purpose? Does it actually serve something? Oh, yeah, it gives people plausible deniability. It's part of the Telecommunications Act. What is it? Section 203 or something like that. That, you know, gives the hosting people immunity as far as what's on their servers. Basically puts the onus on the users, which is great because otherwise every internet service provider is going to now have to look at all your traffic to make sure that you're not doing anything illegal. And now you get into privacy concerns. Now you get to delays. Now you get into slower internet. Now you get, I mean, there's just everything that kind of cascades from there. And like, so you're going to fault Verizon, you know, Verizon Wireless because somebody was on their phone and inadvertently went to a site that they deemed inappropriate. You're going to sue them and the user. It's just, there's so many slippery slopes when it comes to this. There's no easy task. And it's a byproduct of the fact that the internet was born and became a teenager in the span of like, you know, a couple years. They were going to end that part of the law, but they've kind of reached a few dead ends, resistance, so to speak. So, you know, if you're going to start charging people like Google and Amazon and Verizon and other internet service providers that, you know, are providing the services that you want for your people, with, you know, holding them accountable in that sense, then they just won't do it anymore. And they're going to spend their money on lobbying against it and buying the votes that they need to squash it. And Big Fish, you're right. It's not the government, it's the service. And that goes across the board. That goes into everything that you see, whether it's AWS, whether it's Meta, I mean, all these large companies, and like, I work for an internet service provider. We deal with data centers all the time. We have servers there. We provide internet connectivity nationwide. We do our best to secure our network. We do our best to secure our network, our customers' networks. We do what we can to facilitate as much as possible. How much is a company going to spend in money towards that? Do you spend as little as possible until it breaks and then say, I'm sorry, and then deal with the press and hope it never comes to that? It's a fine line. You know, then you start getting into, you know, OPEX and CAPEX and all these other things that affects the bottom line. And when there's shareholders, they want to know where you're spending the money. Is it bringing more money in or not? You know, it's an endless slippery slope that that doesn't end anywhere good, because you can go very easily in one direction, become, authoritarian, and then you can go the other way and say, free market, and the answer is somewhere between the two. Yeah, big fish. Valid point. Oh, your bank account got hacked. No, your bank's fine. You as the end user were dumb enough not to have security on your phone, not to have a VPN, not to have, two-step authentication, any number of things. It's a byproduct of the information age, pure and simple. The internet as an advancement came because the military needed it, had a use for it. And the first thing on that was porn. Then the second thing on that was universities, and then it grew from there. So anything that has a use is going to be used. Pure and simple. And I've also noticed that there's been some creators who have been talking about things that have been some of their more heavy-handed videos about some of the politics regarding this aspect about privacy and the Children Online Safety Act and the Kids Online Safety Act, stuff like that. Those who are heavy-handed towards those subjects are getting struck with copyrights, being taken down, being hidden isn't the right word, but we'll go ahead and use it as that, being hidden. And I mean, overreach beyond belief. Canadian space advocate, you're not wrong. Look, 6 months on deployment is a long time. All right, so what topics do you guys want to talk about next? We're coming up on 1:30. We could wrap it up. We can hang around, talk about a few more topics. This is the advantage of bring the rum, drop the dump. This is chat driven. Like, I'll come with a bare minimum of structure of stuff that I want to talk about. Just give you a heads up on things that are coming down the pipe, things that are ongoing, things that are like to kind of be aware of. Updates. Let's call them updates. Then after that, it's like, all right, what do you guys want to do? That's just the way it is. Yes, they call it shadow banned. I've been shadow banned and banned on Twitter for a couple different things. Somebody was telling me that radio waves have different colors like a prism because they have different frequencies. So I made a comment about they should stick their head in the microwave and tell me what colors they see. I did not mean how it sounded. But I could see why I earned that one. I had a week-long Twitter jail for that one. I earned that one. Look, did I mean it that way? No. Could I cry about it? Yeah, maybe. Is it going to make a difference? No. Because who I said it to took it that way. And the people who looked at it in charge of Twitter jail took it the same way. So therefore I was guilty. So you earn a ban. Okay. Fair enough. I still thought it was funny. Yeah. So Copium. So here's the funny Copium. Like I said, is Copium Emporium and I are Twitter buds, in the sense that we're always on the same threads. And we've had a lot of conversations on. We've had quite a few conversations on Twitter as well as Discord and stuff like that. And so today I went a little. What's the term the kids use? I went a little hard in the paint today. I was doing some serious mocking today. Because someone tagged me in a radar post. They're like, "Oh, I know who just to tag." And that was Ace Fox. Ace Fox tagged me, and sure enough, it was the same video I just talked about. And then before that, it was Shame Saint Plagiaire making a comment, and I'm blocked by Shame. But my other friends, like Sea Lion Prime, tagged me into that one because he doesn't have me blocked, so I was able to reply. Is Shame seeing the answers? Probably not. Do I care? No, I don't give a shit. But are other people seeing the answers? Yes. So I took the Flurf, who was white knighting for Shame, and dragged him a little. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Kui, but yeah, I was mocking a little. I was being a little mean today. It was all right though. They'll live. But you know, it's look when there's some point where you're all right. Let me rephrase it. There's a point for me. I'm all for teaching. I'm all for trying to help. And I've always started out like that to begin with. And then I got to a point where, well, none of these assholes are basically being intellectually honest to begin with. So why don't we flip the script and just come at them hard to start with and mocking? And then if they show that they actually want to know something, I can dial it back and be like, all right, cool. You want to have a conversation? All right, let me dial it back. I'll be the big man here and be the first to step back. Let me dial it back. Let's have a conversation. And then there's the same names that you see over and over and over and over again. Like 4 Dots, who deserves all the ridicule he gets. Like the fact he has an ankle bracelet and can't leave his front porch. Or that he prides himself of living, I'm not necessarily off the grid, but implying he lives off the grid and therefore doesn't have indoor plumbing or electricity. He's basically a Stone Age Flurf. You know, Jim, it's funny. I actually was thinking about this the other day. One of my first jobs as a teenager was working at a restaurant. It was folding napkins. It was bussing tables. It was then a waiter. Then it was all these other things, right? And I'm sitting here folding laundry. And it popped in my mind. I'm like, I'm sitting here looking at my t-shirt. And again, I fold my t-shirts similar to how I learned in the military because it's the most effective way and the most efficient way for space. And I started thinking about, I'm like, wait, how'd those napkins go? And I literally had this thought today. I'm like, so I literally took my shirt, turned it sideways, and started folding it like I folded the napkins to see if I can get the same design that came with it. And sure enough, I was like, oh shit, I can. Then I broke out the towels and started doing, like, try to do the animals with the towels and stuff like that. So, what is that? Carnival Cruise Lines that does like the pig that's made out of towels that sits on your bed or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, good old muscle memory. What are you going to do? I mean, we're talking shit. It's 30 years ago plus, and I'm still remembering how to do that. Of course, it's 30 years ago plus, I still remember how to fold my shirts in a military way. I still fold my uniforms that I still have, which no longer fit. Almost 50-year-old me is very different than 18-year-old me. My my dress blues are in my closet. They're still folded the same way that we fold them in boot camp and on the ship and stuff like that. To me, it's just kind of comical because the way you fold your dress blues is what creates the creases that you see when we're wearing our dress blues. Hold on, sorry, I got a parent for a second here. Look, it's summer. We get to stay up and do stupid things. A waiter in the Army. That's like when I joined the Navy, they wanted to know if I want to be a mail clerk. I'm like, wait a minute. You want to know if I want to work for the U.S. Postal Service, but you want me to join the Navy to do so. I think I'll skip that job. What else you got? Shot a gun 2 times. I got to shoot it in boot camp, and then I got to shoot it for quals. After that, not necessary. Got my medals, walked away. Never to shoot again. I'm intelligence. What do I need a gun for? I'm on a big-ass aircraft carrier. If someone's boarding an aircraft carrier, we have bigger problems than whether or not I should have a gun. Old traditions regarding socks. Okay. The tradition is however many socks you think you need, you always carry more. You always change your socks. That's just a given. And if you don't have socks, you turn them inside out to at least get a second wearing out of them. Not like the MC Tune camp underwear story. Let's not go that route. But now socks are, well, here's the thing. I mean, you take enough socks, you can roll them up into a ball. Next thing you know, you're playing football and birthing, jumping through knee knockers and stuff like that, and playing tackle football. Yeah. Socks to me were always the bane of my existence, being colorblind, because I couldn't tell the difference between dark blue and black. So I didn't know if I had one blue sock on, one black, 2 blacks, 2 blues. I don't know. I never could tell. So on a ship, depending on your uniform that you wear, whether it's the overalls or you're on the flight deck or whatever, you can get away with white socks when you're deployed. So I wore white socks a lot. But when it came down to your dress uniform, you don't have that luxury. So I used to have to rely on like my sister or friends to sit there and say, I need a package of black socks. Can you pick me up black socks? I would only get black socks. That's it. Couldn't choose during the draft. Okay. Asked for postman on a motorbike. Didn't get it. This place in the meal hall right opposite of the postman motorbike facility. Well, Canadian Space Advocate, I'm not an electrician, but I work in telecom and we have colored wires and colored fibers. So it can get a little spicy sometimes. Look, if I do both sides, it's not a problem. If I'm doing one side and someone is a normal color vision on the other side, we may have to have a conversation somewhere in the middle there. Blue, violet, violet, blue. Look, it's 50-50. And Murphy's Law says you're going to be wrong 90% of the time. So, yeah, resistor coating. Yeah, very similar. Yeah. That's a little more important, though. Mine is just, there's light coming through it. I know there's light coming through it. Just which one is it coming through? Resistors, a little more important, kind of like capacitors. Look, Calder's heading out to bed because, you know, he can't hang and he wanted me to stick around. Yeah, RJ45 patching can be funny. Yeah, I can usually tell the orange and green apart. But when you get into the bigger cables, like the 100 pair cables and stuff like that, then it gets a little more difficult, a little more spicy. See, Quee, you're exactly right. If I do both ends, there's never going to be a problem. Pure and simple. Whether I'm wire wrapping in a switch room or I'm making an RJ45, just make me do both ends. It's problem solved. You wanted me to stay longer, and now you're bailing on us. I see how you are. That's fine. It's okay. Mikey's tiring. I get it. We're going to hang up soon anyway. Life is easy. Mock it. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's the only way to go through life. If you can't laugh at yourself and you can't laugh at life, then you know what? You need a sense of humor. They it's always interesting the you know, like the stories I tell and the I think being colorblind is one of the things that most people I find interesting, I guess, or I guess they're not really around it too much, or people don't talk about it too much. But I don't know. To me, it's always funny. It's always to me, it's interesting because it's like as long as you don't play the what's this color game, we're okay. You want me to tell you some of the stupidity I went through? Yeah, I can go over that. You want to tell you some of the colors I can't see? Well, sit down. It's gonna be a long list. And it's not like I see black and white. And there's some people who have that perception after I have to like go through that first, and then we can talk about the actual colors I can and cannot see. Oh, yeah. Didn't you get plenum cables for those long ones when they're up in the overhead by the lights because of EM interference and then dribbling errors and blah, blah. Yeah, I don't miss, you know, I'm glad I'm on the engineering side now. I'm glad all I have to deal with is fiber and I don't really have to deal with any of those messes. That's the advantage. So yeah, Jim, that was always funny too, because your muscle memory was like, I need it to be exactly this long. I know where to cut it. I know how it's going to fit into the connector and everything else. I can crimp it, make sure I get the jacket, all the wires are the right size. Like when you do 100 of them to start with, all of a sudden because muscle memory, you're good to go. But when you're first starting out, it's like, oh, I cut them too long, or oh, they're too short. And it's like, I got to start over. Man, when they have those pass-through ones, it's like, you know what? Push it through, snip, pull it back a little bit, crimp. I'm done. See you later. Out. Quee, that's funny too, because I actually thought about making a joke about that because I used to do photography, was going to be do all my photography in black and white and call it the coffee table book for the colorblind. I was like, I can make money on this. Oh, wow. Your dad did that? That's pretty cool. Noise reduction is a pain in the ass. That takes patience. And Tori, you're actually welcome for me streaming, and thank you for being here. So you guys are here, so that's why I'm here. Yeah, that resistor code, it's like you gotta match the if I had the chart, then it would be easy for me because I could just match what color I see. Like I see the same color, right? So I just basically take the resistor, go across the map or the chart and be like, all right, which one of these matches? There. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. It's 10 ohm. All right, perfect. There we go. Next. I have to do the same thing with some of our attenuators, stuff like that were color coded. Then they just went to actual stamps that said 5, 10, 15. And it was like, oh, this is so much easier. Yep, that's exactly it. Let me see something here. Well, good news is I don't have any unanswered emails this week. That works. Well, I don't have any unfornicated emails that need to be addressed. We won't talk about my personal email that has like 1,300 unanswered messages I still need to go through because most of them is garbage. Yeah, Jim, I know which one you're talking about. That's not, yeah. We don't need to go there. I know which one you're talking about. There's a few of them, but I can probably guess which one you're talking about. Yeah, that was a different world back then. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about first. That's the first one that came to mind. Yeah, bad boys, we'll just leave it at that. Jesus, Tori. Are you logging in while you're on vacation or no? I admit when I go on vacation, I usually have my phone or my laptop. And the absolute only reason why I have it is so first thing in the morning when I have coffee, I can sit there and go through and delete like just the garbage. Just, stuff from outages, stuff from like, the system created emails. I can just go through and delete them. So when I finally get home, let's say after a week or two, I can manage the email and not spend 3 days going through the shit. So yeah, you guys, just to reiterate from earlier, you guys are on the hook. You guys are, I'm the guy who's in front of the camera, but you people, what do you mean you people? You people are all part of the channel. You guys have input on, you people have input on what I present, what I do, the videos I make, what I do on stream. And that's the part of it I enjoy. That's the part I like. That's the part that makes this work. So I hope you guys take your homework assignments seriously. I hope that we get some good ideas and stuff to expand upon, to turn into some sort of bit or some sort of event, I guess you could say. That's right, Cygnus. I said you people. Oh, you have to double VPN that? Ooh. Ouch. Oh, let me guess. Your company's like mine. If I'm out of country, I can't do it. It's like I have to get a special, I have to do like you. I have to do 2 tunneling. I have to tunnel into an external US based server, and then I have to tunnel into or VPN into the production network or the administrative network or wherever I need to go. You know what, Lindsay, you guys are incorrigible, but at the same time, you're very helpful. And you guys are just as demented is maybe a bad word, deranged. You know what? You guys are my people in the sense that you're like me and I'm like you. So therefore, it's like having a small army of like-minded people. It's a hive mind is what we have. So while I may suck at being creative, maybe somebody who's very creative, I can maybe help them with an engineering problem. We can trade. We can barter a little bit. Exactly. Why did they say it? What do they mean? What reaction do they expect? It's just like it's like an infinity game of chicken and egg. It's like play, you're in the army now. Yeah, basically. That'll get me stricken. Not that I'm monetized anyway, but it's still funny. I had a copyright strike on one of my first live streams because I was talking to DP and we were talking, this is before like the Derp Venger idea came up, or like, we're kind of like Voltron. And the older ones in the chat knew what I was talking about, but the younger ones didn't. So I went ahead and pulled up the intro for a Voltron cartoon and played it on stream. And I got struck from that. So I had to clip that 42 seconds out of my life. I don't get it. It's weird. It's funny. It's, YouTube has turned into a learning experience because it's like, there's a community aspect, there's the content aspect, there's the live stream aspect. Like live streams for the most part are easier. Like maybe not for me because I use my live streams to sometimes present specific things and I just clip it out of my live stream and use that as a video and voila. 2 for the price of 1. But the live streams as a whole are generally easier. If I run out of things to talk about, I just say, oh, thanks for coming, time to go. If it's just not feeling like an off night, I can stop early. There's no given time of like, we're streaming for 9 hours tonight. Let's go, you know, and I got to have 9 hours full of shit. But it's more like, hey, let's get on. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what people want to talk about. Let's discuss some of the projects. Let's give some sneak peeks. Let's get some homework out and we'll see where the fuck it goes from there. Who knows? Down rabbit holes? Hey, maybe. Talk about telecom and the fun things it takes to be a colorblind person. We can talk about Navy shit. We can talk about other conspiracies. We can talk about parenting because apparently I like talking about that. We can talk about all sorts of different things. Again, because that's not to be conspiracy, because that's the beauty about this this community. We were brought here by conspiracies, whether you're here because of Ashton Forbes and his stupidity, whether you're here because flat earth, you're here because of 5G or whatever brought you here. We all share that in common. But that's not the only thing we have in common. So like Curious UK and I jumped on one of his streams and we were just talking about what he was presenting. And 15 minutes later, we were talking about cars and we ended up talking for like an hour and a half. It was just an organic conversation. That's the way it went. And it was funny and it was entertaining and people stuck around for it. And, you know, we had chat going on about different cars and what they thought and stuff like that. And And Curious and I were both on screen talking about, well, we were, different cars and stuff like that. And it was entertaining. It was comical. It was like, yeah, look, we don't have to talk about this stupid shit if we don't have to. Not to say that the stupid shit is not fun to talk about. I do enjoy it. Foxworth, that's not how that works. This isn't a super chat or membership drive stream. You can't keep me here. If I start getting tired, it's just gonna be like, it's been fun. See you later. I'm out. So oh, really? You're on the rallycross circuit. That's different. That is a rally cars are something different. Like, you want to talk about having a MacGyver shit with duct tape and ratchet straps and stuff like that. That is cool. I just do shade. I do shade tree. I own a Jeep Wrangler. I work on it myself. I rebuilt the whole front end myself. It's like a Lego car. I learn every time I climb under the damn thing and try to fix something. But on the same right, my stepdaughter, is what I call her. She's up in Albany, up in further up in New York, and she's a mechanic. That's what her job is. So we'll talk on the phone about different things. We'll talk about, we'll work on something together. We're going to be working on a car together eventually, like an older car to fix up and stuff like that. So it's but rallycrosses, that's a different thing. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the garages that goes on in there and what they have to replace and the time they have to replace it in. And it's like, shit. Like, you had to be well versed in everything from like suspension to drive to, drive trains. I mean, there is you cannot be a weak link anywhere in that, from what I understand. I do maintenance on my mountain bike. That's about the only other thing I do besides my car. Yeah. I'm not Craig. I'm not doing dances. I'm not staying up for 60 hours. I got a job to go to eventually. I'm going to be more of like, yeah, I'm not saying I will ever do one. I don't know. I haven't got that for you. I'm not even halfway to that point. But, if I ever did something like that, I would probably have to be like Mike and split it up. Be like, all right, you have me until this time. Then any time that's left over at that time will have to be taken up next week, unless I burn days off to take care of it. I mean, this is not full time by any means. And it never will be, just because I actually like my job. Sounds kind of weird to say. No, I thoroughly enjoy my job. I love what I do. I love the not only the impact that it has, but also the day-to-day stuff. And it's just, to me, it's fun. I get up in the morning and I like going to work. So doing that, to have to deal with pressures of putting out stuff daily on YouTube, like people like Creaky, Simon Dan, stuff. Nah, that's not me. Well, and that's exactly it. So I learned that YouTube, if I'm live streaming and I go to, obviously YouTube knows I'm live streaming, and I go to another YouTube channel, they'll send a notice to that person. Like Conspiracy Music Studios knows, him and I have talked. He gave me full rights to everything to play on the stream. But he'll get a notification that I played his videos, and he'll be like, yes or no. Do I need to worry about it or do I not? It comes under fair use, but at the same time, they still get notified of it. So it's weird. Yeah, that crew was different. Everybody got hit with that. I didn't get a chance to mirror it for whatever reason. I don't remember if I didn't send an email or Tune didn't reply to it, or I think I only had 50 subs at a time, maybe 100. But talking to DP at length about the things he was dealing with was just funny because we were laughing about it. And he's like, I know what I'm going to do to get him back. And then he hits me up and says, do you think I could use you or the kiddo for a voiceover? And I'm like, absolutely. So the cartoon, that part of the Simon Goldberg one that DP put out, the Duchess of, I don't remember what the Duchess, that is voiced over by my daughter. So she gets credit as Oblivia for her Derp Venture name. And she did the voiceover for that. And DP changed, all he did is he changed her voice because she's got kind of a smaller voice. He bumped up the volume and he changed the octave down 1 because she kind of sounds like a little kid. So that's her claim to fame now. Well, yeah, Kobe, because you don't know Liv. So I don't have Liv on stream. So no one really knew that it was her. So but I was happy to say that, hey, she did it. She read the lines. She put them together. You know, she knocked it out of the park. She did a good job on that. I recognized most of the voices too. He originally had a part for me, but then I think Rainer did it or somebody else did it, and it was more fitting. It definitely should not have been me. And he asked me, he goes, can Oblivia do can she do a British accent? I said, she can do a rubbish one. In fact, she loves the word rubbish. So we even watched the English, was it the English Great Bake Off, whatever it is. So she picked up a few words. So she was able to kind of mimic it a little bit, but she had fun doing it. Yeah, Reynard's was pretty easy to pick out. That was pretty simple. I was surprised, to be honest. He was like, yeah, I want to give Oblivia that part of the Duchess. I'm like, really? Okay. Like, how many lines she could have? She goes, I don't know, 20, 30. I'm like, okay. Yeah, she'll do it. Goes, I'll pay her. I'm like, nah, she'll do it just to do it. She'll do it because it's you. She'll do it because, I asked her to. She'll do it because her name will be on it. Yeah, the copyrights are weird. I give up just doing it. Even on my videos, it goes through checks and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, this is dumb. I'm like, yes, I'm using free use videos. I'm using stock videos. I may use some people's streams, but guess what? I'm using a portion of them, not the whole thing. They're here on YouTube for public dissemination. Fair use. Give me a break. Leave me alone. Go bother somebody else that has 200,000 subscribers. Actually, you're right, because CSA, because she's actually going to do voiceover on some of the other videos. She's going to be doing the voiceover on the cologne commercial. Because it needs to be a female voice. In my head, the absurdity needs to be a female voice, and it's going to be with a high gain microphone and a whisper. And and she's also going to do the beginning part of the harp one has a PSA, and she's going to read the PSA. So she's starting to get more integrated with the videos and stuff like that. So I'm happy she wants to do it. It's fun. Like, it's fun doing the videos with her and having her read them and having her watch them and critique them and also learn something from them. But it's fun that she wants to actually be part of it too. So it's like a good thing for our time together. Yeah, I haven't really been hit for snips yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Hubris Valley Ranch, because there's a snip there of somebody wearing a stripper blouse. Because I could not use that. There's no way I could pass that up. It fit so well that I had to. How many people we got here? We have 23 people. It's 2 a.m. on a Sunday. All right. So those who are in chat, the video is uploaded, but it's not listed. It's set as unlisted because I was going to release them on next week. Do you guys want to do a little sneak peek? Do you guys want to see, like, I mean, the video is only 2 minutes long, so sneak peek's going to be the whole video. Do you guys want to see the video? You guys have been here the longest. Do you guys want to, you know, earn this and, you know, get here and watch the video? Sure. Hell yeah. Okay. Cygnus has been waiting for this because he's like, dude, I've seen the meme has been on Toon's channel. It's been on Mike's channel. It's been on DP Debunk's channel. It's a meme that I've had for a year. So, let's pull this up. Let's see. Let's go to manage videos. All right, let's share this. I'll go ahead and go full screen because you need everything. All right. Let's see. I think volume is up.
Yeah.
Yourself.
Okay.
You just gotta keep on working.
When you got people, that was not supposed to happen there. All right, technical difficulties, people. Here we go. Let me make sure the volume's up. All right, here we go. Tired of your handcrafted word salads getting mistaken for delirious nonsense? Do your conspiratorial pronouncements regarding complex scientific topics lack oomph? Yearn for the days when your pronouncements on the scientific ramifications of any subject are met with rapturous applause, not bewildered stares? Well, you're in luck. There is no better way to complete a beautiful bed of word salad, consisting of scientific terms arranged in a misleading and completely incoherent string of consciousness, topped with vine-ripened, cherry-picked quotations and personal incredulity croutons, than with a rich, creamy dressing by Hubris Valley Ranch. Likewise, Hubris Valley Ranch can also be used to accentuate the flavor of a 30-minute monologue, spent exalting your intelligence and subject matter expertise in any and all scientific fields, regardless of real-world expertise. Our patented formula contains 40% more unfounded assertions per tablespoon than leading competitors, plus added electrolytes for those marathon basement research sessions. Be sure to try our new varieties, each formulated with our patented Question Everything technology, our signature pattern recognition seasoning, our new confirmation bias-free variety for the selectively skeptical, our best-selling do-your-own-research variety, perfect for those who've already done theirs on YouTube, TikTok, or whatever social media echo chamber validates them today. Now we have released our limited edition Connect the Dots blend, because sometimes the most obvious explanation is exactly what they want you to think. The more you use, the more expert you'll become in fields you've never studied. We guarantee instant confidence in all scientific debates, or your intellectual humility back. Hubris Valley Ranch is readily available in the condiment aisle of your local supermarket or favorite grocer. Hubris Valley Ranch, dress your delusions. There you have it. Yeah, I actually had to go looking for that in my phone and then send it to myself to be able to put it in. So I have a low resolution, which is fitting. And and I purposely posterized the Hidden Valley Ranch so it looks logo, so it looks like, well, shit. It looks like crayon. Favorite grocer. Hubers Valley Ranch. I mean, like, seriously. There's nothing about that that looks professional. It looks like it's done with crayons, and it's for purpose. Like the cartoonized and the posterized filters in GIMP are hilarious when you use them multiple times over. It's just, it's perfect. And that's the best thing because you can pile them on one after another, and it just like, I think I used it 3 times to get this effect. Flintstone, yes, exactly. I was kind of going for crayon. Like, you know, you can see the overspray, like, you know, they don't line up on the bottom, and you can see, like, you know, specific colors split. There's like no gradient. It's, yeah, it was all done on purpose because I wanted to make it ridiculous, and it is. So there you guys go. You guys got a sneak peek. That will be out next week. Big fish. Somebody may have already beat you to that, but you know, let me know if you need if you have a seat on the board. I'd like to be part of that. Let's see. So yeah, that's where we are. That's where that is. And you guys got to see the mock-up of the clone bottle. That came out a lot better than I anticipated. It only took 8 iterations to get there, although it's not the right orientation and it's not the right resolution, but I can fix that. That's not a concern. But I can't, that one's going to be beyond ridiculous, and I cannot wait. I think the 2 that I'm really excited about is going to be the clone and the law firm. That one's just going to be fun. But again, I ran out of ideas after these 4. And actually, I ran out of ideas out of 3. And then Astronomy Live gave me the 4th one, which just, as soon as he said it, it's like my brain just exploded. I'm like, ah, yes, I know exactly what to do with this. And so, yeah, so, I mean, I'd like to start making these, I don't know, a weekly thing, bi-weekly thing, once a month. Because there's so much content out there, and debunking it's boring after a while. I'd rather mock it, ridicule it, and make it our own. That's what I want to do. CSA, what was that? I feel like we are going to see a lot on other channels. What, of this? I mean, anyone can show it. I don't give a shit. But like, yeah, everyone has free use of this. To be honest, that to me is the part that matters. Like, I see this on X, or if I see this on somebody else's channel, to me, that's where it's funny. That's where I just giggle and laugh and be like, someone else laughed at this. And they laughed as much as possible at it, so much that they want to put it on their channel. By all means, put it on your channel. It's kind of like CMS, Conspiracy Music Studio. Like, he allows most of us to have free use of his things because it's free advertising, but also because he knows that we like thoroughly enjoy this. And the reason why we play it is because it's good shit. Yeah, Dabby, I actually had one set up for Friday because on the Drunk Debunk show, because Andy is not around was not around. He's on vacation to do the voice. So I had a bit lined up. We are going to recreate CC's most viewed video, and stepping in for the disgruntled wife was going to be my daughter. So she's going to walk behind me and she's going to get a pass to, you know, say bull crap and call me an idiot. And yeah, it was going to be over the top. It was going to be fun. Actually, you know what? I almost got the second one done. All right, here's what we're going to do. Hold on, just a second. Sorry, a little bit of a coughing fit. Hold on, we're going to do something quickly. We're going to, I've already played 4 of his songs. We're going to play one more. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to come back, and you guys are going to help me with something. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We're going to go play an Unfornicated one. There was a... Oh, we got Yo-Ho, Yo-Ho. All right, we got a ska punk version of Unfornicated. I'm going to go ahead and play that real quick. I'm going to... I'll just leave it where it is right now. I mean, the title screen, whether I get up or I'm in front of the camera, it doesn't really matter. It's the same screen, so more or less. So let me go ahead and play this song real quick. I'm going to make a quick nature break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to get your thinking caps on. And I don't mean like real thinking. I'm talking about like absurd thinking. And we're going to share some quick ideas real quick and get your guys' take on it. We can do that for like a few minutes and see what kind of weird, stupid shit we can come up with. What do you think? All right, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Unfornicated, he's breaking through the norm with the camera in hand. A digital storm talks of the Navy days, the oceans roar. Now he's chasing secrets, can't ignore conspiracy threats on his midnight screen, living loud, chasing that unseen dream. He took the dive with his heart unshaken. Now he's unfornicated. wild, exposing the shadows, the world beguiled from sea to screen with a rebel shout in a world of doubt. He's calling them out.
You know, I might have to ask DP if that should be a Dropkick Flurfy song. See, growing up in California, ska was a very big part of my teens. So, like, we're talking about like No Doubt, Sublime, Real Big Fish, Save Ferris, you know, all those type of Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, all those type of bands were. Hold on. No. Go lay down. Somebody was getting into the trash can and got busted. So ska was one of those things that like I grew up with, and I still appreciate the sound to this day. I love the sound. So whenever I was able to create that song, I think I created it, I think, using, because I couldn't get ska to work in Suno. And DP gave me some heads up on it, and sure enough, that's what popped out. I'm like, oh, finally. So I wanted to have one of those. Okay, so what I have in mind, here's what I have in mind. We're going to schedule this as public today at... We're going to release it a little early. We're going to release it at 8 hours from now. This works. Should we set it as a premiere? I probably won't be there for it, so nah, we'll just leave it. Okay. Humorous Valley Ranch will be released in 8 hours. So when you guys see it, grab the link and share it about, because I want it to be funny. I want to see it everywhere. I don't want to see it everywhere because it's like some ego trip or something like that. I want to see it everywhere because I want to laugh every time I turn around. I see Humorous Valley Ranch, and it's like, you know, just to me, it's humorous. So what do I need you guys for? Well, this is what I need you guys for. What I need you guys for. Let me transition this real quick. I got to pick up. Where did I put the notepad? I put all my notes in Notepad because it's ridiculous and it's like old school, but at least I'm not writing it down. What do we need? Do I have a way cool 7? Oh, that was the Quee. For the lawyer bit, I'm going to go to the thrift store and I'm going to get a 70s style sport coat because it deserves it. Got to commit to the bit. Okay. So other ideas I was coming for was the only other idea I had, and I didn't like it. Well, so here's the funny thing. Outside of Humorous Valley Ranch, the fragrance and the national park thing has kind of shirts that ties to them. There's a Occam's razor shirt that says "cut the bullshit," just like the fragrance bottle does. Dunning-Kruger National Park has its own shirt, stuff like that. No big deal. Danf Law Firm doesn't. It may have. I haven't really decided about that one yet. I haven't really thought of something to kind of go that route. I am working on a design for the shirts about echo chamber acoustics, and that is one of two designs. So either it's going to be like a blueprint design, like a patent design that has different things labeled with different things like cognitive dissonance filter and things like that. That's one thing I'm working on. And the other one was more of that kind of like mid-century look that I have to my shirts, like with the mental gymnastics and the Occam's razor, of a microphone and a speaker wired together and facing each other, and called the echo chamber acoustics. So that's a design I'm working on. Now, I thought that I could probably turn that into a parody commercial as well. So that's the idea that I have. Yes, Lindsay, it's definitely Better Call Saul vibes. Straight up, the Danf Law Firm is Better Call Saul, but a little different. But it's, if you've seen that series, then you know exactly where this is coming from and probably have a good idea of what direction it's going into. I don't have a bad comb over, unfortunately. But in Better Call Saul, he didn't have to come over, so we'll figure it out. Jim, we will have F1 stuffs here in the States because Cadillac will have a team in 2026. So here's what I got. I got echo chamber acoustics. The tagline is "Hear only what you want to hear." And there's just going to be audio gear, commercial, and like commercial selling of audio gear, soundproof pods, tuned to bounce your own bad takes. I don't know. I think I threw like 200 or 2,000% more conviction, you know, things like that. And that was basically completely based off of Ironworks and his whole booting everybody thing. So that was funny. Cygnus, I'm glad you appreciated the cut talking about you know, subject matter experts in all fields of science, regardless of real world expertise. I really like the cut to black and like the pause of the music and just deadpan, like just drop it right here. Let me just leave this right here, and then continue on with like more upbeat music. Like I purposely, I had no music to it at all. And when I first uploaded, I sent it to DP, and he's like, "Eh." He goes, "Look, great video, but you got to have something in the background because it's just, it sounds flat." And I'm like, "You know what? You're absolutely right." And we were talking about different ways of doing it. And he's like, "You know, maybe do some blues or some country or something like that." I'm like, "No, wait, how about this? Sad salad, blues." Then we start going to product. We do like country picking, like upbeat music of ta-da, to solve all your problems. And he was kind of thinking the other way around. And then when I put it together and I played it for him, he goes, "I was wrong. You did it perfectly. That just is done. That we're done. That you put it up. You're done." So I love having that like back and forth with other content creators because I'm still trying to get my feet under it. It's like, I don't know. I listen to myself talk all day. It's fucking boring. But the Mikey Smith's tea to pick me up before you go to the observatory. That might work. So yeah, so I have echo chamber acoustics to go with this. I originally had a chemtrail cologne before I went to Occam's razor, and that was like smell the oppression kind of mentality is what I had. because, you know, they're oppressing us and they're poisoning us, stuff like that. The one I threw together, and I'm sitting there looking at it, and I think it has legs, but I'm going to have to be, I think, a little creative with this. And that's going to be the Red String Emporium, you know, for the conspiracy theorist, your one-stop shop for connecting things that don't belong together, or connecting the invisible the dots that no one else sees. It's a couple different versions of this. I think I can turn that into something. And one last one, because this came up. Where did it come up at? It was a voice chat. I'm trying to remember what it was. Maybe it was a voice chat. They were talking about Juicy Couture. And I was thinking like tinfoil couture. So, you know, tinfoil fashion for the conspiracies. And, you know, like, what was it? Shit. Hold on. I wrote something. I think I put it on another page. Nope, not there. Oh no, did I actually write that down? Holy shit. I actually took an actual note with pen and paper. Go figure. Here it is. It says, on my 401k statement, because obviously I don't need this. So, it says, what was it? Tinfoil couture, fashion that blocks the truth and the government. And then it has a couple of question marks, like how the fuck do we make this work in video? Like, you know, do you do a runway with tinfoil clothes? I don't know how to make this work, and I don't know what kind of stock stock video I can find, or if I have to generate all this, in which case it's ridiculous. Copium, I like your take on that. That's a nice additive. I think that might get the video taken down though. But yeah, I mean, I had a couple different ideas. Like I said, Hubris Valley Ranch, Dunning-Kruger National Park, Occam's Razor Cologne. I had the chemtrail cologne, but that was. I need to do something with chemtrails, I think. So there's a company nearby here called Archtop Fiber. So AF is their initials. And I saw a billboard. It said, #FastAF. And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. I don't know who's in marketing, but whoever did that is brilliant. I love this. Granted, I can't get them for service, but that's beside the point. It was great marketing, and I love the idea of it. But now the question is, like, I mean, since I work for an internet service provider, like, how can I turn broadband into something else? So I was spitting around ideas back and forth. I came up with, Monkey's not here, otherwise he'd probably appreciate this, like Bigfoot broadband. But then I was like, does this, and then just question, it just says, what's the, I ran out of Zins, I'm crashing out. What is it? The Bigfoot vlog guys or whatever? Like, is it going to turn into that? Incredulous University, the University of So, Dabby, what it is they can see you, right? Because it reflects off of it. So they know where you are, but they can't put the ideas in. You know, there's no mind control from the heart if you're covered in tinfoil. But yeah, so yeah, there's a couple of different ideas, but nothing that struck me as like, like all of them were kind of like, maybe, I don't know, I got to like put more thought into it. And then I was kind of had a self-imposed deadline to get all 4 of these done for next week. So I haven't really put out a video in a while, because of HARP and because of just work and stuff like that. So I was like, let's figure it out. I mean, the photons one did relatively well. It did okay. it was fun to do, so that's good. The STD report didn't do all that great. That might be a bit that we retire after a while. I might do a couple more, see if it gets any better. I personally like it. I think it's funny, but everyone probably looks at it like, what the fuck is that? And I think I missed out because I should have put chemtrails at the end of it before I put it up, but I did it like 2 weeks after, so I may have lost the idea of that. Somebody may have found that entertaining, but you know, we'll see what happens. But interesting enough, the thing that blew every view that I have out of the park. Actually, here, let me show this to you. This is funny. It's like, I'm not monetized, so I don't give a shit. But here's the funny thing that I find humorous. Now, the video on Liberty came out after the live stream. Remember, the live stream was like, the first part of it was housekeeping, went in the presentation, got finished the presentation, went back to chat, did everything else, clipped that, turned into a video, added a few more visuals, endings, you know, stuff like that. Quick edit, turn out, video went out. The video itself has 144 views, which is about on par. So like my Battle of the Beams one has 110 views. The audio is so shit on that. But since no one's talking about Battle of the Beams anymore, I don't give a shit to do another one. I could, but does it matter? Not really. Then after that was Flat Earth Ultimate Fail. That was the resources to guard the ice wall. That had almost 280 views. So that's actually a decent amount, especially for me. I mean, I only have, at the time, I think I had 100 subscribers. Then after that came Frost and Furious Antarctic Drift. That got 250 views. Then the Liberty one came out. It has about just shy of 150. And then right after that came the STD report. It has half that at 80. And then the Photon one that's been out for a week already matches the weekly STD report at 80. So I was looking at this, and again, the numbers are just, I'm just trying to figure out what resonates with people and, you know, what's fun, what's not. And, but then I looked at my live streams, and my live streams were weird because, you know, 180, 120, hundreds, like once I got past my first couple, I don't know what happened here. I think somebody botted me on principle. It was a video done of my presentation. No, I'm sorry. That was the live stream I did with the reaction to the Ether cosplayer's reaction to my presentation on the Drunk Debunk show. I think it got botted. I didn't bot it. I don't know who did. Not my problem. I don't spend money for views because I think it's stupid and it screws up your algorithm. But I could probably take it down. And I might, but it had value, so I left it. But whatever. So, but the funny thing is this: the USS Liberty live stream, like, had 100 views, 100 viewers, or just shy of 100 viewers at one time, and it got 1,200 views on the live stream, and most of them exited after the first. Well, 90% of them exit after the first 46 minutes because it went on to games and derpitude and stuff like that. But like there was like a 40% retention through the entire presentation, even through the bullshit, the housekeeping. But I'm like, wow, that did great. I'm like, that's amazing. And then I was like, I wonder how the video did. I look at the video, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's the same thing. Maybe I should have done things. Search tinfoil couture, lots of images. Oh shit. Do I click? Yes, let's click. Let's Do I want to leave YouTube? Yeah, sure. Let's go to YouTube. Oh, wow. Okay. This might have legs after all. See, and CSA, I can't stand doing shorts. And the reason why is because the amount of views you need for shorts are so ridiculous. The one short I did is like a trailer for I think it was Frost and Furious. Yeah. It got 186 views. It got the same amount of views as the actual video itself. No, it got less than the video itself. So I don't know. I might have to go that way. I might have to. There might be some ways I can upload a video and have it clip out specific pieces of it to make shorts out of. I thought about doing shorts as a quick 2-minute rundown of like the video, to like not go over the math or anything else. I just go over the quick, like the quick hitting details of it. Like, here's the resources I would take to do this. 176, like go over that. And for the full math, see this video. Oh, there is an AI tool. Okay, well, maybe that's worthwhile. I don't like editing. So if I can get around editing, I would love to do that. Like, even for Heroes Valley Ranch, it took me 2 or 3 takes to do it. And I just kept the audio going, and I just cut out the parts that I needed to. And it was not difficult. It was just trying to find all the pieces I needed for it. Let me see something. Let's see. Let's do a little quick look, shall we? Oh, oh boy. I mean, this alone is tinfoil couture right here. All right, Tori, we'll see you later. Yeah, Debbie, what could possibly go wrong? Well, if you see my editing, there's a lot that it can't get any worse. All right, let's do me a favor. Let's do horizontal. Okay, well, there's a couple stock photos here. We can talk about the material. That's good. Okay, there might be some legs to this. I have the same actress doing multiple things. This might work. But the dog stays. The dog has to stay. Okay, you know what? I'm getting some ideas by this. I am getting, yeah, that is not Pavlov's dog. That dog is like, F you, buddy. I have my own thoughts. I do my own research. Get out of my head. I think there could be some legs to this. I don't need an airplane runway. I need like a model runway that's just blank, that is just lights. Yeah, I can probably find that. Rented tinfoil. Aldebaran wins the night. That alone. Okay. This might work here. Let me bring this over. Go back to my notes. Let's see. What do we got? Fashion that blocks the truth and the government. So surprisingly, I never thought to check, to be honest with you. So who was it that told me to check? I don't remember. Big fish. Big fish. You know what? I'm glad you looked. I would not have thought to. I would have probably shit canned the idea without looking, because I would have been like, nah, ain't happening. Wow, there's some. I like some of this stuff. CSA, nice to see you as always. I will see you on the next one. Based on quantum frequency technology for those who will believe anything. Yeah, I'm taking that one. See what it is this is how my brain works. I put together all these things and then I start trying to fit the pieces like a puzzle upside down. No, you're right. You can find anything. I just didn't think that, like, there's no way I'm going to find this without going like full on Adobe, like Adobe stock videos and having to pay for it. There's just no way. Oh, look, there's our MC for the night. That looks a little bit like me as a kid. Holy shit, that's scary. Mom, did you upload video of me as a kid? Look, you guys are seeing how the sausage is made here. I don't know if this is tinfoil. Is it tinfoil? No, it's plastic. Shit. Yeah, I can make this work. I can use cameras going off. I can try to see if I can find an empty runway with lights dancing all over the place. I can, like, it's getting started. Take your seats. I think I can do this. This is going to work. Can link into 5G. That's true. That's true. Hold on. Let me move that over here too. Whoops. I just cluster fucked everything. Great. 5G tie-in. All right, so let's see. So camera flashes, models with a question mark. Oh, let's go back. Hold on. Let's go off video. Let's go to photos. There's a lot of fucking hats. ASTS. No, we're just, you know what you did miss? You missed the preview of the Hubris Valley Ranch parody commercial, and you missed a homework assignment. So get with your classmates and no. We're actually working on that actually one of the homework assignments right now. So we're doing parody commercials. I have 4 in the hopper. I'm releasing 1 in 8 hours. So it'll be there. For Hubris Valley Ranch, I have Occam Razor's Cologne. I have traveled to Dunning-Kruger National Park, and I have Dance Law Firm. Sorry, Dance Law Firm. So those are the parody commercials. So we're trying to come up with some other ones I could possibly use for like a second round. So I'm looking for the absurdity of what we can make fun of with a parody commercial like Hubris Valley Ranch. Yeah, I'll get struck for that one. I'll have to see what I can find that's royalty free, because copyright strikes suck. But so the design that the idea that we're working on right now is going to be tinfoil couture, tinfoil fashion. So blocks the truth and the government, and is based on quantum frequencies technology for those who will believe anything, and with a 5G tie-in. That's kind of where we're at right now. I think I have enough to kind of make that work. You know what I'm going to do? Hold on, let me pull up something here. I'm going to pull this across here. What we're going to do. Actually, can I do it this way? I don't like... all right, we're going to have to go with plan B here. So plan B, just bear with me for 1 second, is this. Just bear with me for 1 second. That's all. I promise. We'll get there.
They whisper in shadows, tinfoil hats on tight.
Okay. So here's so I think we have that one. That one's ready to go. So I wanted to put some music in the background because it was making me sound like dead air. Oh, there's loads of pictures. I just got to make sure they're royalty free. That's all. But I will look. I mean, I have something to work off of here. So, all right. So there's something that I think has legs. Echo chamber acoustics. I think I got that one because I'm working on the t-shirt on that one. I think I should be able to parlay that into something simple. Even houses. What? Oh, it's protection from wildfires. Okay. That's different. I'm not sure how well that works, but it's different. Let's see. So yeah, it's like absurdity is what we're looking at here. So I'm trying to figure out. The broadband one has legs, like a internet service provider for truthers. I think that could be something we could play into. Like, call it speed so fast that you'll think they're fake. Because, I mean, really, they're just downloading low-res memes, right? So it makes it seem like it's really fast. I don't know. Oh, this website has been breached or has been part of a data leak. Fuck. Oh, that'll be fun. Let's see. We could do a red string emporium like a Lowe's or Home Depot commercial. All right. Yeah, this is a good one, actually, Mickey. All right, let's see. The red string emporium might be... I think what it is, I think I'm going to have to spend some time actually, like, fleshing these out. And then try to figure out like how much legs it has, but the tinfoil fashion has legs. I have no idea how it does, but it does, and it's interesting. Yeah, that one could be. I think 1, 2, 3. Let me see this one. All right, I'm gonna play this one back again. We're gonna repeat this one. I forgot I made this one.
They whisper in shadows, tinfoil hats on tight, aliens in the basement, 5G stealing the light, chemtrails in their coffee, fluoride in their tea, all the nonsense they're sipping, but not from me. Unfornicated, truth liberated.
Yeah, Evil Producer does a lot of good stuff, and he targets individuals. I'm still trying to keep to the targeting ideas thing. It's probably going to change when I run out of ideas and we're going to start targeting people, but I'm still trying to still trying to stay true to that idea. How long it lasts is going to be open to interpretation, but I'm trying to stay close to that to separate myself a little bit. I mean, my tone separates me from most everybody else, but things like this is what's going to separate me from everybody else too, and make it funny, and make it so people show up and make it feel like this is how dumb we are. We do things like this. So I want to attack the ideas. Oh, sorry. There, is that a little better, I hope? Oh, you know, I'll turn it down over here. Hold up. Okay. As I was saying, I was like, I want to, I want to kind of stay to the idea of, like, evil producer makes stuff and he targets individuals, like the Mikey's Toe Tequila, which fucking brilliant and hilarious. But I want to stick to the ideas that I'm spotlighting, not necessarily the people. Because, I mean, each one of these characters are easy to just address individually. And I want to, and I'm not saying that I'm like above everybody else. I want to more of attack the idea because it requires, it requires a little more thought. It requires a little more patience to make it work. And I want to separate myself a bit. I want to like just keep to the idea of attacking the ideas and not the people. Now, will that last forever? Probably not. My patience will probably wear thin. Next thing you know, I'm starting to make Mikey Smith avatars. But as of right now, I'm in that mode of being close to it. So I want to kind of stay. Still loud again. Okay. It says it's at neg 25. I actually made a words. Hold up. I made a Hubris Valley Ranch song and don't remember it. Delusions floating in the air. Sling that jargon, mix it up, serve it in your finest cup. Big words soaring aimlessly at Hubris Valley. How did I not know this? Hubris Valley Rancho, what a vibe. Dressing up your brainy tribe. Logic's lost, but who's to know? Hubris Valley steals the show. Holy shit. I forgot I made that. I come on down to Hubris Valley where the dressing flows so free. Toss your word salad with some flair, sprinkle jargon endlessly. Hubris Valley Ranch, oh what a treat. It's the sauce that can't be beat. Dunning-Kruger's on the rise, that's serving pseudoscience spies. Damn, I could have used this in the video. Lesson learned. Check the stupid shit you make to make sure you haven't already done it. Hubris Valley Ranch, oh, what a ride. For your salads full of pride. Glossy nonsense dressed with care. Delusions floating in the air. Yeah, I don't realize what I made or anything else like that. So I'm gonna have to check. Apparently I made at least 2 songs specifically about weekly STDs. Oh, and let me rephrase that. I was struggling with the weekly STD song because I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, At least 7 songs, if not more. Hold on. Seven different songs for Weekly ST Report, and didn't like a single one enough to use it. Go figure. All right, hold on. Let's go back to this. Hold up. All right, let me turn this up.
Your mind's infected with viral disease, but we've got the cure to put you at ease. Weekly ST. Come on down.
All right. Let me listen to this real quick and let me see if it's something that I can use in the video real quick.
Down to Hubris Valley where the dressing flows so free. Toss your word salad with some flair, sprinkle jargon endlessly. Hubris Valley Rancho, what a treat. It's the sauce that can't be beat. Dunning-Kruger's on the rise, serving pseudoscience pies.
Hubris Valley
Drizzle
Ranch, but
dreams of
pies?
expertise. Fake it till you make the cheese. Random phrases tossed like gold. Confident, so brave and bold. Hubris Valley Rancho, what a ride. For your salads full of pride. Glossy nonsense dressed with care. Delusions floating in the air. Sling that jargon, mix it up, serve it in your finest cup. Big words soaring aimlessly at Hubris Valley, you'll feel free. Hubris Valley Rancho, what a vibe. Dressing up your brainy tribe. Logic's lost, but who's to know? Hubris Valley steals the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that one. I'm not gonna re-edit it. It's fine where it is. We'll come back to that one. So we'll go ahead and play the rest of these as in the background. Yeah, that's kind of like what happened there. It's like, oh shit, I literally have a script written in this song I could have been using. But maybe we'll make another version of it. Maybe I'll turn into a music video. I don't know. It's a short song. It's only a minute and a half long. There's a longer one for 2 minutes. I don't know, maybe I turn into a short. Who knows? We'll see. It's going to be interesting. But all right, so we have Tinfoil Couture Fashions. We have Echo Chamber Acoustics. We have Red String Emporium Home Depot Style. We can do 3. Because I can probably do 3 a week and make these relatively quick. I can probably knock them out in one night, do the recording and the editing, and it'd only take a few hours and be able to, punch them out. I can do them over an entire weekend and then just schedule them, so that would be plus. All right, so you guys have been enjoying the comedy hour that is, how the fuck does Dan do this stuff? And this is where we land. I don't want to use AI so I sent the video when I first did it over to Conspiracy Music Studios, and I'm like, hey, you do this shit all the time. Can you kind of give me a no bullshit constructive criticism? It's like, absolutely. Send it over when you're done, and I'll look at it. Cool. Now, time zones being a thing. I was just going to bed, and he hit me up because it was morning, and he's like, dude, this is perfect. He goes, the only thing is, like, maybe mention ranch a couple more times. He goes, but that's just me. It might be that it's early in the morning. Which I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, I should have done it multiple times, but I digress. It's done. But and that's where we started the conversation about the other song and stuff like that he was working on. And he's told me, he goes, I almost started typing to you, what software did you use for AI? Because the people look real. And then I realized that you were using real people. So, it's funny that it's gotten to that point. Yeah, we can definitely throw in a one-liner about fashion line for pets. There we go. Okay, that one's just needs to start piecing it together and fleshing it out. That'll be easy to do. Oh, I wish I had bought 2 of those. I had bought dog toys for Remy. Now, I'll admit, I actually did not buy them for Remy. Remy got them to play with, but I bought them for a bit because it was a CC bit. It's maybe about how they're trying to make our pets believe that it's a globe when the dogs know that, you know, she can run, 100 yards away from me and not see curvature, just absurdity. And so I took it down, or I gave it to her and she was playing with it. Now I got to go find them. I wish I bought a second set because it was a globe and a sun, and they were squeaky toys, and it would be perfect in this aspect of it, of that kind of mentality. I wish I had kept it in its packaging now. I wonder if I can find it on Amazon. I'll have to look. Actually, so stop the stupidity since you're here. We'll do a quick replay of the Hughes Valley Ranch. I don't. What did I type with a fucking comma? What the hell? But yes, guys, go watch this. Get the watch hours. I mean, it's 2 minutes. It's not gonna fucking matter. I'm messing around. All right, let's do this. Is this gonna be big enough? Yeah, the dog definitely makes the cut on that one. I'm definitely gonna add a fashion line for pets. Stop the stupidity. You're still here, right? Because I'm doing this for you. Actually, I'm lying. I'm doing it because you're here, because you didn't get a chance to see it, and also because it's fucking funny and I enjoy it, and it makes me laugh. Okay, cool. This is what that post was about earlier. This is the craziness that is coming out of my head. And I just realized that my logo is kind of blurry and has a white piece, but fuck it, I don't care. Oh, wait, hold up. Volume's up. This volume has to be up. Okay, now we can play. Tired of your handcrafted word salads getting mistaken for delirious nonsense? Do your conspiratorial pronouncements regarding complex scientific topics lack oomph? Yearn for the days when your pronouncements on the scientific ramifications of any subject are met with rapturous applause, not bewildered stares? Well, you're in luck. There is no better way to complete a beautiful bed of word salad, consisting of scientific terms arranged in a misleading and completely incoherent string of consciousness, topped with vine-ripened, cherry-picked quotations, and personal incredulity croutons, than with a rich, creamy dressing by Hughes Valley Ranch. Likewise, Hubris Valley Ranch can also be used to accentuate the flavor of a 30-minute monologue, spent exalting your intelligence and subject matter expertise in any and all scientific fields, regardless of real-world expertise. Our patented formula contains 40% more unfounded assertions per tablespoon than leading competitors, plus added electrolytes for those marathon basement research sessions. Be sure to try our new varieties, each formulated with our patented Question Everything technology, our signature pattern recognition seasoning, our new confirmation bias-free variety for the selectively skeptical, our best-selling do-your-own-research variety, perfect for those who've already done theirs on YouTube, TikTok, or whatever social media echo chamber validates them today. Now we have released our limited edition Connect the Dots blend, because sometimes the most obvious explanation is exactly what they want you to think. The more you use, the more expert you'll become in fields you've never studied. We guarantee instant confidence in all scientific debates, or your intellectual humility back. Hubris Valley Ranch is readily available in the condiment aisle of your local supermarket or favorite grocer. Hubris Valley Ranch, dress your delusions. There you go, STS. Now you're caught up. You didn't miss much now. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. We have, thanks to you all, we have a mostly fleshed out idea. We have two other ideas that are close, that shouldn't take much effort. One might. Needs more cowbell. So we got an extra 3 coming up. So that's good. I think having 6 or 7 in the playlist is a good place to start. I can take a little bit of a break from those to work on some other things, and that'll kind of buy me some time, I guess, to make sure I'm not so lagging behind on the videos. And again, the harp video coming out is the biggest thing that I'm looking for to get done, because that's important debunking one. I think that's going to run 20-30 minutes, I think. I don't really like going over 30. I'd like to try to stay under 20, but a subject that complicated, I kind of want to make sure that I address a lot of the stupid shit before it even starts. Although stupid shit in the comments does make it fun and entertaining, but we'll see. Yeah, not a whole lot else kind of going on. I got a couple other videos. Like I said, there's going to be a poll channel. So by all means, hit those polls and let me know what you guys want to see. That'll be in the Discord. So hopefully you guys all have the Discord. If not, it's in my channel description, I think. And if not, let me... Nope. All right, we'll do it this way. Sorry. There we go. So the page name is actually going to be called, and I believe it's already in there. The page name is Community Input. So I'll have the first poll up into there, see what kind of topics we want to discuss, what other ones you guys want done after harp, and you know, basically share some ideas back and forth. There's another channel for stream ideas. If you guys have stream ideas or actual debunk video ideas, by all means, put them in there. We are happy to go through. And again, it's about what you guys want to see all the way around. is the what I'm going for. So we'll sort that out. Jack Fetter joined our Discord. Thanks, Jack. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's about it. I think I'm pretty fried. I think my brain's on overload on on creative stuff. I think we're pretty much going to wrap it up for the night. Oh yes, visit the Derp Hall of Shame. That is a new additive as well. Find the dumbest shit that you have seen and put it in there. It's more or less, it kind of serves multiple uses. One, point and laugh. I mean, look, no getting around it. The other thing is there something that dumb that requires a weekly STD report that it spawns another search? And I'm like, oh shit, a couple people are seeing this, are saying this exact same thing. Let's address it. Some of it might just be, I can't believe this. And maybe we'll do a, like a monthly, we'll clean it out monthly, depending how many things we have of the highlights of the month, and we can ridicule them, roast them, and serve them on marshmallows and s'mores. But there's a few ideas. I got a few ideas coming around. The idea is to be present. The idea is to have engagement with all of you, share ideas, go back and forth, work, as I like to call it, work as a team to kind of bring this up and do this kind of thing. And I'll have fun unfucking this stupid shit, because it's more fun when you do it with friends. Pure and simple. It's not as much fun just doing it by myself. But that said, don't feel pressure that you need to come up with something, you need to post something. But, if you do see something, by all means, please post it, because I get a kick out of those, especially if I can get them in the morning with the morning coffee, and I can end up spitting that coffee all over the place because I'm laughing too hard. That's kind of what I'm going for. But yeah, we've been doing this a long ass fucking time. 6 hours, and it was supposed to be only 2. Go figure. So thank you guys all for hanging out. There's still 23 of you people here. Why are you still here? That's what I got to wonder. There's the last hour or two has been nothing but dead air, stupid shit of me going back and forth and trying to get creative and figure out things. So at least you got to see inside my brain and how, well, fucked it really is, and how deranged it is, and how crazy it is inside. But I hope you guys all enjoy the rest of your weekend, if you have one, or what's left of one. And yeah. Oh, by the way, is this still up here? No, here we go. For those who don't know, I am going to see this person. Her name's Grace Bowers. She is a kick-ass blues guitarist who is all about 18 years old and just graduated high school. So I will be seeing her this week, hopefully. And that's like the high point of my week, other than trying to get some stuff out. And Jay's like, dude, I've been asleep for the last 3 hours. Yeah, I'm sure some are asleep listening. I'm sure they went to bed. I don't have anybody to raid. Otherwise, I'd send them over to somebody screaming or some other deranged thing to do. Alex, you work nights. I feel you. That vampire schedule sucks ass. I used to work mids. God, it sucked. Having breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast. It was just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Monkey, she is amazing. She's absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see that show. I'm hoping that there's a meet and greet afterwards, like an autograph session. Where I live, there's actually quite a few, or there's not quite a few. There's 3 specific venues that cater to kind of more up and coming, or even like just smaller shows. Like, we're not talking stadium shows. So we have Daryl Hall from the Hall Notes. He has Daryl's house. It's not far from here. So we can go see music there. That's usually 100, 150 people or less. And there's always a meet and greet. take pictures, get autographs, stuff like that, buy vinyl, buy shirts, have dinner before the concert, have drinks through the concert, sitting down at a table, relaxing, listen to some great music. That is a huge place to go to that I love. Huge as in huge for me, one of my favorite places. I work shifts. Who needs sleep? Exactly. Can you leave the stream up for a couple days so I can hear what I missed? You heard a lot of this. The other one was Lee Von Helms. He played in the band, I think. So he has a house up in upstate New York called Woodstock. It is literally his old house. It had a recording studio, and they basically turned it into a venue. So it's got seating. It's more like chairs at a wedding kind of thing, seating. And then they have standing room only, kind of like around the edges. But that's where I'll be seeing Grace Bowers. That's probably 200 people or less. But none of the frills of Daryl's house. But great music, none the same, because everybody wants to play there. Well, everyone wants to play Daryl's house too. And then the other one we have is called Bearsville Theater, which is actually down the road from Lee Von Helm, and they have like a full-on bar, which is weird because the bar is sunken down from the floor. So you're already looking down at the bartender. And if you're a really tall person, like the guy's like staring like right at your junk. It's weird. I've been in places that's been the opposite, but not like that. So whatever. They also got seating and standing room, and it's kind of, and they got good music there as well. So I'm looking forward to it. I love my blues. She's just coming onto the scene. She opened for the Tedeschi Trucks at Red Rocks. So I can't really say she's up and coming anymore. I think she's pretty much established herself pretty quickly. So that's the bonus. But yeah, that's my week, and work as usual because got to pay the bills. And I don't want to do this shit full time, and nor can I, because then it stops being fun. Yeah. Pool day tomorrow. That's it. That's all I got. So, thanks, Dr. Stupidity. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't, checked YouTube for Grace Bowers. I mean, she is a really good guitarist. She's got a whole shit ton of personality. She's got the hair. And it amazes me that she's like 4 years older than my daughter. That's it. It's like, holy crap. This is amazing. Yeah, Kui, I would look for it because it is, I mean, I love the blues, so I'm partial, but I'm not an unbiased opinion, but she's definitely one of the ones I love playing. She always puts up shorts of her fiddling around in the morning, or in, the afternoon. What really resonated with me actually was her putting up a short video talking about some of the comments that she gets in her videos about she's too young, she's a girl, blah, blah. I mean, you can imagine the amount of vitriol that comes for fucking online trolls. But she took it in stride, not as an 18-year-old, like as a 28-year-old. And she just was playing and then showing the messages that she would get. And she just played through it. And it's her mentality is like, just cut the noise, pure and simple. Oh, she did a null? Okay. I saw that she was over in Europe. I didn't see where. Yeah, Michaela, you're running a little late. You got some catch up to do. 6 hours of catch up. Don't worry about the 6 hours part. It's I gave everybody homework assignments in the first hour or two. I got to show them talk about the projects. Those are always things. Yeah, Aldebaran, exactly. It's just the fact that these people have to deal with this shit is just, it's ungodly. It's like, just, yes, they're girls, get over it. It's not fucking in the world. I mean, come on. But, yeah, so that's my week. That's what we have planned. That's what's going on. There's all sorts of, you know, DP's video hopefully will be coming out. Like I said, he's been kind of having to deal with some shit. So hopefully he gets that sorted and can get back on track soon. Mike, it will be on, well, today for me. I don't know what time, but him and Max are doing that review of Witsit and his, I don't even know how to pronounce that fucking app, but the chat roulette. And that should be entertaining. That'll be fun. And then, yeah, I don't know kind of what else is kind of going on, per se. Everyone kind of does their own thing. So I'm trying to like catch up and see what's going on and still do my shit. So, the idea of it is, do more shit. So there's more shit to watch. Oh, North Sea Jazz is big. Okay. That makes sense. I think there was a couple of people I was wanting to watch who were coming from that type of event, and they were, you know, their first landing was like Boston or New York area, something like that I could watch them in, and then they were going south or west or both from there. But yeah, it's I try to keep up on what's going on, not just like here, but what possibly could be coming in, because the city's not that far away. I don't like going to the city for music though, because it's driving, it's parking. If I take the train, it's the train and its schedule, and it's rough. I'd rather just drive somewhere close. We definitely need more shit so we can be happy as pigs and shit, and that's true. And I'd be happy to have more content out. I feel like I struggle sometimes with the content, and I don't know if it's ADHD or closing, or the fact that something else gets my attention, or the idea of just sitting down and editing for hours just does not appeal to me. It is the hardest thing to force myself to do. But the idea is to get better at it so it doesn't take hours in that sense of the word, like fuck ton hours, like more like metric ton of hours. Yeah, squirrel, exactly. The good news is that the parody commercials were already something I was planning and already kind of had started. So it wasn't really a squirrel moment. It's more like, oh, look, a squirrel, and I need that squirrel to be part of my tinfoil fashion show. So that's kind of the advantage I had on that one, but we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and pack it up. You all have been great. You all have been wonderful. I love each and every one of you. And you guys have kept me company. Hopefully I kept you company. Hopefully we shared a laugh. And I really don't, you know, and I hate using this one because DP uses it, but I always like it. And it's something I used to use before DP. And it was like, I don't know where you can go, but you can't stay here. Because we're closing. Tip your waiters, tip your waitresses. Enjoy the last round. We are going to go out. I think I've played almost all fucking pieces of music, but let's pick something from the list. What we got? We'll go with, well, we're talking about the blues. Let's go out with the blues. All right, guys. Good night, all. We will see you on the next stream. And if not, we'll see you in the comments or Discord. Have a good one.
They call him unfornicated. He don't fall for tricks. Wading through the cyberspace, dodging all the clicks. Lies wrapped up in candy glitz. It's a devil's pact. He fights back with truth attacks, keeps his mind intact. Unfornicated stands tall in digital fight. Clowns peddle poison wrapped in colorful disguise. Yeti battles are revealing all their lies. Whispers in the echo chamber trying to break his will, but he's got a heart that's stubborn, packed with iron and steel. Got no time for shadow games or their tangled snare. Yeah. Unfornicated, blazing through the web with love. Scrolling through the madness, truth hides in plain sight. Unfornicated stands tall in digital fight. Clowns peddle poison wrapped in colorful disguise. Yeti battles are revealing all their lies. They think they've got him cornered, lost in endless posts, but he shatters all the mirrors, crushes all their boasts. Deception drones, they crumble in the light he brings. Unfornicated conquers, every scheme takes swing. In a world where falsehoods flourish, he stands his own ground. With wisdom as his armor, he's silenced to their sound. Social media battleground filled with smoke and din. Unfornicated holds the line, never lets them scrolling feeds of endless dread. Truth and lies fight in my head. Echoes of a war unsaid. I'll stand strong, won't be misled. Won't be misled. Bots and trolls with red pill eyes whisper secrets in disguise. I'll see through their hollow cries. Cut the strings, I'm breaking ties. Unfornicated won't be played. Their twisted games, I ain't afraid. Oh, I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade. Masked clowns spread their twisted tales, selling ghosts in endless trails. In the end, their story fails. I'll break free and lift the veils. Through the noise, I'll carve my path. Won't be swayed by hollow wrath. In my truth, I'll take a bath. Unfornicated clears the aftermath. Unfornicated won't be played. Their twisted games, I ain't afraid. I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade. Through the noise, I'll carve my path. Won't be swayed by hollow truth won't